Chapter 15 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 15. The night was falling. From the gray heaven, where the first of the stars were gleaming, a fine ashy dust seemed to be raining down on the great city, raining down without cessation and slowly burying it. The hollows were already hidden deep in gloom, and a line of cloud, like a stream of ink, rose upon the horizon, engulfing the last streaks of daylight, the wavering gleams which were retreating towards the west. Below Passy, but a few stretches of roofs remained visible, and as the wave rolled on, darkness soon covered all. "What a warm evening!" ejaculated Helene as she sat at the window, overcome by the heated breeze which was wafted upwards from Paris. "A grateful night for the poor!" exclaimed the abbé, who stood behind her. "The autumn will be mild." That Tuesday, Jeanne had fallen into a doze at dessert, and her mother, perceiving that she was rather tired, had put her to bed. She was already fast asleep in her cot, while Monsieur Rimbaud sat at the table gravely mending a toy, a mechanical doll, a present from himself, which both spoke and walked, and which Jeanne had broken. He excelled in such work as this. Helene, on her side, feeling the want of fresh air, for the lingering heats of September were oppressive, had thrown the window wide open and gazed with relief on the vast gloomy ocean of darkness that rolled before her. She'd pushed an easy chair to the window in order to be alone, but was suddenly surprised to hear the abbé speaking to her. "Is the little one warmly covered?" he gently asked. "On these heights the air is always keen." She made no reply, however. Her heart was craving for silence. She was tasting the delights of a twilight hour, the vanishing of all surrounding objects, the hushing of every sound. Gleams, like those of night lights, tipped the steeples and towers, that on Saint-Augustin died out first. The Panthéon for a moment retained a bluish light, and then the glittering dome of the Invalides faded away, similar to a moon setting in a rising sea of clouds. The night was like the ocean, its extent seemingly increased by the gloom, a dark abyss wherein you divined that a world lay hid. From the unseen city blew a mighty yet gentle wind. There was still a hum. Sounds ascended faint yet clear to Helene's ears. The sharp rattle of an omnibus rolling along the quay, the whistle of a train crossing the bridge of the Pointe du Jour, and the Seine, swollen by the recent storms and pulsing with the life of a breathing soul, wound with increased breath through the shadows far below. A warm odor steamed upwards from the scorched roofs, while the river, amidst this exhalation of a daytime heat, seemed to give forth a cooling breeze. Paris had vanished, sunk in the dreamy repose of a colossus whose limbs the night has enveloped, and who lies motionless for a time, but with eyes wide open. Nothing affected Helene more than this momentary pause in the great city's life. For the 3 months during which she had been a close prisoner, riveted to Jeanne's bedside, she had had no other companion in her vigil than the huge mass of Paris spreading out towards the horizon. During the summer heats of July and August, the windows had almost always been left open. She could not cross the room, could not stir or turn her head without catching a glimpse of the ever-present panorama. It was there, whatever the weather, always sharing in her griefs and hopes, like some friend who would never leave her side. She was still quite ignorant respecting it. Never had it seemed farther away. Never had she given less thought to its streets and its citizens, and yet it peopled her solitude. The sick-room, whose door was kept shut to the outside world, looked out through its 2 windows upon this city. Often, with her eyes fixed on its expanse, Helene had wept, leaning on the window rail in order to hide her tears from her ailing child. One day, too, the very day when she had imagined her daughter to be at the point of death, she had remained for a long time, overcome and choked with grief, watching the smoke which curled up from the army bakehouse. Frequently, moreover, in hours of hopefulness, she had here confided the gladsome feelings of her heart to the dim and distant suburbs. There was not a single monument which did not recall to her some sensation of joy or sorrow. Paris shared in her own existence, and never did she love it better than when the twilight came, and its day's work over, it surrendered itself to an hour's quietude, forgetfulness, and reverie, whilst waiting for the lighting of its gas. "What a multitude of stars!" murmured Abbé Jouve. "There are thousands of them gleaming." He had just taken a chair and sat down at her side. On hearing him, she gazed upwards into the summer night. The heaven was studded with golden lights. On the very verge of the horizon, a constellation was sparkling like a carbuncle, whilst a dust of almost invisible stars sprinkled the vault above as though with glittering sand. Charles' wain was slowly turning its shaft in the night. "Look," said Helene in her turn. "Look at that tiny bluish star. See, far away up there. I recognize it night after night, but it dies and fades as the night rolls on." The abbé's presence no longer annoyed her. With him by her side, she imagined the quiet was deepening around. A few words passed between them after long intervals of silence. Twice she questioned him on the names of the stars. The sight of the heavens had always interested her. But he was doubtful and pleaded ignorance. "Do you see," she asked, "that lovely star yonder whose luster is so exquisitely clear?" "On the left, he replied, "near another, smaller, greenish one?" "Ah, there are so many of them that my memory fails me." They again lapsed into silence, their eyes still turned upwards, dazzled, quivering slightly at the sight of that stupendous swarming of luminaries. In the vast depths of the heavens, behind thousands of stars, thousands of others twinkled in ever-increasing multitudes with the clear brilliancy of gems. The Milky Way was already whitening, displaying its solar specks, so innumerable and so distant that in the vault of the firmament they formed but a trailing scarf of light. "It fills me with fear," said Helene in a whisper, and that she might see it all no more, she bent her head and glanced down on the gaping abyss in which Paris seemed to be engulfed. In its depths not a light could yet be seen. Night had rolled over it and plunged it into impenetrable darkness. Its mighty, continuous rumble seemed to have sunk into a softer key. "Are you weeping?" asked the abbé, who had heard a sound of sobbing. "Yes," simply answered Helene. They could not see each other. For a long time she continued weeping, her whole being exhaling a plaintive murmur. Behind them, meantime, Jeanne lay at rest in innocent sleep, and Monsieur Rimbaud, his whole attention engrossed, bent his grizzled head over the doll which he had dismembered. At times he could not prevent the loosened springs from giving out a creaking noise, a childlike squeaking which his big fingers, though plied with the utmost gentleness, drew from a disordered mechanism. If the doll vented too loud a sound, however, he at once stopped working, distressed and vexed with himself, and turning towards Jeanne to see if he had roused her. Then once more he would resume his repairing with great precautions, his only tools being a pair of scissors and a bodkin. "Why do you weep, my daughter?" again asked the abbé. "Can I not afford you some relief?" "Ah, let it be," said Helene. "These tears do me good." By and by. A stifling sensation checked any further words. Once before, in this very place, she'd been convulsed by a storm of tears. But then she'd been alone, free to sob in the darkness till the emotion that wrung her was dried up at its source. However, she knew of no cause of sorrow. Her daughter was well once more, and she had resumed the old monotonous, delightful life. But it was as though a keen sense of awful grief had abruptly come upon her. It seemed as if she were rolling into a bottomless abyss which she could not fathom, sinking with all who were dear to her in a limitless sea of despair. She knew not what misfortune hung over her head, but she was without hope and could only weep. Similar waves of feeling had swept over her during the month of the Virgin in the church laden with the perfume of flowers. And as twilight fell, the vastness of Paris filled her with a deep religious impression. The stretch of plain seemed to expand, and a sadness rose up from the 2 millions of living beings who were being engulfed in darkness. And when it was night, and the city with its subdued rumbling had vanished from view, her oppressed heart poured forth its sorrow, and her tears overflowed, in presence of that sovereign peace. She could have clasped her hands and prayed. She was filled with an intense craving for faith, love, and a lapse into heavenly forgetfulness, and the first glinting of the stars overwhelmed her with sacred terror and enjoyment. A lengthy interval of silence ensued, and then the abbé spoke once more, this time more pressingly. "My daughter, you must confide in me. Why do you hesitate?" She was still weeping, but more gently, like a wearied and powerless child. "The church frightens you," he continued. "For a time I thought you had yielded your heart to God, but it has been willed otherwise. Heaven has its own purposes. Well, since you mistrust the priest, why should you refuse to confide in the friend?" "You are right," she faltered. "Yes, I'm sad at heart and need your consolation. I must tell you of it all. When I was a child, I seldom, if ever, entered a church. Now I cannot be present at a service without feeling touched to the very depths of my being. Yes, and what drew tears from me just now was that voice of Paris, sounding like a mighty organ, that immeasurable night, and those beauteous heavens. Oh, I would fain believe. Help me. Teach me." Abbé Jouve calmed her somewhat by lightly placing his hand on her own. "Tell me everything," he merely said. She struggled for a time, her heart wrung with anguish. "There's nothing to tell, I assure you. I'm hiding nothing from you. I weep without cause, because I feel stifled, because my tears gush out of their own accord. You know what my life has been. No sorrow, no sin, no remorse could I find in it to this hour. I do not know. I do not know." Her voice died away, and from the priest's lips slowly came the words, "You love my daughter." She started. She dared not protest. Silence fell on them once more. In the sea of shadows that slumbered before them, a light had glimmered forth. It seemed at their feet, somewhere in the abyss, but at what precise spot they would have been unable to specify. And then, one by one, other lights broke through the darkness, shooting into instant life and remaining stationary, scintillating like stars. It seemed as though thousands of fresh planets were rising on the surface of a gloomy lake. Soon they stretched out in double file, starting from a Trocadero and nimbly leaping towards Paris. Then these files were intersected by others. Curves were described, and a huge, strange, magnificent constellation spread out. Helene never breathed a word, but gazed on these gleams of light, which made the heavens seemingly descend below the line of the horizon, as though indeed the earth had vanished and the vault of heaven were on every side. And Helene's heart was again flooded with emotion, as a few minutes before, when Charles' wain had slowly begun to revolve round the polar axis, its shaft in the air. Paris, studded with lights, stretched out deep and sad, prompting fearful thoughts of a firmament swarming with unknown worlds. Meanwhile, the priest, in the monotonous, gentle voice which he had acquired by years of duty in the confessional, continued whispering in her ear. One evening in the past he had warned her. Solitude, he had said, would be harmful to her welfare. No one could with impunity live outside the pale of life. She had imprisoned herself too closely, and the door had opened to perilous thoughts. "I am very old now, my daughter," he murmured, "and I have frequently seen women come to us weeping and praying with a craving to find faith and religion. Thus it is that I cannot be deceiving myself today. These women who seem to seek God in so zealous a manner are but souls rendered miserable by passion. It is a man whom they worship in our churches." She was not listening. A strife was raging in her bosom amidst her efforts to read her innermost thoughts aright. And at last confession came from her in a broken whisper. "Oh, yes, I love, and that is all. Beyond that I know nothing. Nothing." He now forbore to interrupt her. She spoke in short, feverish sentences, taking a mournful pleasure in thus confessing her love, in sharing with that venerable priest the secret which had so long burdened her. "I swear I cannot read my thoughts. This has come to me without my knowing its presence. Perhaps it came in a moment. Only in time did I realize its sweetness. Besides, why should I deem myself stronger than I am? I've made no effort to flee from it. I was only too happy, and today I have yet less power of resistance. My daughter was ill. I almost lost her. Well, my love has been as intense as my sorrow. It came back with sovereign power after those days of terror, and it possesses me. I feel transported." She shivered and drew a breath. "In short, my strength fails me. You were right, my friend, in thinking it would be a relief to confide in you. But I beseech you, tell me what is happening in the depths of my heart. My life was once so peaceful. I was so happy. A thunderbolt has fallen on me. Why on me? Why not on another? I had done nothing to bring it on. I imagined myself well protected. Ah, if you only knew! I know myself no longer. Help me. Save me." Then, as she became silent, the priest, with the wonted freedom of the confessor, mechanically asked the question. "The name? Tell me his name." She was hesitating when a peculiar noise prompted her to turn her head. It came from the doll which, in Monsieur Rimbaud's hands, was by degrees renewing its mechanical life, and had just taken 3 steps on the table, with a creaking of wheels and springs which showed that there was still something faulty in its works. Then it had fallen on its back, and but for the worthy man would have rebounded onto the ground. He followed all its movements with outstretched hands, ready to support it, and full of paternal anxiety. The moment he perceived Helene turn, he smiled confidently towards her, as if to give her an assurance that the doll would recover its walking powers. And then he once more dived with scissors and bodkin into the toy. Jeanne still slept on. Thereupon Helene, her nerves relaxing under the influence of the universal quiet, whispered a name in the priest's ear. He never stirred. In the darkness his face could not be seen. A silence ensued, and he responded, "I knew it, but I wanted to hear it from your own lips. My daughter, yours must be terrible suffering." He gave utterance to no truisms on the subject of duty. Helene, overcome, saddened to the heart by this unemotional pity, gazed once more on the lights which spangled the gloomy veil enshrouding Paris. They were flashing everywhere in myriads, like the sparks that dart over the blackened refuse of burnt paper. At first, these twinkling dots had started from a Trocadero towards the heart of the city. Soon another coruscation had appeared on the left in the direction of Montmartre. Then another had burst into view on the right behind the Invalides, and still another, more distant, near the Panthéon. From all these centers flights of flames were simultaneously descending. "You remember our conversation," slowly resumed the abbé. "My opinion has not changed. My daughter, you must marry." "I!" she exclaimed, overwhelmed with amazement. "But I have just confessed to you." "Oh, you know well I cannot—" "You must marry," he repeated with greater decision. "You will wed an honest man." Within the folds of his old cassock he seemed to have grown more commanding. His large, comical-looking head, which, with eyes half closed, was usually inclined towards one shoulder, was now raised erect, and his eyes beamed with such intensity that she saw them sparkling in the darkness. "You will marry an honest man who will be a father to Jeanne and will lead you back to the path of goodness." "But I do not love him. Gracious heaven, I do not love him." "You will love him, my daughter. He loves you, and he is good in heart." Helene struggled, and her voice sank to a whisper as she heard the slight noise that Monsieur Rimbaud made behind them. He was so patient and so strong in his hope that for 6 months he had not once intruded his love on her. Disposed by nature to the most heroic self-sacrifice, he waited in serene confidence. The abbé stirred, as though about to turn round. "Would you like me to tell him everything? He would stretch out his hand and save you, and you would fill him with joy beyond compare." She checked him, utterly distracted. Her heart revolted. Both of these peaceful, affectionate men, whose judgment retained perfect equilibrium in presence of her feverish passion, were sources of terror to her. What world could they abide in to be able to set at naught that which caused her so much agony? The priest, however, waved his hand with an all-comprehensive gesture. "My daughter," said he, "look on this lovely night, so supremely still in presence of your troubled spirit. Why do you refuse happiness?" All Paris was now illumined. The tiny dancing flames that speckled the sea of shadows from one end of the horizon to the other. And now, as in a summer night, millions of fixed stars seemed to be serenely gleaming there. Not a puff of air, not a quiver of the atmosphere stirred these lights, to all appearance suspended in space. Paris, now invisible, had fallen into the depths of an abyss as vast as a firmament. At times, at the base of a Trocadero, a light, the lamp of a passing cab or omnibus, would dart across the gloom, sparkling like a shooting star. And here, amidst the radiance of the gas jets, from which streamed the yellow haze, a confused jumble of house fronts and clustering trees, green like the trees in stage scenery, could be vaguely discerned. To and fro across the Pont des Invalides, gleaming lights flashed without ceasing. Far below, across a band of denser gloom, appeared a marvelous train of comet-like coruscations, from whose lustrous tails fell a rain of gold. These were the reflections in the Seine's black waters of the lamps on the bridge. From this point, however, the unknown began. The long curve of the river was merely described by a double line of lights, which ever and anon were coupled to other transverse lines, so that the whole looked like some glittering ladder thrown across Paris, with its ends on the verge of the heavens among the stars. To the left there was another trench excavated athwart the gloom. An unbroken chain of stars shone forth down the Champs-Élysées from the Arc de Triomphe to the Place de la Concorde, where a new cluster of Pleiades was flashing. Next came the gloomy stretches of the Tuileries and the Louvre, the blocks of houses on the brink of the water, and the Hôtel de Ville away at the extreme end. all these masses of darkness being parted here and there by bursts of light from some large square or other, and farther away, amidst the endless confusion of roofs, appeared scattered gleams, affording faint glimpses of the hollow of a street below, the corner of some boulevard, or the brilliantly illuminated meeting place of several thoroughfares. On the opposite bank, on the right, the esplanade alone could be discerned with any distinctness, its rectangle marked out in flame like an Orion of a winter's night bereft of its baldric. The long streets of the Saint-Germain district seemed gloomy with their fringe of infrequent lamps, but the thickly populated quarters beyond were speckled with a multitude of tiny flames, clustering like nebulae. Away towards the outskirts, girdling the whole of the horizon, swarmed street lamps and lighted windows, filling these distant parts with the dust, as it were, of those myriads of suns, those planetary atoms which the naked eye cannot discover. The public edifices had vanished into the depths of a darkness. Not a lamp marked out their spires and towers. At times you might have imagined you were gazing on some gigantic festival, some illuminated cyclopean monument with staircases, balusters, windows, pediments, and terraces, a veritable cosmos of stone, whose wondrous architecture was outlined by the gleaming lights of a myriad lamps. But there was always a speedy return of the feeling that new constellations were springing into being, and that the heavens were spreading both above and below. Helene, in compliance with the all-embracing sweep of the priest's hand, cast a lingering look over illumined Paris. Here too she knew not the names of those seeming stars. She would have liked to ask what the blaze far below on the left betokened, for she saw it night after night. There were others also which roused her curiosity, and some of them she loved, whilst some inspired her with uneasiness or vexation. "Father," said she, for the first time employing that appellation of affection and respect, "let me live as I am. The loveliness of the night has agitated me. You are wrong. You would not know how to console me, for you cannot understand my feelings." The priest stretched out his arms, then slowly dropped them to his side resignedly. And after a pause he said in a whisper, "Doubtless that was bound to be the case. You call for succor and reject salvation. How many despairing confessions I have received, what tears I've been unable to prevent. Listen, my daughter, promise me one thing only. If ever life should become too heavy a burden for you, think that one honest man loves you and is waiting for you. To regain content, you will only have to place your hand in his." "I promise you," answered Helene gravely. As she made the avowal, a ripple of laughter burst through the room. Jeanne had just awoke, and her eyes were riveted on her doll pacing up and down the table. Monsieur Rimbaud, enthusiastic over the success of his tinkering, still kept his hand stretched out for fear lest any accident should happen. But the doll retained its stability, strutted about on its tiny feet, and turned its head, whilst at every step repeating the same words after the fashion of a parrot. "Oh, it's some trick or other," murmured Jeanne, who was still half asleep. "What have you done to it? Tell me. It was all smashed, and now it's walking. Give it me a moment. Let me see. Oh, you are a darling." Meanwhile, over the gleaming expanse of Paris, a rosy cloud was ascending higher and higher. It might have been thought the fiery breath of a furnace. At first it was shadowy pale in the darkness, a reflected glow scarcely seen. Then slowly, as the evening progressed, it assumed a ruddier hue, and, hanging in the air, motionless above the city, deriving its being from all the lights and noisy life which breathed from below, it seemed like one of those clouds charged with flame and lightning which crown the craters of volcanoes. This ends chapter 15. Chapter 16 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 16. The finger glasses had been handed round the table, and the ladies were daintily wiping their hands. A momentary silence reigned, while Madame Deberle gazed on either side to see if everyone had finished. Then, without speaking, she rose, and amidst a noisy pushing back of chairs, her guests followed her example. An old gentleman who had been seated at her right hand hastened to offer her his arm. No, she murmured, as she led him towards a doorway. We will now have coffee in the little drawing-room. The guests, in couples, followed her. 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen, however, lagged behind the others, continuing their conversation, without thought of joining the procession. The drawing-room reached, all constraint vanished, and the joviality which had marked the dessert made its reappearance. The coffee was already on a large lacquer tray on a table. Madame Deberle walked round like a hostess who was anxious to satisfy the various tastes of her guests. But it was Pauline who ran about the most, and more particularly waited on the gentlemen. There were a dozen persons present, about the regulation number of people invited to the house every Wednesday from December onwards. Later in the evening, at 10 o'clock, a great many others would make their appearance. "Monsieur de Griot, a cup of coffee!" exclaimed Pauline, as she halted in front of a diminutive, bald-headed man. "Ah, no, I remember you don't take any. Well then, a glass of chartreuse?" But she became confused in discharging her duties, and brought him a glass of cognac. Beaming with smiles, she made the round of the guests, perfectly self-possessed, and looking people straight in the face, while her long train dragged with easy grace behind her. She wore a magnificent gown of white Indian cashmere, trimmed with swan's down and cut square at the bosom. When the gentlemen were all standing up, sipping their coffee, each with cup in hand and chin high in the air, she began to tackle a tall young fellow named Tissot, whom she considered rather handsome. Helene had not taken any coffee. She'd seated herself apart, with a somewhat wearied expression on her face. Her black velvet gown, unrelieved by any trimming, gave her an air of austerity. In this small drawing-room smoking was allowed, and several boxes of cigars were placed beside her on the pier table. The doctor drew near. As he selected a cigar, he asked her, "Is Jeanne well?" "Yes, indeed," she replied. "We walked to the Bois today, and she romped like a madcap. Oh, she must be sound asleep by now." They were both chatting in friendly tones, with the smiling intimacy of people who see each other day after day, when Madame Deberle's voice rose high and shrill. Stop! Madame Grandjean can tell you all about it. Didn't I come back from Trouville on the 10th of September? It was raining, and the beach had become quite unbearable." 3 or 4 of the ladies were gathered round her, while she rattled on about her holiday at the seaside. Helene found it necessary to rise and join the group. "We spent a month at Dinard," said Madame de Chermette. "Such a delightful place, and such charming society." "Beside our chalet was a garden, and we had a terrace overlooking the sea," went on Madame Deberle. "As you know, I decided on taking my landau and coachman with me. It was very much handier when I wanted to drive. Then Madame Levasseur came to see us." "Yes, one Sunday," interrupted that lady, "we were at Cabourg. Your establishment was perfect, but a little too dear, I think." "By the way," broke in Madame Berthier, addressing Juliette, "didn't Monsieur Malignon give you lessons in swimming?" Helene noticed a shadow of vexation, of sudden annoyance, pass over Madame Deberle's face. Several times already she'd fancied that, on Malignon's name being brought unexpectedly into the conversation, Madame Deberle suddenly seemed perturbed. However, the young woman immediately regained her equanimity. "A fine swimmer, indeed!" she exclaimed. The idea of him ever giving lessons to anyone! For my part, I have a mortal fear of cold water. The very sight of people bathing curdles my blood." She gave an eloquent shiver, with a shrug of her plump shoulders, as though she were a duck shaking water from her back. "Then it's a fable?" questioned Madame de Querouaille. "Of course, and one, I presume, of his own invention. He detests me since he spent a month with us down there." People were now beginning to pour in. The ladies, with clusters of flowers in their hair and round plump arms, entered smiling and nodding, while the men, each in evening dress and hat in hand, bowed and ventured on some commonplace remark. Madame Deberle, never ceasing her chatter for a moment, extended the tips of her fingers to the friends of the house, many of whom said nothing, but passed on with a bow. However, Mademoiselle Aurélie had just appeared on the scene, and at once went into raptures over Juliet's dress, which was of dark blue velvet, trimmed with faille silk. At this, all the ladies standing round seemed to catch their first glimpse of the dress, and declared it was exquisite, truly exquisite. It came, they learned, from Worth's, and they discussed it for 5 minutes. The guests who had drunk their coffee and placed their empty cups here and there on the tray and on pier tables, only one gentleman had not yet finished, as between every mouthful he paused to converse with a lady. A warm perfume, the aroma of the coffee and the ladies' dresses intermingled, permeated the apartment. "You know, I have had nothing," remonstrated young Monsieur Tissot with Pauline, who'd been chatting with him about an artist to whose studio her father had escorted her with a view to examining the pictures. "What? Have you had nothing? Surely I brought you a cup of coffee." "No, mademoiselle, I assure you. But I insist on your having something. See, here is some chartreuse." Madame Deberle had just directed a meaning nod towards her husband. The doctor, understanding her, thereupon opened the door of a large drawing-room, into which they all filed, while a servant removed the coffee tray. There was almost a chill atmosphere in this spacious apartment, through which streamed the white light of 6 lamps and a chandelier with 10 wax candles. There were already some ladies there, sitting in a semicircle round the fireplace, but only 2 or 3 men were present, standing amidst the sea of outspread skirts. And through the open doorway of the smaller drawing-room ran the shrill voice of Pauline, who'd lingered behind in company with young Tissot. "Now that I have poured it out, I'm determined you shall drink it. What would you have me do with it? Pierre has carried off the tray." Then she entered the larger room, a vision in white, with her dress trimmed with swan's down, her ruddy lips parted, displaying her teeth, as she smilingly announced, "Here comes Malignon, the exquisite." Hands shaking and bowing were now the order of the day. Monsieur Deberle had placed himself near the door. His wife, seated with some other ladies on an extremely low couch, rose every other second. When Malignon made his appearance, she affected to turn away her head. He was dressed to perfection. His hair had been curled and was parted behind, down to his very neck. On the threshold, he'd stuck an eyeglass in his right eye with a slight grimace, which, according to Pauline, was just the thing. And now he cast a glance around the room. Having nonchalantly and silently shaken hands with the doctor, he made his way towards Madame Deberle, in front of whom he respectfully bent his tall figure. "Oh, it's you!" she exclaimed, in a voice loud enough to be heard by everybody. "It seems you go in for swimming now." He did not guess her meaning, but nevertheless replied, by way of a joke, "Certainly. I once saved a Newfoundland dog from drowning." The ladies thought this extremely funny, and even Madame Deberle seemed disarmed. "Well, I'll allow you to save Newfoundland," she answered, "but you know very well I did not bathe once at Trouville." "Oh, you're speaking of the lesson I gave you," he exclaimed. "Didn't I tell you one night in your dining-room how to move your feet and hands about?" All the ladies were convulsed with mirth. He was delightful. Juliet shrugged her shoulders. It was impossible to engage him in a serious talk. Then she rose to meet a lady whose first visit this was to her house, and who was a superb pianist. Helene, seated near the fire, her lovely face unruffled by any emotion, looked on and listened. Malignon especially seemed to interest her. She saw him execute a strategical movement which brought him to Madame Deberle's side, and she could hear the conversation that ensued behind her chair. Of a sudden there was a change in the tones, and she leaned back to gather the drift of what was being said. "Why didn't you come yesterday?" asked Malignon. "I waited for you till 6 o'clock." "Nonsense! You're mad," murmured Juliette. Thereupon Malignon loudly lisped, "Oh, you don't believe the story about my Newfoundland? Yet I received a medal for it, and I'll show it to you." Then he added in a whisper, "You gave me your promise, remember." A family group now entered the drawing-room, and Juliette broke into complimentary greetings, while Malignon reappeared amongst the ladies, glass in eye. Helene had become quite pale since overhearing those hastily spoken words. It was as though a thunderbolt, or something equally unforeseen and horrible, had fallen on her. How could thoughts of treachery enter into the mind of that woman whose life was so happy, whose face betrayed no signs of sorrow, whose cheeks had the freshness of the rose? She had always known her to be devoid of brains, displaying an amiable egotism which seemed to guarantee that she would never commit a foolish action. And over such a fellow as Malignon, too! The scenes in the garden of an afternoon flashed back on her memory. She recalled Juliette smiling lovingly as the doctor kissed her hair. Their love for one another had seemed real enough. An inexplicable feeling of indignation with Juliette now pervaded Helene, as though some wrong had been done herself. She felt humiliated for Henri's sake. She was consumed with jealous rage, and her perturbed feelings were so plainly mirrored in her face that Mademoiselle Aurélie asked her, "What is the matter with you? Do you feel ill?" The old lady had sunk into a seat beside her immediately she had observed her to be alone. She had conceived a lively friendship for Helene, and was charmed with the kindly manner in which so sedate and lovely a woman would listen for hours to her tittle-tattle. But Helene made no reply. A wild desire sprang up within her to gaze on Henri, to know what he was doing and what was the expression of his face. She sat up, and glancing round the drawing-room, at last perceived him. He stood talking with a stout, pale man, and looked completely at his ease, his face wearing its customary refined smile. She scanned him for a moment, full of a pity which belittled him somewhat, though all the while she loved him the more with an affection into which entered some vague idea of watching over him. Her feelings, still in a whirl of confusion, inspired her with the thought that she ought to bring him back the happiness he had lost. "Well, well," muttered Mademoiselle Aurélie, "it will be pleasant if Madame de Guerreau's sister favors us with a song. It will be the 10th time I have heard her sing the Turtle Doves. That is her stock song this winter. You know that she is separated from her husband. Do you see that dark gentleman down there, near the door? They are most intimate together, I believe. Juliette is compelled to have him here, for otherwise she wouldn't come." "Indeed!" exclaimed Helene. Madame Deberle was bustling about from one group to another, requesting silence for a song from Madame de Guerreau's sister. The drawing-room was now crowded, some 30 ladies being seated in the center, whispering and laughing together. 2, however, had remained standing, and were talking loudly and shrugging their shoulders in a pretty way, while 5 or 6 men sat quite at home amongst the fair ones, almost buried beneath the folds of their skirts and trains. A low hush ran round the room, the voices died away, and a stolid look of annoyance crept into every face. Only the fans could be heard rustling through the heated atmosphere. Madame de Guerreau's sister sang, but Helene never listened. Her eyes were now riveted on Malignon, who feigned an intense love of music and appeared to be enraptured with the turtle doves. Was it possible? Could Juliet have turned a willing ear to the amorous chatter of the young fop? It was at Trouville, no doubt, that some dangerous game had been played. Malignon now sat in front of Juliet, marking the time of the music by swaying to and fro with the air of one who is enraptured. Madame Deberle's face beamed in admiring complacency, while the doctor, good-natured and patient, silently awaited the last notes of a song in order to renew his talk with the stout, pale man. There was a murmur of applause as the singer's voice died away, and 2 or 3 exclaimed in tones of transport, "Delightful! Magnificent!" Malignon, however, stretching his arms over the ladies' headdresses, noiselessly clapped his gloved hands and repeated, "Brava! Brava!" in a voice that rose high above the others. The enthusiasm promptly came to an end. Every face relaxed and smiled, and a few of the ladies rose, while, with a feeling of general relief, the buzz of conversation began again. The atmosphere was growing much warmer, and the waving fans wafted an odor of musk from the ladies' dresses. At times, amidst the universal chatter, a peal of pearly laughter would ring out, or some word spoken in a loud tone would cause many to turn round. Thrice already had Juliet swept into the smaller drawing-room to request some gentleman who had escaped thither not to desert the ladies in so rude a fashion. They returned at her request, but 10 minutes afterward had again vanished. "It's intolerable," she muttered, with an air of vexation. "Not one of them will stay here." In the meantime, Mademoiselle Aurélie was running over the ladies' names for Helene's benefit, as this was only the latter's second evening visit to the doctor's house. The most substantial people of Passy, some of them rolling in riches, were present, and the old maid leaned towards Helene and whispered in her ear, "Yes, it seems it's all arranged. Madame de Charmette is going to marry her daughter to that tall, fair fellow with whom she's flirted for the last 18 months. Well, never mind. That will be one mother-in-law who'll be fond of her son-in-law." She stopped short, and then burst out in a tone of intense surprise. "Good gracious! There's Madame Levasseurs' husband speaking to that man. I thought Juliet had sworn never to have them here together." Helene's glances slowly travelled round the room. Even amongst such seemingly estimable and honest people as these, could there be women of irregular conduct? With her provincial austerity, she was astounded at the manner in which wrongdoing was winked at in Paris. She railed at herself for her own painful repugnance when Juliet had shaken hands with her. Madame Deberle had now seemingly become reconciled with Malignon. She curled up her little plump figure in an easy-chair, where she sat listening gleefully to his jests. Monsieur Deberle happened to pass them. "You're surely not quarrelling tonight?" asked he. "No," replied Juliet, with a burst of merriment. "He's talking too much silly nonsense. If you'd heard all the nonsense he's been saying." There now came some more singing, but silence was obtained with greater difficulty. The aria selected was a duet from La Favorite, sung by young Monsieur Tissot and a lady of ripened charms, whose hair was dressed in childish style. Pauline, standing at one of the doors, amidst a crowd of black coats, gazed at the male singer with a look of undisguised admiration, as though she were examining a work of art. "What a handsome fellow!" escaped from her lips, just as the accompaniment subsided into a softer key, and so loud was her voice that the whole drawing-room heard the remark. As the evening progressed, the guests' faces began to show signs of weariness. Ladies who had occupied the same seat for hours looked bored, though they knew it not. They were even delighted at being able to get bored here. In the intervals between the songs, which were only half listened to, the murmur of conversation again resounded, and it seemed as though the deep notes of the piano were still echoing. Monsieur Letellier related how he had gone to Lyon for the purpose of inspecting some silk he had ordered, and how he had been greatly impressed by the fact that the Saône did not mingle its waters with those of the Rhône. Monsieur de Quirault, who was a magistrate, gave vent to some sententious observations on the need of stemming the vice of Paris. There was a circle round a gentleman who was acquainted with a Chinaman and was giving some particulars of his friend. In a corner, two ladies were exchanging confidences about the failings of their servants, whilst literature was being discussed by those amongst whom Malignon sat enthroned. Madame Tussaud declared Balzac to be unreadable, and Malignon did not deny it, but remarked that here and there, at intervals far and few, some very fine passages occurred in Balzac. "A little silence, please," all at once exclaimed Pauline. "She's just going to play." The lady whose talent as a musician had been so much spoken of had just sat down to the piano. In accordance with the rules of politeness, every head was turned towards her, but in the general stillness which ensued, the deep voices of the men conversing in the small drawing-room could be heard. Madame Deberle was in despair. "They are a nuisance," she muttered. "Let them stay there if they don't want to come in, but at least they ought to hold their tongues." She gave the requisite orders to Pauline, who, intensely delighted, ran into the adjacent apartment to carry out her instructions. "You must know, gentlemen, that a lady is going to play," she said, with the quiet boldness of a maiden in queenly garb. "You are requested to keep silence." She spoke in a very loud key, her voice being naturally shrill, and as she lingered with the men, laughing and quizzing, the noise grew more pronounced than ever. There was a discussion going on amongst these males, and she supplied additional matter for argument. In the larger drawing-room, Madame Deberle was in agony. The guests, moreover, had been sated with music, and no enthusiasm was displayed. So the pianist resumed her seat, biting her lips, notwithstanding the laudatory compliments which the lady of the house deemed it her duty to lavish on her. Helene was pained. Henri scarcely seemed to see her. He'd made no attempt to approach her, and only at intervals smiled to her from afar. At the earlier part of the evening she had felt relieved by his prudent reserve. But since she had learned the secret of her two others, she wished for something, she knew not what, some display of affection, or at least interest, on his part. Her breast was stirred with confused yearnings and every imaginable evil thought. Did he no longer care for her, that he remained so indifferent to her presence? If she could have told him everything, if she could apprise him of the unworthiness of the woman who bore his name! Then, while some short merry catches resounded from the piano, she sank into a dreamy state. She imagined that Henri had driven Juliette from his home, and she was living with him as his wife in some faraway foreign land, the language of which they knew not. All at once a voice startled her. "Won't you take anything?" asked Pauline. The drawing-room had emptied, and the guests were passing into the dining-room to drink some tea. Helene rose with difficulty. She was dazed. She thought she dreamt it all. The words she had heard, Juliette's secret intrigue, and its consequences. If it had all been true, Henri would surely have been at her side, and ere this both would have quitted the house. "Will you take a cup of tea?" She smiled and thanked Madame Deberle, who'd kept a place for her at the table. Plates loaded with pastry and sweetmeats covered the cloth, while on glass stands arose two lofty cakes flanking a large brioche. The space was limited, and the cups of tea were crowded together, narrow grey napkins with long fringes lying between each two. The ladies only were seated. They held biscuits and preserved fruits with the tips of their ungloved fingers, and passed each other the cream jugs, and poured out the cream with dainty gestures. 3 or 4, however, had sacrificed themselves to attend on the men, who were standing against the walls and, while drinking, taking all conceivable precautions to ward off any push which might be unwittingly dealt them. A few others lingered in the two drawing-rooms, waiting for the cakes to come to them. This was the hour of Pauline's supreme delight. There was a shrill clamor of noisy tongues, peals of laughter mingled with the ringing clatter of silver plate, and the perfume of musk grew more powerful as it blended with the all-pervading fragrance of the tea. "Kindly pass me some cake," said Mademoiselle Aurélie to Helene, close to whom she happened to find herself. "These sweetmeats are frauds." She had, however, already emptied 2 plates of them, and she continued with her mouth full. "Some of the people are beginning to go now. We shall be a little more comfortable." Several ladies were now leaving, after shaking hands with Madame Deberle. Many of the gentlemen had already wisely vanished, and the room was becoming less crowded. Now came the opportunity for the remaining gentlemen to sit down at table in their turn. Mademoiselle Aurélie, however, did not quit her place, though she would much have liked to secure a glass of punch. "I will get you one," said Helene, starting to her feet. "No, no, thank you. You must not inconvenience yourself so much." For a short time Helene had been watching Malignon. He had just shaken hands with the doctor and was now bidding farewell to Juliette at the doorway. She had a lustrous face and sparkling eyes, and by her complacent smile it might have been imagined that she was receiving some commonplace compliments on the evening's success. While Pierre was pouring out the punch at a sideboard near the door, Helene stepped forward in such wise as to be hidden from view by the curtain, which had been drawn back. She listened. "I beseech you," Malignon was saying, "come the day after tomorrow. I shall wait for you till 3 o'clock. "Why cannot you talk seriously?" replied Madame Deberle with a laugh. "What foolish things you say!" But with greater determination he repeated, "I shall wait for you the day after tomorrow." Then she hurriedly gave a whispered reply, "Very well, the day after tomorrow." Malignon bowed and made his exit. Madame de Charmette followed in company with Madame Tissot. Juliette, in the best of spirits, walked with them into the hall, and said to the former of these ladies with her most amiable look, "I shall call on you the day after tomorrow. I have a lot of calls to make that day." Helene stood riveted to the door, her face quite white. Pierre, in the meanwhile, had poured out the punch, and now handed the glass to her. She grasped it mechanically, and carried it to Mademoiselle Aurélie, who was making an inroad on the preserved fruits. "Oh, you are far too kind," exclaimed the old maid. "I should have made a sign to Pierre. I'm sure it's a shame not offering the punch to ladies. Why, when people are my age—" She got no further, however, for she observed the ghastliness of Helene's face. "You surely are in pain. You must take a drop of punch." "Thank you. It's nothing. The heat is so oppressive." She staggered and turned aside into the deserted drawing-room, where she dropped into an easy-chair. The lamps were shedding a reddish glare, and the wax candles in the chandelier, burnt to their sockets, threatened imminent destruction to the crystal sconces. From the dining-room were wafted the farewells of the departing guests. Helene herself had lost all thoughts of going. She longed to linger where she was, plunged in thought. So it was no dream after all. Juliette would visit that man the day after tomorrow. She knew the day. Then the thought struck her that she ought to speak to Juliette and warn her against sin. But this kindly thought chilled her to the heart, and she drove it from her mind as though it were out of place, and deep in meditation gazed at the grate, where a smouldering log was crackling. The air was still heavy and oppressive with the perfumes from milady's hair. "What? You're here!" exclaimed Juliette as she entered. "Well, you are kind not to run away all at once. At last we can breathe." Helene was surprised, and made a movement as though about to rise, but Juliette went on. Wait, you're in no hurry. Henri, get me my smelling salts." 3 or 4 persons, intimate friends, had lingered behind the others. They sat before the dying fire and chatted with delightful freedom, while the vast room wearily sank into a doze. The doors were open, and they saw the smaller drawing-room empty, the dining-room deserted, the whole suite of rooms still lit up and plunged in unbroken silence. Henri displayed a tender gallantry towards his wife. He'd run up to their bedroom for her smelling salts, which she inhaled with closed eyes, while he asked her if she had not fatigued herself too much. Yes, she felt somewhat tired, but she was delighted. Everything had gone off so well. Next she told them that on her reception nights she could not sleep, but tossed about till 6 o'clock in the morning. Henri's face broke into a smile, and some quizzing followed. Helene looked at them and quivered amidst the benumbing drowsiness which little by little seemed to fall upon the whole house. However, only 2 guests now remained. Pierre had gone in search of a cab. Helene remained the last. 1 o'clock struck. Henri, no longer standing on ceremony, rose on tiptoe and blew out 2 candles in the chandelier which were dangerously heating their crystal sconces. As the lights died out one by one, it seemed like a bedroom scene, the gloom of an alcove spreading over all. "I'm keeping you up," exclaimed Helene, as she suddenly rose to her feet. "You must turn me out." A flush of red dyed her face. Her blood, racing through her veins, seemed to stifle her. They walked with her into the hall, but the air there was chilly, and the doctor was somewhat alarmed for his wife in her low dress. "Go back. You'll do yourself harm. You're too warm." "Very well. Goodbye," said Juliette, embracing Helene, as was her wont in her most endearing moments. "Come and see me oftener." Henri had taken Helene's fur coat in his hand, and held it outstretched to his sister in putting it on. When she slipped her arms into the sleeves, he turned up the collar with a smile, while they stood in front of an immense mirror which covered one side of the hall. They were alone, and saw one another in the mirror's depths. For 3 months, on meeting and parting, they had simply shaken hands in friendly greeting. They would feign that their love had died. But now Helene was overcome, and sank back into his arms. The smile vanished from his face, which became impassioned, and still clasping her, he kissed her on the neck. And she, raising her head, returned his kiss. This ends chapter 16. Chapter 17 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 17. That night, Helene was unable to sleep. She turned from side to side in feverish unrest, and whenever a drowsy stupor fell on her senses, the old sorrows would start into new life within her breast. As she dozed and the nightmare increased, one fixed thought tortured her. She was eager to know where Juliette and Malignon would meet. The knowledge, she imagined, would be a source of relief to her. Where could it be? Despite herself, her brain throbbed with the thought, and she forgot everything save her craving to unravel this mystery, which thrilled her with secret longings. When day dawned and she began to dress, she caught herself saying loudly, "It will be tomorrow." With one stocking on and hands falling helpless to her side, she lapsed for a while into a fresh dreamy fit. Where was it that they had agreed to meet? "Good day, mother darling," just then exclaimed Jeanne, who had awakened in her turn. As her strength was now returning to her, she'd gone back to sleep in her cot in the closet. With bare feet and in her nightdress, she came to throw herself on Helene's neck, as was her everyday custom. Then back again she rushed to curl herself up in her warm bed for a little while longer. This jumping in and out amused her, and a ripple of laughter stole from under the clothes. Once more she bounded into the bedroom, saying, "Good morn, mammy dear." And again she ran off, screaming with laughter. Then she threw the sheet over her head, and her cry came, hoarse and muffled, from beneath it. "I'm not there! I'm not there!" But Helene was in no mood for play, as on other mornings, and Jeanne, dispirited, fell asleep again. The day was still young. About 8 o'clock Rosalie made her appearance to recount the morning's chapter of accidents. Oh, the streets were awful outside. In going for the milk, her shoes had almost come off in the muddy slush. All the ice was thawing, and it was quite mild, too, almost oppressive. Oh, by the way, she'd almost forgotten. An old woman had come to see Madame the night before. "Why," she said, as there came a pull at the bell, "I expect that's she." It was Mother Feydeau, but Mother Feydeau transformed, magnificent in a clean white cap, a new gown, and tartan shawl wrapped round her shoulders. Her voice, however, still retained its plaintive tone of entreaty. "Dear lady, it's only I, who've taken the liberty of calling to ask you about something." Helene gazed at her, somewhat surprised by her display of finery. "Are you better, Mother Feydeau?" "Oh, yes, I feel better, if I may venture to say so. You see, I always have something queer in my inside. It knocks me about dreadfully, but still I'm better. Another thing, too, I've had a stroke of luck. It was a surprise, you see, because luck hasn't often come in my way. But a gentleman has made me his housekeeper. And, oh, it's such a story." Her words came slowly, and her small, keen eyes glittered in her face, furrowed by 1,000 wrinkles. She seemed to be waiting for Helene to question her, but the young woman sat close to the fire which Rosalie had just lit, and paid scant attention to her, engrossed as she was in her own thoughts, with a look of pain on her features. "What do you want to ask me?" she at last said to Mother Feydeau. The old lady made no immediate reply. She was scrutinizing the room with its rosewood furniture and blue velvet hangings. Then, with a humble and fawning air of a pauper, she muttered, "Pardon me, madame, but everything is so beautiful here. My gentleman has a room like this, but it's all in pink. Oh, it's such a story. Just picture to yourself a good man of good position who's taken rooms in our house. Of course, it isn't much of a place, but still our first and second floors are very nice. Then it's so quiet, too. There's no traffic. You could imagine yourself in the country. The workmen have been in the house for a whole fortnight. They've made such a jewel of his room." She here paused, observing that Helene's attention was being aroused. "It's for his work," she continued in a drawling voice. "He says it's for his work. We have no doorkeeper, you know, and that pleases him. Oh, my gentleman doesn't like doorkeepers, and he's quite right, too." Once more she came to a halt, as though an idea had suddenly occurred to her. "Why, wait a minute. You must know him. Of course you must. He visits one of your lady friends." "Ah!" exclaimed Helene, with colourless face. "Yes, to be sure. The lady who lives close by. The one who used to go with you to church. She came the other day." Mother Feydeau's eyes contracted, and from under the lid she took note of her benefactress's emotion. But Helene strove to question her in a tone that would not betray her agitation. "Did she go up?" "No, she altered her mind. Perhaps she'd forgotten something. But I was at the door. She asked for Monsieur Vincent, and then got back into her cab again, calling to the driver to return home as it was too late. Oh, she's such a nice, lively, and respectable lady. The gracious God doesn't send many such into the world. Why, with the exception of yourself, she's the best. Well, may heaven bless you all." In this way, Mother Feydeau rambled on with the pious glibness of a devotee who is perpetually telling her beads. But the twitching of the myriad wrinkles of her face showed that her mind was still working, and soon she beamed with intense satisfaction. "Ah," she all at once resumed, in inconsequent fashion, "how I should like to have a pair of good shoes. My gentleman has been so very kind, I can't ask him for anything more. You see, I'm dressed. Still, I must get a pair of good shoes. Look at those I have. They're all holes, and when the weather's muddy, as it is today, one's apt to get very ill. Yes, I was down with colic yesterday. I was writhing all the afternoon. But if I had a pair of good shoes—" "I'll bring you a pair, Mother Feytaux," said Helene, waving her towards the door. Then, as the old woman retired backwards, with profuse curtsying and thanks, she asked her, "At what hour are you alone?" "My gentleman is never there after 6, she answered. "But don't give yourself a trouble. I'll come myself and get them from your doorkeeper. But you can do as you please. You are an angel from heaven. God on high will requite you for all your kindness." When she had reached the landing, she could still be heard giving vent to her feelings. Helene sat a long time plunged in the stupor which the information, supplied by this woman with such fortuitous seasonableness, had brought upon her. She now knew the place of assignation. It was a room with pink decorations in that old tumble-down house. She once more pictured to herself the staircase oozing with damp, the yellow doors on each landing grimy with the touch of greasy hands, and all the wretchedness which had stirred her heart to pity when she'd gone during the previous winter to visit Mother Feytaux. And she also strove to conjure up a vision of that pink chamber in the midst of such repulsive, poverty-stricken surroundings. However, whilst she was still absorbed in her reverie, 2 tiny warm hands were placed over her eyes, which lack of sleep had reddened, and a laughing voice inquired, "Who is it? Who is it?" It was Jeanne, who had slipped into her clothes without assistance. Mother Feytaux's voice had awakened her, and perceiving that the closet door had been shut, she'd made her toilet with the utmost speed in order to give her mother a surprise. "Who is it? Who is it?" she again inquired, convulsed more and more with laughter. She turned to Rosalie, who entered at the moment with the breakfast. "You know, don't you speak. Nobody's asking you any question." "Be quiet, you little madcap," exclaimed Helene. "I suppose it's you." The child slipped onto her mother's lap, and there, leaning back and swinging to and fro, delighted with the amusement she had devised, she resumed, "Well, it might have been another little girl, eh? Perhaps some little girl who'd brought you a letter of invitation to dine with her mamma, and she might have covered your eyes too." "Don't be silly," exclaimed Helene as she set her on the floor. "What are you talking about? Rosalie, let us have breakfast." The maid's eyes, however, were riveted on the child, and she commented upon her little mistress being so oddly dressed. To tell the truth, so great had been Jeanne's haste that she had not put on her shoes. She'd drawn on a short flannel petticoat which allowed a glimpse of her chemise, and had left her morning jacket open so that you could see her delicate, undeveloped bosom. With her hair streaming behind her, stamping about in her stockings, which were all awry, she looked charming, all in white like some child of fairyland. She cast down her eyes to see herself, and immediately burst into laughter. "Look, Mamma, I look nice, don't I? Won't you let me be as I am? It is nice." Repressing a gesture of impatience, Helene, as was her wont every morning, inquired, "Are you washed?" "Oh, Mamma," pleaded the child, her joy suddenly dashed. "Oh, Mamma, it's raining. It's too nasty." "Then you'll have no breakfast. Wash her, Rosalie." She usually took this office upon herself, but that morning she felt altogether out of sorts, and drew nearer to the fire, shivering, although the weather was so balmy. Having spread a napkin and placed 2 white china bowls on a small round table, Rosalie had brought the latter close to the fireplace. The coffee and milk steamed before the fire in a silver pot, which had been a present from Monsieur Rimbaud. At this early hour the disorderly, drowsy room seemed delightfully homelike. "Mamma! Mamma!" screamed Jeanne from the depths of the closet. "She's rubbing me too hard. It's taking my skin off. Oh dear, how awfully cold!" Helene, with eyes fixed on the coffee pot, remained engrossed in thought. She desired to know everything, so she would go. The thought of that mysterious place of assignation in so squalid a nook of Paris was an ever-present pain and vexation. She judged such taste hateful, but in it she identified Malignon's leaning towards romance. "Mademoiselle," declared Rosalie, "if you don't let me finish with you, I shall call Madame." "Stop, stop! You're poking the soap into my eyes," answered Jeanne, whose voice was hoarse with sobs. "Leave me alone. I've had enough of it. The ears can wait till tomorrow." But the splashing of water went on, and the squeezing of the sponge into the basin could be heard. There was a clamor and a struggle. The child was sobbing, but almost immediately afterward she made her appearance, shouting gaily, "It's over now! It's over now!" Her hair was now glistening with wet, and she shook herself, her face glowing with the rubbing it had received, and exhaling a fresh and pleasant odor. In her struggle to get free, her jacket had slipped from her shoulders. Her petticoat had become loosened, and her stockings had tumbled down, displaying her bare legs. According to Rosalie, she looked like an infant Jesus. Jeanne, however, felt very proud that she was clean. She had no wish to be dressed again. "Look at me, Mamma. Look at my hands and my neck and my ears. Oh, you must let me warm myself. I'm so comfortable. You don't say anything. Surely I've deserved my breakfast today." She had curled herself up before the fire in her own little easy-chair. Then Rosalie poured out the coffee and milk. Jeanne took her bowl on her lap and gravely soaked her toast in its contents with all the airs of a grown-up person. Helene had always forbidden her to eat in this way, but that morning she remained plunged in thought. She did not touch her own bread, and was satisfied with drinking her coffee. Then Jeanne, after swallowing her last morsel, was stung with remorse. Her heart filled, she put aside her bowl, and gazing on her mother's pale face, threw herself on her neck. "Mamma, are you ill now? I haven't vexed you, have I? Say." "No, no, my darling, quite the contrary. You're very good," murmured Helene as she embraced her. "I am only a little wearied. I haven't slept well. Go on playing. Don't be uneasy." The thought occurred to her that the day would prove a terribly long one. What could she do whilst waiting for the night? For some time past she had abandoned her needlework. Sewing had become a terrible weariness. For hours she lingered in her seat with idle hands, almost suffocating in her room, and craving to go out into the open air for breath, yet never stirring. It was this room which made her ill. She hated it. In angry exasperation over the 2 years which she had spent within its walls, its blue velvet and the vast panorama of the mighty city disgusted her, and her thoughts dwelt on a lodging in some busy street, the uproar of which would have deafened her. Good heavens, how long were the hours! She took up a book, but the fixed idea that engrossed her mind continually conjured up the same visions between her eyes and the page of print. In the meantime, Rosalie had been busy setting the room in order. Jeanne's hair also had been brushed, and she was dressed. While her mother sat at the window, striving to read, the child, who was in one of her moods of obstreperous gaiety, began playing a grand game. She was all alone, but this gave her no discomfort. She herself represented 3 or 4 persons in turn, with comical earnestness and gravity. At first she played the lady going on a visit. She vanished into the dining room and returned bowing and smiling, her head nodding this way and that in the most coquettish style. "Good day, madame. How are you, madame? How long is it since I've seen you? A marvelously long time, to be sure. Dear me, I've been so ill, madame. Yes, I've had the cholera. It's very disagreeable. Oh, it doesn't show. No, it makes you look younger, on my word of honor. And your children, madame? Oh, I've had 3 since last summer." So she rattled on, never ceasing her curtsying to the round table, which doubtless represented the lady she was visiting. Next, she ventured to bring the chairs closer together, and for an hour carried on a general conversation, her talk abounding in extraordinary phrases. "Don't be silly," said her mother at intervals, when the chatter put her out of patience. "But, Mamma, I'm paying my friend a visit. She's speaking to me, and I must answer her. At tea, nobody ought to put the cakes in their pockets, ought they?" Then she turned and began again. "Goodbye, madame. Your tea was delicious. Remember me most kindly to your husband." The next moment came something else. She was going out shopping in her carriage, and got astride of a chair like a boy. "Jeanne, not so quick, I'm afraid. Stop, stop, here is the milliner's. Mademoiselle, how much is this bonnet?" 300 francs. That isn't dear, but it isn't pretty. I should like it with a bird on it. A bird big like that. Come, Jean, drive me to the grocer's. Have you some honey?" "Yes, madame, here is some." "Oh, how nice it is! But I don't want any of it. Give me 2 sous worth of sugar." "Oh, Jean, look, take care." "There, we've had a spill. Mr. Policeman, it was the cart which drove against us." "You're not hurt, madame, are you?" "No, sir, in the least." "Jean, Jean, home now. Gee up, gee up. Wait a minute, I must order some chemises. 3 dozen chemises for madame. I want some boots, too, and some stays. Gee up, gee up. Good gracious, we shall never get back again." Then she fanned herself, enacting the part of a lady who has returned home and is finding fault with her servants. She never remained quiet for a moment. She was in a feverish ecstasy, full of all sorts of whimsical ideas. All the life she knew surged up in her little brain and escaped from it in fragments. Mornings and afternoons she thus moved about, dancing and chattering, and when she grew tired, a footstool or parasol discovered in a corner, or some shred of stuff lying on the floor, would suffice to launch her into a new game in which her effervescing imagination found fresh outlet. Persons, places, and incidents were all of her own creation, and she amused herself as much as though 12 children of her own age had been beside her. But evening came at last. 6 o'clock was about to strike, and Helene, rousing herself from the troubled stupor in which she had spent the afternoon, hurriedly threw a shawl over her shoulders. "Are you going out, Mamma?" asked Jeanne in her surprise. "Yes, my darling, just for a walk close by. I won't be long. Be good." Outside it was still thawing. The footways were covered with mud. In the Rue de Passy, Helene entered a boot shop to which she had taken Mother Vetou on a previous occasion. Then she returned along the Rue Rayonnard. The sky was grey, and from the pavement a mist was rising. The street stretched dimly before her, deserted and fear-inspiring, though the hour was yet early. In the damp haze the infrequent gas lamps glimmered like yellow spots. She quickened her steps, keeping close to the houses, and shrinking from sight as though she were on the way to some assignation. However, as she hastily turned into the Passage des Eaux, she halted beneath the archway, her heart giving way to genuine terror. The passage opened beneath her like some black gulf. The bottom of it was invisible. The only thing she could see in this black tunnel was the quivering gleam of the one lamp which lighted it. Eventually she made up her mind and grasped the iron railing to prevent herself from slipping. Feeling her way with the tip of her boots, she landed successively on the broad steps. The walls, right and left, grew closer, seemingly prolonged by the darkness, while the bare branches of the trees above cast vague shadows, like those of gigantic arms with closed or outstretched hands. She trembled as she thought that one of the garden doors might open and a man spring out upon her. There were no passers-by, however, and she stepped down as quickly as possible. Suddenly, from out of the darkness loomed a shadow which coughed, and she was frozen with fear. but it was only an old woman creeping with difficulty up the path. Then she felt less uneasy and carefully raised her dress, which had been trailing in the mud. So thick was the latter that her boots were constantly sticking to the steps. At the bottom, she turned aside instinctively. From the branches the raindrops dripped fast into the passage, and the lamp glittered like that of some miner hanging to the side of a pit which infiltrations have rendered dangerous. Helene climbed straight to the attic she had so often visited at the top of a large house abutting on the passage. But nothing stirred, although she rapped loudly. In considerable perplexity she descended the stairs again. Mother Feytaux was doubtless in the rooms on the first floor, where, however, Helene dared not show herself. She remained 5 minutes in the entry, which was lighted by a petroleum lamp. Then again she ascended the stairs hesitatingly, gazing at each door, and was on the point of going away when the old woman leaned over the balusters. "What, it's you on the stairs, my good lady!" she exclaimed. "Come in, and don't catch cold out there. Oh, it is a vile place, enough to kill one." "No, thank you," said Helene. "I've brought you your pair of shoes, Mother Feytaux." She looked at the door which Mother Feytaux had left open behind her, and caught a glimpse of a stove within. "I'm all alone, I assure you," declared the old woman. "Come in. This is the kitchen here. Oh, you're not proud with us poor folks. We can talk to you." Despite the repugnance which shame at the purpose of her coming created within her, Helene followed her. "God in heaven, how can I thank you? Oh, what lovely shoes! Wait, and I'll put them on. There's my whole foot in. It fits me like a glove. Bless the day, I can walk with these without being afraid of the rain. Oh, my good lady, you are my preserver. You've given me 10 more years of life. No, it's no flattery. It's what I think, as true as there's a lamp shining on us. No, I don't flatter." She melted into tears as she spoke, and grasping Helene's hands kissed them. In a stewpan on the stove some wine was being heated, and on the table, near the lamp, stood a half-empty bottle of Bordeaux with its tapering neck. The only other things placed there were 4 dishes, a glass, 2 saucepans, and an earthenware pot. It could be seen that Mother Feytaux camped in this bachelor's kitchen, and that the fires were lit for herself only. Seeing Helene's glance turn towards the stewpan, she coughed, and once more put on her dolorous expression. "It's gripping me again," she groaned. "Oh, it's useless for the doctor to talk. I must have some creature in my inside. And then a drop of wine relieves me so. I'm greatly afflicted, my good lady. I wouldn't have a soul suffer from my trouble. It's too dreadful. Well, I'm nursing myself a bit now, and when a person has passed through so much, isn't it fair she should do so? I have been so lucky in falling in with a nice gentleman. May heaven bless him." With this outburst she dropped 2 large lumps of sugar into her wine. She was now getting more corpulent than ever, and her little eyes had almost vanished from her fat face. She moved slowly, with a beatifical expression of felicity. Her life's ambition was now evidently satisfied. For this she had been born. When she put her sugar away again, Helene caught a glimpse of some tidbits secreted at the bottom of a cupboard. A jar of preserves, a bag of biscuits, and even some cigars, all doubtless pilfered from the gentleman lodger. "Well, good-bye, Mother Feytaux. I'm going away," she exclaimed. The old lady, however, pushed the saucepan to one side of the stove and murmured, "Wait a minute. This is far too hot. I'll drink it by and by. No, don't go out that way. I must beg pardon for having received you in the kitchen. Let us go round the rooms." She caught up the lamp and turned into a narrow passage. Helene, with beating heart, followed close behind. The passage, dilapidated and smoky, was reeking with damp. Then a door was thrown open, and she found herself treading a thick carpet. Mother Fatu had already advanced into a room which was plunged in darkness and silence. "Well," she asked, as she lifted up the lamp, "it's very nice, isn't it?" There were 2 rooms, each of them square, communicating with one another by folding doors, which had been removed and replaced by curtains. Both were hung with pink cretonne of a Louis XV pattern, picturing chubby-cheeked cupids disporting themselves amongst garlands of flowers. In the first apartment there was a round table, 2 lounges and some easy-chairs, and in the second, which was somewhat smaller, most of the space was occupied by the bed. Mother Fatu drew attention to a crystal lamp with gilt chains which hung from the ceiling. To her this lamp was the veritable acme of luxury. Then she began explaining things. "You can't imagine what a funny fellow he is. He lights it up in midday and stays here, smoking a cigar and gazing into vacancy. But it amuses him, it seems. Well, it doesn't matter. I've an idea he must have spent a lot of money in his time." Helene went through the rooms in silence. They seemed to her in bad taste. There was too much pink everywhere. The furniture also looked far too new. "He calls himself Monsieur Vincent," continued the old woman, rambling on. "Of course, it's all the same to me, as long as he pays my gentleman." "Well, goodbye, Mother Fatu," said Helene, in whose throat a feeling of suffocation was gathering. She was burning to get away, but on opening a door she found herself threading 3 small rooms, the bareness and dirt of which were repulsive. The paper hung in tatters from the walls, the ceilings were grimy, and old plaster littered the broken floors. The whole place was pervaded by a smell of long prevalent squalor. "Not that way! Not that way!" screamed Mother Fatu. "That door is generally shut. These are the other rooms which they haven't attempted to clean. My word, it's cost them quite enough already. Yes, indeed, these aren't nearly so nice. Come this way, my good lady, come this way." On Helene's return to the pink boudoir, she stopped to kiss her hand once more. "You see, I'm not ungrateful. I shall never forget the shoes. How well they fit me, and how warm they are. Why, I could walk 6 miles with them. What can I beg heaven to grant you? O Lord, hearken to me, and grant that she may be the happiest of women, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost." A devout enthusiasm had suddenly come upon Mother Fatu. She repeated the sign of the cross again and again, and bowed the knee in the direction of the crystal lamp. This done, she opened the door conducting to the landing, and whispered in a changed voice into Helene's ear, "Whenever you'd like to call, just knock at the kitchen door. I'm always there." Dazed, and glancing behind her as though she were leaving a place of dubious repute, Helene hurried down the staircase, reascended the Passage des Eaux, and regained the Rue Vineuse, without consciousness of the ground she was covering. The old woman's last words still rang in her ears. In truth, no, never again would she set foot in that house, never again would she bear her charity thither. Why should she ever rap at the kitchen door again? At present she was satisfied. She'd seen what was to be seen, and she was full of scorn for herself, for everybody. How disgraceful to have gone there! The recollection of the place with its tawdry finery and squalid surroundings filled her with mingled anger and disgust. "Well, madame," exclaimed Rosalie, who was awaiting her return on the staircase, "the dinner will be nice." "Dear, oh dear, it's been burning for half an hour." At table, Jeanne plagued her mother with questions. Where had she been? What had she been about? However, as the answer she received proved somewhat curt, she began to amuse herself by giving a little dinner. Her doll was perched near her on a chair, and in a sisterly fashion she placed half of her dessert before it. "Now, mademoiselle, you must eat like a lady. See, wipe your mouth. Oh, the dirty little thing! She doesn't even know how to wear her napkin. There, you're nice now. See, here's a biscuit. What do you say? You want some preserve on it? Well, I should think it better as it is. Let me pare you a quarter of this apple. She placed the doll's share on the chair. But when she had emptied her own plate, she took the dainties back again, one after the other, and devoured them, speaking all the time as though she were the doll.
Oh, it's delicious. I've never seen such nice jam. Where did you get this jam, madame? I shall tell my husband to buy a pot of it. Do those beautiful apples come from your garden, madame?
She fell asleep while thus playing, and stumbled into the bedroom with the doll in her arms. She'd given herself no rest since morning. Her little legs could no longer sustain her. She was helpless and weary to death. However, a ripple of laughter passed over her face, even in sleep. In her dreams, she must have been still continuing her play. At last, Helene was alone in her room. With closed doors, she spent a miserable evening beside the dead fire. Her will was failing her. Thoughts that found no utterance were stirring within the innermost recesses of her heart. At midnight she wearily sought her bed, but there her torture passed endurance. She dozed, she tossed from side to side as though a fire were beneath her. She was haunted by visions which sleeplessness enlarged to a gigantic size. Then an idea took root in her brain. In vain did she strive to banish it. It clung to her, surged and clutched her at the throat till it entirely swayed her. About 2:00 she rose, rigid, pallid, and resolute as a somnambulist, and having again lighted the lamp, she wrote a letter in a disguised hand. It was a vague denunciation, a note of 3 lines, requesting Dr. Deberle to repair that day to such a place at such an hour. There was no explanation, no signature. She sealed the envelope and dropped the letter into the pocket of her dress, which was hanging over an armchair. Then, returning to bed, she immediately closed her eyes, and in a few minutes was lying there breathless, overpowered by leaden slumber. This ends chapter 17. Chapter 18 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola. Translated by C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 18. It was nearly 9:00 the next morning before Rosalie was able to serve the coffee. Helene had risen late. She was weary and pale with the nightmare that had broken her rest. She rummaged in the pocket of her dress, felt the letter there, pressed it to the very bottom, and sat down at the table without opening her lips. Jeanne, too, was suffering from headache and had a pale, troubled face. She quitted her bed regretfully that morning without any heart to indulge in play. There was a sooty color in the sky, and a dim light saddened the room, while from time to time sudden downpours of rain beat against the windows. "Mademoiselle is in the blues," said Rosalie, who monopolized all the talk. "She can't keep cheerful for 2 days running. That's what comes of dancing about too much yesterday." "Do you feel ill, Jeanne?" asked Helene. "No, Mamma," answered the child. "It's only the nasty weather." Helene lapsed once more into silence. She finished her coffee and sat in her chair, plunged in thought, with her eyes riveted on the flames. While rising, she had reflected that it was her duty to speak to Juliette and bid her renounce the afternoon assignation. But how? She could not say. Still, the necessity of the step was impressed on her, and now her one urgent, all-absorbing thought was to attempt it. 10:00 struck, and she began to dress. Jeanne gazed at her, and, on seeing her take up her bonnet, clasped her little hands as though stricken with cold, while over her face crept a pained look. It was her wont to take umbrage whenever her mother went out. She was unwilling to quit her side, and craved to go with her everywhere. "Rosalie," said Helene, "make haste and finish the room. Don't go out. I'll be back in a moment." She stooped and gave Jeanne a hasty kiss, not noticing her vexation. But the moment she'd gone, a sob broke from the child, who had hitherto summoned all her dignity to her aid to restrain her emotion. "Oh, mademoiselle, how naughty!" exclaimed the maid by way of consolation. "Gracious powers, no one will rob you of your mamma. You must allow her to see after her affairs. You can't always be hanging to her skirts." Meanwhile, Helene had turned the corner of the Rue Vineuse, keeping close to the wall for protection against the rain. It was Pierre who opened the door, but at sight of her he seemed somewhat embarrassed. "Is Madame Deberle at home?" "Yes, madame, but I don't know whether—" Helene, in the character of a family friend, was pushing past him towards the drawing-room, but he took the liberty of stopping her. "Wait, madame, I'll go and see." He slipped into the room, opening the door as little as he could, and immediately afterwards Juliette could be heard speaking in a tone of irritation. "What, you've allowed someone to come in? Why, I forbade it peremptorily. It's incredible. I can't be left quiet for an instant." Helene, however, pushed open the door, strong in her resolve to do that which she imagined to be her duty. "Oh, it's you," said Juliette, as she perceived her. "I didn't catch who it was." The look of annoyance did not fade from her face, however, and it was evident that the visit was ill-timed. "Do I disturb you?" asked Helene. "Not at all. Not at all," answered the other. "You'll understand in a moment. We've been getting up a surprise. We are rehearsing Caprice, to play on one of my Wednesdays. We'd selected this morning for rehearsal, thinking nobody would know of it. But you'll stay now? You will have to keep silence about it, that's all." One of Alfred de Musset's plays. Then, clapping her hands and addressing herself to Madame Berthier, who was standing in the middle of the drawing-room, she began once more, without paying any further attention to Helene. Come, we must get on. You don't give sufficient point to the sentence. To make a purse unknown to one's husband would in the eyes of most people seem rather more than romantic. Say that again." Intensely surprised at finding her engaged in this way, Helene had sat down. The chairs and tables had been pushed against the wall, the carpet thus being left clear. Madame Berthier, a delicate blonde, repeated her soliloquy, with her eyes fixed on the ceiling in her effort to recall the words, while plump Madame de Guiraud, a beautiful brunette, who had assumed the character of Madame de Léry, reclined in an armchair awaiting her cue. The ladies, in their unpretentious morning gowns, had doffed neither bonnets nor gloves. Seated in front of them, her hair in disorder and a volume of Musset in her hand, was Juliette, in a dressing gown of white cashmere. Her face wore the serious expression of a stage manager tutoring his actors as to the tones they should speak in and the byplay they should introduce. The day being dull, the small curtains of embroidered tulle had been pulled aside and swung across the knobs of the window fastenings, so that the garden could be seen, dark and damp. "You don't display sufficient emotion," declared Juliette. "Put a little more meaning into it. Every word ought to tell. Begin again. I'm going to finish your toilet, my dear little purse." "I shall be an awful failure," said Madame Berthier languidly. "Why don't you play the part instead of me? You would make a delicious Matilda." "I? Oh, no. In the first place, one needs to be fair. Besides, I'm a very good teacher, but a bad pupil. But let us get on. Let us get on." Helene sat still in her corner. Madame Berthier, engrossed in her part, had not even turned round. Madame de Guiraud had merely honored her with a slight nod. She realized that she was in the way, and that she ought to have declined to stay. If she still remained, it was no longer through the sense of a duty to be fulfilled, but rather by reason of a strange feeling stirring vaguely in her heart's depths, a feeling which had previously thrilled her in this self-same spot. The unkindly greeting which Juliet had bestowed on her pained her. However, the young woman's friendships were usually capricious. She worshipped people for 3 months, threw herself on their necks, and seemed to live for them alone. Then, one morning, without affording any explanation, she appeared to lose all consciousness of being acquainted with them. Without doubt, in this, as in everything else, she was simply yielding to a fashionable craze, an inclination to love the people who were loved by her own circle. These sudden veerings of affection, however, deeply wounded Helene, for her generous and undemonstrative heart had its ideal in eternity. She often left the Deberles plunged in sadness, full of despair when she thought how fragile and unstable was the basis of human love. And on this occasion, in this crisis in her life, the thought brought her still keener pain. "We'll skip the scene with Chavigny," said Juliet. "He won't be here this morning. Let us see Madame de Lary's entrance. Now, Madame de Guerrero, here's your cue." Then she read from her book, "Just imagine my showing him this purse." "Oh, it's exceedingly pretty. Let me look at it," began Madame de Guerrero in a falsetto voice, as she rose with a silly expression on her face. When the servant had opened the door to her, Helene had pictured a scene entirely different from this. She had imagined that she would find Juliet displaying excessive nervousness, with pallid cheeks, hesitating and yet allured, shivering at the very thought of assignation. She'd pictured herself imploring her to reflect, till the young woman, choked with sobs, threw herself into her arms. Then they would have mingled their tears together, and Helene would have quitted her with the thought that Henri was henceforward lost to her, but that she had secured his happiness. However, there had been nothing of all this. She'd merely fallen on this rehearsal, which was wholly unintelligible to her, and she saw Juliet before her with unruffled features, like one who has had a good night's rest, and with her mind sufficiently at ease to discuss Madame Berthier's byplay, without troubling herself in the least degree about what she would do in the afternoon. This indifference and frivolity chilled Helene, who'd come to the house with passion consuming her. A longing to speak fell on her. At a venture she inquired, "Who will play the part of Chavigny?" "Why, Malignon, of course," answered Juliet, turning round with an air of astonishment. "He played Chavigny all last winter. It's a nuisance he can't come to the rehearsals. Listen, ladies, I'm going to read Chavigny's part. Unless that's done, we shall never get on." Thereupon she herself began acting the man's part, her voice deepening unconsciously, whilst she assumed a cavalier air in harmony with the situation. Madame Berthier renewed her warbling tones, and Madame de Guerrero took infinite pains to be lively and witty. When Pierre came in to put some more wood on the fire, he slyly glanced at the ladies, who amused him immensely. Helene, still fixed in her resolve, despite some heart-shrinking, attempted, however, to take Juliet aside. "Only a minute. I've something to say to you." "Oh, impossible, my dear. You see how much I am engaged. Tomorrow, if you have the time." Helene said no more. The young woman's unconcern displeased her. She felt anger growing within her as she observed how calm and collected Juliet was, when she herself had endured such intense agony since the night before. At one moment she was on the point of rising and letting things take their course. It was exceedingly foolish of her to wish to save this woman. Her nightmare began once more. Her hand slipped into her pocket, and finding the letter there, clasped it in a feverish grasp. Why should she have any care for the happiness of others when they had no care for her and did not suffer as she did? "Oh, capital, capital!" exclaimed Juliet of a sudden. Madame Berthier's head was now reclining on Madame de Guerrero's shoulder, and she was declaring through her sobs, I am sure that he loves her. I am sure of it. Your success will be immense, said Juliet. Say that once more. I am sure that he loves her. I am sure of it. Leave your head as it is. You're divine. Now, Madame de Guiraud, your turn. No, no, my child, it cannot be. It is a caprice, a fancy, replied the stout lady. Perfect. But oh, the scene is a long one, isn't it? Let us rest a little while. We must have that incident in proper working order. Then they all three plunged into a discussion regarding the arrangement of a drawing room. The dining room door to the left would serve for entrances and exits. An easy chair could be placed on the right, a couch at the farther end, and the table could be pushed close to the fireplace. Helene, who had risen, followed them about as though she felt an interest in these scenic arrangements. She'd now abandoned her idea of eliciting an explanation, and merely wished to make a last effort to prevent Juliet from going to the place of meeting. I intended asking you, she said to her, if it isn't today that you mean to pay Madame de Chermette a visit. Yes, this afternoon. Then, if you'll allow me, I'll go with you. It's such a long time since I promised to go to see her. For a moment Juliet betrayed signs of embarrassment, but speedily regained her self-possession. Of course, I should be very happy. Only I have so many things to look after. I must do some shopping first, and I have no idea at what time I shall be able to get to Madame de Chermette's. That doesn't matter, said Helene. It will enable me to have a walk. Listen, I will speak to you candidly. Well, you must not press me. You would be in my way. Let it be some other Monday. This was said without a trace of emotion, so flatly and with so quiet a smile that Helene was dumbfounded and uttered not another syllable. She was obliged to lend some assistance to Juliet, who suddenly decided to bring the table close to the fireplace. Then she drew back, and the rehearsal began once more. In a soliloquy which followed the scene, Madame de Guiraud, with considerable power, spoke these two sentences. But what a treacherous gulf is the heart of man! In truth, we are worth more than they. And Helene, what ought she to do now? Within her breast the question raised a storm that stirred her to vague thoughts of violence. She experienced an irresistible desire to be revenged on Juliet's tranquillity, as if that self-possession were an insult directed against her own fevered heart. She dreamed of facilitating her fall, that she might see whether she would always retain this unruffled demeanor. And she thought of herself scornfully as she recalled her delicacy and scruples. 20 times already she ought to have said to Henri, I love you. Let us go away together. Could she have done so, however, without the most intense emotion? Could she have displayed the callous composure of this woman who 3 hours before her first assignation was rehearsing a comedy in her own home? Even at this moment she trembled more than Juliet. What maddened her was the consciousness of her own passion amidst the quiet cheerfulness of this drawing-room. She was terrified lest she should burst out into some angry speech. Was she a coward, then? But all at once a door opened, and Henri's voice reached her ear. Do not disturb yourselves. I'm only passing. The rehearsal was drawing to a close. Juliet, who was still reading Chavigny's part, had just caught hold of Madame de Guiraud's hand. Ernestine, I adore you, she exclaimed with an outburst of passionate earnestness. Then Madame de Blainville is no longer beloved by you? Inquired Madame de Guiraud. However, so long as her husband was present, Juliet declined to proceed. There was no need of the men knowing anything about it. The doctor showed himself most polite to the ladies. He complimented them and predicted an immense success. With black gloves on his hands and his face clean-shaven, he was about to begin his round of visits. On his entry, he had merely greeted Helene with a slight bow. At the Comédie Française, he had seen some very great actress in the character of Madame de Léry, and he acquainted Madame de Guiraud with some of the usual by-play of the scene. At the moment when Chavigny is going to throw himself at your feet, you fling the purse into the fire. Dispassionately, you know, without any anger, like a woman who plays with love. All right, leave us alone, said Juliet. We know all about it. At last, when they had heard him close his study door, she began once more. Ernestine, I adore you. Prior to his departure, Henri had saluted Helene with the same slight bow. She sat dumb, as though awaiting some catastrophe. The sudden appearance of the husband had seemed to her ominous, but when he had gone, his courtesy and evident blindness made him seem to her ridiculous. So he also gave attention to this idiotic comedy, and there was no loving fire in his eye as he looked at her sitting there. The whole house had become hateful and cold to her. Here was a downfall. There was nothing to restrain her any longer, for she abhorred Henry as much as Juliet. Within her pocket she held the letter in her convulsive grasp. At last, murmuring, "Goodbye for the present," she quitted the room, her head swimming and the furniture seeming to dance around her. And in her ears rang these words uttered by Madame de Guiraud. "Adieu. You will perhaps think badly of me today, but you will have some kindly feeling for me tomorrow, and believe me, that's much better than a caprice." When Helene had shut the house door and reached the pavement, she drew the letter with a violent, almost mechanical gesture from her pocket and dropped it into the letter-box. Then she stood motionless for a few seconds, still dazed, her eyes glaring at the narrow brass plate which had fallen back again in its place. "It is done," she exclaimed in a whisper. Once more she pictured the rooms hung with pink cretonne. Malignon and Juliet were there together, but all of a sudden the wall was riven open and the husband entered. She was conscious of no more, and a great calm fell on her. Instinctively she looked around to see if anyone had observed her dropping the letter in the box. But the street was deserted. Then she turned the corner and went back home. "Have you been good, my darling?" she asked as she kissed Jeanne. The child, still seated on the same chair, raised the gloomy face towards her, and without answering threw both arms around her neck and kissed her with a great gasp. Her grief indeed had been intense. At lunchtime, Rosalie seemed greatly surprised. "Madame surely went for a long walk," said she. "Why do you think so?" asked Helene. "Because Madame is eating with such an appetite. It is long since Madame ate so heartily." It was true. She was very hungry. With her sudden relief, she had felt her stomach empty. She experienced the feeling of intense peace and content. After the shocks of these last 2 days, a stillness fell upon her spirit. Her limbs relaxed and became as supple as though she had just left a bath. The only sensation that remained to her was one of heaviness somewhere, an indefinable load that weighed upon her. When she returned to her bedroom, her eyes were at once directed towards the clock, the hands of which pointed to 25 minutes past 12. Juliet's assignation was for 3 o'clock. 2 hours and a half must still elapse. She made the reckoning mechanically. Moreover, she was in no hurry. The hands of the clock were moving on, and no one in the world could stop them. She left things to their own accomplishment. A child's cap, long since begun, was lying unfinished on the table. She took it up and began to sew at the window. The room was plunged in unbroken silence. Jeanne had seated herself in her usual place, but her arms hung idly beside her. "Mamma," she said, "I cannot work. It's no fun at all." "Well, my darling, don't do anything." "Oh, wait a minute. You can thread my needles." In a languid way, the child silently attended to the duty assigned her. Having carefully cut some equal lengths of cotton, she spent a long time in finding the eyes of the needles, and was only just ready with one of them threaded when her mother had finished with the last. You see, said the latter gently, this will save time. The last of my 6 little caps will be finished tonight. She turned round to glance at the clock. 10 minutes past 1. Still nearly 2 hours. Juliette must now be beginning to dress. Henri had received the letter. Oh, he would certainly go. The instructions were precise. He would find the place without delay. But it all seemed so far off still, and she felt no emotional fever, but went on sewing with regular stitches as industriously as a work girl. The minutes slipped by one. At last, 2 o'clock struck. A ring at the bell came as a surprise. "Who can it be, mother darling?" asked Jeanne, who had jumped on her chair. "Oh, it's you," she continued, as Monsieur Rimbaud entered the room. "Why did you ring so loudly? You gave me quite a fright." The worthy man was in consternation. To tell the truth, his tug at the bell had been a little too violent. "I'm not myself today. I'm ill," the child resumed. "You must not frighten me." Monsieur Rimbaud displayed the greatest solicitude. What was the matter with his poor darling? He only sat down, relieved, when Helene had signed to him that the child was in her dismals, as Rosalie was wont to say. A call from him in the daytime was a rare occurrence, and so he at once set about explaining the object of his visit. It concerned some fellow townsman of his, an old workman who could find no employment owing to his advanced years, and who lived with his paralytic wife in a tiny little room. Their wretchedness could not be pictured. He himself had gone up that morning to make a personal investigation. Their lodging was a mere hole under the tiles, with a swing window, through whose broken panes the wind beat in. Inside, stretched on a mattress, he'd found a woman wrapped in an old curtain, while the man squatted on the floor in a state of stupefaction, no longer finding sufficient courage even to sweep the place. "Oh, poor things! Poor things!" exclaimed Helene, moved to tears. It was not the old workman who gave Monsieur Rimbaud any uneasiness. He would remove him to his own house and find him something to do. But there was the wife with palsied frame, whom the husband dared not leave for a moment alone, and who had to be rolled up like a bundle. Where could she be put? What was to be done with her? "I thought of you," he went on. "You must obtain her instant admission to an asylum. I should have gone straight to Monsieur Deberle, but I imagined you knew him better and would have greater influence with him. If you would be kind enough to interest him in the matter, it could all be arranged tomorrow." Trembling with pity, her cheeks white, Jeanne listened to the tale. "Oh, mamma," she murmured with clasped hands, "be kind. Get the admission for the poor woman." Yes, of course," said Helene, whose emotion was increasing. "I will speak to the doctor as soon as I can. He will himself take every requisite step. Give me their names and the address, Monsieur Rimbaud." He scribbled a line on the table and said as he rose, "It's 35 minutes past 2. You would perhaps find the doctor at home now." She had risen at the same time, and as she looked at the clock, a fierce thrill swept through her frame. In truth, it was already 35 minutes past 2, and the hands were still creeping on. She stammered out that the doctor must have started on his round of visits. Her eyes were riveted on the dial. Meantime, Monsieur Rimbaud remained standing hat in hand and beginning his story once more. These poor people had sold everything, even their stove, and since the setting in of winter had spent their days and nights alike without a fire. At the close of December they'd been 4 days without food. Helene gave vent to a cry of compassion. The hands of the clock now marked 20 minutes to 3. Monsieur Rimbaud devoted another 2 minutes to his farewell. "Well, I depend on you," he said. And stooping to kiss Jeanne, he added, "Goodbye, my darling."
"Goodbye. Don't worry, Mamma won't forget. I'll make her remember."
When Helene came back from the anteroom, whither she'd gone in company with Monsieur Rimbaud, the hands of the clock pointed to 2:45. Another quarter of an hour and all would be over. As she stood motionless before the fireplace, the scene which was about to be enacted flashed before her eyes. Juliette was already there. Henri entered and surprised her. She knew the room. She could see the scene in its minutest details with terrible vividness. And still affected by Monsieur Rimbaud's awful story, she felt a mighty shudder rise from her limbs to her face. A voice cried out within her that what she had done, the writing of that letter, that cowardly denunciation, was a crime. The truth came to her with dazzling clearness. Yes, it was a crime she had committed. She recalled to memory the gesture with which she had flung the letter into the box. She recalled it with a sense of stupor, such as might have come over one on seeing another commit an evil act, without thought of intervening. She was as if awaking from a dream. What was it that had happened? Why was she here, with eyes ever fixed on the hands of that dial? 2 more minutes had slipped away. "Mamma," said Jeanne, "if you like, we'll go to see the doctor together tonight. It will be a walk for me. I feel stifling today." Helene, however, did not hear. 13 minutes must yet elapse. But she could not allow so horrible a thing to take place. In this stormy awakening of her rectitude, she felt naught but a furious craving to prevent it. She must prevent it, otherwise she would be unable to live. In a state of frenzy, she ran about her bedroom. "Ah, you're going to take me!" exclaimed Jeanne joyously. "We're going to see the doctor at once, aren't we, mother darling?" "No, no," Helene answered, while she hunted for her boots, stooping to look under the bed. They were not to be found, but she shrugged her shoulders with supreme indifference when it occurred to her that she could very well run out in the flimsy house slippers she had on her feet. She was now turning the wardrobe topsy-turvy in her search for her shawl. Jeanne crept up to her with a coaxing air. "Then you're not going to the doctor's, mother darling?" "No." "Say that you'll take me all the same. Oh, do take me. It will be such a pleasure." But Helene had at last found her shawl, and she threw it over her shoulders. Good heavens, only 12 minutes left. Just time to run. She would go. She would do something, no matter what. She would decide on the way. "Mamma, dear, do please take me with you," said Jeanne, in tones that grew louder and more imploring. "I cannot take you," said Helene. "I'm going to a place where children don't go. Give me my bonnet." Jeanne's face blanched. Her eyes grew dim. Her words came with a gasp. "Where are you going?" she asked. The mother made no reply. She was tying the strings of her bonnet. Then the child continued. "You always go out without me now. You went out yesterday. You went out today. And you're going out again. Oh, I'm dreadfully grieved. I'm afraid to be here all alone. I shall die if you leave me here. Do you hear, mother darling? I shall die." Then, bursting into loud sobs, overwhelmed by a fit of grief and rage, she clung fast to Helene's skirts. "Come, come, leave me. Be good. I'm coming back," her mother repeated. "No, no, I won't have it," the child exclaimed through her sobs. "Oh, you don't love me any longer, or you would take me with you. Yes, yes, I'm sure you love other people better. Take me with you, or I'll stay here on the floor. You'll come back and find me on the floor." She wound her little arms round her mother's legs. She wept with face buried in the folds of her dress. She clung to her and weighed upon her to prevent her making a step forward. And still the hands of the clock moved steadily on. It was 10 minutes to 3. Then Helene thought she would never reach the house in time, and nearly distracted, she wrenched Jeanne from her grasp, exclaiming, "What an unbearable child! This is veritable tyranny. If you sob any more, I'll have something to say to you." She left the room and slammed the door behind her. Jeanne had staggered back to the window, her sobs suddenly arrested by this brutal treatment. Her limbs stiffened, her face quite white. She stretched her hands towards the door and twice wailed out the words, "Mama! Mama!" And then she remained where she had fallen on a chair, with eyes staring and features distorted by the jealous thought that her mother was deceiving her. On reaching the street, Helene hastened her steps. The rain had ceased, but great drops fell from the housetops onto her shoulders. She'd resolved that she would reflect outside and fix on some plan, but now she was only inflamed with a desire to reach the house. When she reached the Passage des Eaux, she hesitated for just one moment. The descent had become a torrent. The water of the gutters of the Rue Rainoir was rushing down it, and as the stream bounded over the steps, between the close-set walls, it broke here and there into foam, whilst the edges of the stones, washed clear by the downpour, shone out like glass. A gleam of pale light falling from the grey sky made the passage look wider between the dusky branches of the trees. Helene went down it, scarcely raising her skirts. The water came up to her ankles. She almost lost her flimsy slippers in the puddles. Around her, down the whole way, she heard a gurgling sound, like the murmuring of brooklets coursing through the grass in the depths of the woods. All at once, she found herself on the stairs in front of the door. She stood there, panting in a state of torture. Then her memory came back, and she decided to knock at the kitchen.
"What? Is it you?" exclaimed Mother Feydeau.
There was none of the old whimper in her voice. Her little eyes were sparkling, and a complacent grin had spread over the myriad wrinkles of her face. All the old deference vanished, and she patted Helene's hands as she listened to her broken words. The young woman gave her 20 francs.
"May God requite you," prayed Mother Feydeau in her wonted style. "Whatever you please, my dear."
This ends chapter 18. Chapter 19 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 19. Leaning back in an easy chair, with his legs stretched out before the huge blazing fire, Malignon sat waiting. He had considered it a good idea to draw the window curtains and light the wax candles. The outer room in which he had seated himself was brilliantly illuminated by a small chandelier and a pair of candelabra, whilst the other apartment was plunged in shadow, the swinging crystal lamp alone casting on the floor a twilight gleam. Malignon drew out his watch. "The deuce," he muttered. "Is she going to keep me waiting again?" He gave vent to a slight yawn. He'd been waiting for an hour already, and it was small amusement to him. However, he rose and cast a glance over his preparations. The arrangement of the chairs did not please him, and he rolled a couch in front of the fireplace. The cretonne hangings had a ruddy glow as they reflected the light of the candles. The room was warm, silent, and cozy, while outside the wind came and went in sudden gusts. All at once the young man heard 3 hurried knocks at the door. It was the signal. "At last!" he exclaimed aloud, his face beaming jubilantly. He ran to open the door, and Juliette entered, her face veiled, her figure wrapped in a fur mantle. While Malignon was gently closing the door, she stood still for a moment, with the emotion that checked the words on her lips undetected. However, before the young man had had time to take her hand, she raised her veil and displayed a smiling face, rather pale but quite unruffled. "What? You've lighted up the place!" she exclaimed. "Why, I thought you hated candles in broad daylight." Malignon, who'd been making ready to clasp her with a passionate gesture that he'd been rehearsing, was put somewhat out of countenance by this remark, and hastened to explain that the day was too wretched, and that the windows looked on to waste patches of ground. Besides, night was his special delight. "Well, one never knows how to take you," she retorted jestingly. "Last spring at my children's ball, you made such a fuss declaring that the place was like some cavern, some dead house. However, let us say that your taste has changed." She seemed to be paying a mere visit, and affected a courage which slightly deepened her voice. This was the only indication of her uneasiness. At times her chin twitched somewhat, as though she felt some uneasiness in her throat. But her eyes were sparkling, and she tasted to the full the keen pleasure born of her imprudence. She thought of Madame de Charmette, of whom such scandalous stories were related. Good heavens, it seemed strange all the same. "Let us have a look round," she began. And thereupon she began inspecting the apartment. He followed in her footsteps, while she gazed at the furniture, examined the walls, looked upwards, and started back, chattering all the time. "I don't like your cretonne. It is so frightfully common," said she. "Where did you buy that abominable pink stuff? There's a chair that would be nice if the wood weren't covered with gilding. Not a picture, not a knick-knack, only your chandelier and your candelabra, which are by no means in good style. Ah, well, my dear fellow, I advise you to continue laughing at my Japanese pavilion." She burst into a laugh, thus revenging herself on him for the old affronts which still rankled in her breast. "Your taste is a pretty one, and no mistake. You don't know that my idol is worth more than the whole lot of your things. A draper shopman wouldn't have selected that pink stuff. Was it your idea to fascinate your washerwoman?" Malignon felt very much hurt and did not answer. He made an attempt to lead her into the inner room, but she remained on the threshold, declaring that she never entered such gloomy places. Besides, she could see quite enough. The one room was worthy of the other. The whole of it had come from the Saint-Antoine quarter. But the hanging lamp was her special aversion. She attacked it with merciless raillery. What a trashy thing it was, such as some little work-girl with no furniture of her own might have dreamt of. Why, lamps in the same style could be bought at all the bazaars at 7 francs 50 centimes apiece. "I paid 90 francs for it," at last ejaculated Malignon in his impatience. Thereupon she seemed delighted at having angered him. On his self-possession returning, he inquired, "Won't you take off your cloak?" "Oh, yes, I will," she answered. "It is dreadfully warm here." She took off her bonnet as well, and this with her fur cloak he hastened to deposit in the next room. When he returned, he found her seated in front of the fire, still gazing round her. She had regained her gravity and was disposed to display a more conciliatory demeanor. "It's all very ugly," she said. "Still, you are not amiss here. The 2 rooms might have been made very pretty." "Oh, they're good enough for my purpose," he thoughtlessly replied, with a careless shrug of the shoulders. The next moment, however, he bitterly regretted these silly words. He could not possibly have been more impertinent or clumsy. Juliette hung her head, and a sharp pang darted through her bosom. Then he sought to turn to advantage the embarrassment into which he had plunged her. "Juliette," he said pleadingly, as he leaned towards her. But with a gesture she forced him to resume his seat. It was at the seaside, at Trouville, that Malignon, bored to death by the constant sight of the sea, had hit upon the happy idea of falling in love. One evening he had taken hold of Juliette's hand. She had not seemed offended. In fact, she had at first bantered him over it. Soon, though her head was empty and her heart free, she imagined that she loved him. She had so far done nearly everything that her friends did around her. A lover only was lacking, and curiosity and a craving to be like the others had impelled her to secure one. However, Malignon was vain enough to imagine that he might win her by force of wit, and allowed her time to accustom herself to playing the part of a coquette. So, on the first outburst, which took place one night when they stood side by side gazing at the sea like a pair of lovers in a comic opera, she had repelled him, in her astonishment and vexation that he should spoil the romance which served as an amusement to her. On his return to Paris, Malignon had vowed that he would be more skillful in his attack. He had just reacquired influence over her, during a fit of boredom which had come on with the close of a wearying winter. when the usual dissipations, dinners, balls, and first-night performances were beginning to pall on her with their dreary monotony. And at last, her curiosity aroused, allured by the seeming mystery and piquancy of an intrigue, she had responded to his entreaties by consenting to meet him. However, so wholly unruffled were her feelings that she was as little disturbed, seated here by the side of Malignon, as when she paid visits to artists' studios to solicit pictures for her charity bazaars. "Juliette, Juliette," murmured the young man, striving to speak in caressing tones. "Come, be sensible," she merely replied, and taking a Chinese fan from the chimney-piece, she resumed, as much at her ease as though she'd been sitting in her own drawing-room. "You know we had a rehearsal this morning. I'm afraid I have not made a very happy choice in Madame Berthier. Mathilde is a snivelling, insufferable affair. You remember that delightful soliloquy when she addresses the purse? 'Poor little thing, I kissed you a moment ago.' Well, she declaims it like a schoolgirl who has learnt a complimentary greeting. It's so vexatious." "And what about Madame de Guerreau?" he asked, as he drew his chair closer and took her hand. "Oh, she is perfection. I've discovered in her a Madame de Léry with some sarcasm and animation." While speaking, she surrendered her hand to the young man, and he kissed it between her sentences, without her seeming to notice it. "But the worst of it all, you know," she resumed, "is your absence. In the first place, you might say something to Madame Berthier, and besides, we shall not be able to get a good ensemble if you never come." He had now succeeded in passing his arm round her waist. "But as I know my part," he murmured. "Yes, that's all very well, but there's the arrangement of the scenes to look after. It is anything but obliging on your part to refuse to give us 3 or 4 mornings." She was unable to continue, for he was raining a shower of kisses on her neck. At this she could feign ignorance no longer, but pushed him away, tapping him the while with the Chinese fan which she still retained in her hand. Doubtless she had registered a vow that she would not allow any further familiarity. Her face was now flushed by the heat reflected from the fire, and her lips pouted with the very expression of an inquisitive person whom her feelings astonish. Moreover, she was really getting frightened. "Leave me alone," she stammered, with a constrained smile. "I shall get angry." But he imagined that he had moved her, and once more took hold of her hands. To her, however, a voice seemed to be crying out, "No!" It was she herself protesting before she had even answered her own heart. "No, no," she said again. "Let me go. You're hurting me." And thereupon, as he refused to release her, she twisted herself violently from his grasp. She was acting in obedience to some strange emotion. She felt angry with herself and with him. In her agitation, some disjointed phrases escaped her lips. Yes, indeed, he rewarded her badly for her trust. What a brute he was! She even called him a coward. Never in her life would she see him again. But he allowed her to talk on, and ran after her with a wicked and brutal laugh. And at last she could do no more than gasp in the momentary refuge which she had sought behind a chair. They were there, gazing at one another, her face transformed by shame and his by passion, when a noise broke through the stillness. At first they did not grasp its significance. A door had opened, some steps crossed the room, and a voice called to them. "Fly! Fly! You will be caught!" It was Helene. Astounded, they both gazed at her. So great was their stupefaction that they lost consciousness of their embarrassing situation. Juliette indeed displayed no sign of confusion. "Fly! Fly!" said Helene again. "Your husband will be here in 2 minutes." "My husband?" stammered the young woman. "My husband? Why, for what reason?" She was losing her wits. Her brain was in a turmoil. It seemed to her prodigious that Helene should be standing there speaking to her of her husband. But Helene made an angry gesture. "Oh, if you think I've time to explain," said she, "he is on the way here. I give you warning. Disappear at once, both of you." Then Juliet's agitation became extraordinary. She ran about the rooms like a maniac, screaming out disconnected sentences. "My God! My God! I thank you. Where's my cloak? How horrid it is, this room being so dark. Give me my cloak. Bring me a candle to help me find my cloak. My dear, you mustn't mind if I don't stop to thank you. I can't get my arms into the sleeves. No, I can't get them in. No, I can't." She was paralyzed with fear, and Helene was obliged to assist her with her cloak. She put her bonnet on awry and did not even tie the ribbons. The worst of it, however, was that they lost quite a minute in hunting for her veil, which had fallen on the floor. Her words came with a gasp. Her trembling hands moved about in bewilderment, fumbling over her person to ascertain whether she might be leaving anything behind which might compromise her. "Oh, what a lesson! What a lesson! Thank goodness it is well over." Malignon was very pale and made a sorry appearance. His feet beat a tattoo on the ground, as he realized that he was both scorned and ridiculous. His lips could only give utterance to the wretched question, "Then you think I ought to go away as well?" Then, as no answer was vouchsafed him, he took up his cane and went on talking by way of affecting perfect composure. They had plenty of time, said he. It happened that there was another staircase, a small servant's staircase, now never used, but which would yet allow of their descent. Madame Deberle's cab had remained at the door. It would convey both of them away along the quays. And again he repeated, "Now calm yourself. It will be all right. See, this way." He threw open a door, and the three dingy, dilapidated little rooms, which had not been repaired and were full of dirt, appeared to view. A puff of damp air entered the boudoir. Juliet, ere she stepped through all that squalor, gave final expression to her disgust. "How could I have come here?" she exclaimed in a loud voice. "What a hole! I shall never forgive myself." Be quick, urged Helene, whose anxiety was as great as her own. She pushed Juliet forward, but the young woman threw herself sobbing on her neck. She was in the throes of a nervous reaction. She was overwhelmed with shame, and would fain have defended herself, fain have given a reason for being found in that man's company. Then instinctively she gathered up her skirts as though she were about to cross a gutter. With the tip of his boot, Malignon, who had gone on first, was clearing away the plaster which littered the back staircase. The doors were shut once more. Meantime, Helene had remained standing in the middle of the sitting-room. Silence reigned there, a warm, close silence, only disturbed by the crackling of the burnt logs. There was a singing in her ears, and she heard nothing. But after an interval which seemed to her interminable, the rattle of a cab suddenly resounded. It was Juliet's cab rolling away. Then Helene sighed, and she made a gesture of mute gratitude. The thought that she would not be tortured by everlasting remorse for having acted despicably filled her with pleasant and thankful feelings. She felt relieved, deeply moved, and yet so weak, now that this awful crisis was over, that she lacked the strength to depart in her turn. In her heart she thought that Henri was coming, and that he must meet someone in this place. There was a knock at the door, and she opened it at once. The first sensation on either side was one of bewilderment. Henri entered, his mind busy with thoughts of a letter which he had received, and his face pale and uneasy. But when he caught sight of her, a cry escaped his lips. "You! My God, it was you!" The cry betokened more astonishment than pleasure. But soon there came a furious awakening of his love. "You love me! You love me!" he stammered. "Ah, it was you, and I did not understand." He stretched out his arm as he spoke, but Helene, who had greeted his entrance with a smile, now started back with wan cheeks. Truly, she had waited for him. She had promised herself that they would be together for a moment, and that she would invent some fiction. Now, however, full consciousness of the situation flashed upon her. Henri believed it to be an assignation. Yet she'd never for one moment desired such a thing, and her heart rebelled. "Henri, I pray you, release me," said she. He grasped her by the wrists and was drawing her slowly towards him, as though to kiss her. The love that had been surging within him for months, but which had grown less violent owing to the break in their intimacy, now burst forth more fiercely than ever. "Release me," she resumed. "You are frightening me. I assure you, you are mistaken." His surprise found voice once more. "Was it not you, then, who wrote to me?" he asked. She hesitated for a second. What could she say in answer? "Yes," she whispered at last. She could not betray Juliette after having saved her. An abyss lay before her into which she herself was slipping. Henri was now glancing round the two rooms in wonderment at finding them illumined and furnished in such gaudy style. He ventured to question her. "Are these rooms yours?" he asked. But she remained silent. "Your letter upset me so," he continued. "Helene, you're hiding something from me. For mercy's sake, relieve my anxiety." She was not listening to him. She was reflecting that he was indeed right in considering this to be an assignation. Otherwise, what could she have been doing there? Why should she have waited for him? She could devise no plausible explanation. She was no longer certain she'd not given him this rendezvous. A network of chance and circumstance was enveloping her yet more tightly. There was no escape from it. Each second found her less able to resist. "You were waiting for me. You were waiting for me," he repeated passionately, as he bent his head to kiss her. And then, as his lips met hers, she felt it beyond her power to struggle further, but, as though in mute acquiescence, fell, half swooning and oblivious of the world, upon his neck. This ends chapter 19. Chapter 20 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola. Translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 20. Jeanne, with her eyes fixed on the door, remained plunged in grief over her mother's sudden departure. She gazed around her. The room was empty and silent, but she could still hear the waning sounds of hurrying footsteps and rustling skirts, and laugh the slamming of the outer door. Then nothing stirred, and she was alone. All alone. All alone. Over the bed hung her mother's dressing gown, flung there at random, the skirt bulging out and a sleeve lying across the bolster, so that the garment looked like some person who had fallen down, overwhelmed with grief and sobbing in misery. There was some linen scattered about, and a black neckerchief lay on the floor, like a blot of mourning. The chairs were in disorder, the table had been pushed in front of the wardrobe, and amidst it all she was quite alone. She felt her tears choking her as she looked at the dressing gown, which no longer garmented her mother, but was stretched there with the ghastly semblance of death. She clasped her hands, and for the last time wailed, "Mama! Mama!" The blue velvet hangings, however, deadened the sound. It was all over, and she was alone. Then the time slipped away. The clock struck 3. A dismal, dingy light came in through the windows. Dark clouds were sailing over the sky, which made it still gloomier. Through the panes of glass, which were covered with moisture, Paris could only be dimly seen. The watery vapor blurred it. Its faraway outskirts seemed hidden by thick smoke. Thus the city even was no longer there to keep the child company, as on bright afternoons when, On leaning out a little, it seemed to her as though she could touch each district with her hand. What was she to do? Her little arms tightened in despair against her bosom. This desertion seemed to her mournful, passing all bounds, characterized by an injustice and wickedness that enraged her. She'd never known anything so hateful. It struck her that everything was going to vanish. Nothing of the old life would ever come back again. Then she caught sight of her doll seated near her on a chair, with its back against a cushion and its legs stretched out, its eyes staring at her as though it were a human being. It was not her mechanical doll, but a large one with a pasteboard head, curly hair, and eyes of enamel, whose fixed look sometimes frightened her. What with 2 years' constant dressing and undressing, the paint had got rubbed off the chin and cheeks, and the limbs, of pink leather stuffed with sawdust, had become limp and wrinkled like old linen. The doll was just now in its night attire, arrayed only in a bedgown with its arms twisted, one in the air and the other hanging downwards. When Jeanne realized that there was still someone with her, she felt for an instant less unhappy. She took the doll in her arms and embraced it ardently, while its head swung back, for its neck was broken. Then she chattered away to it, telling it that it was Jeanne's best-behaved friend, that it had a good heart, for it never went out and left Jeanne alone. It was, said she, her treasure, her kitten, her dear little pet. Trembling with agitation, striving to prevent herself from weeping again, she covered it all over with kisses. This fit of tenderness gave her some revengeful consolation, and the doll fell over her arm like a bundle of rags. She rose and looked out, with her forehead against the window pane. The rain had ceased falling, and the clouds of the last downpour, driven before the wind, were nearing the horizon towards the heights of Père-Lachaise, which were wrapped in gloom. And against this stormy background, Paris, illumined by a uniform clearness, assumed a lonely, melancholy grandeur. It seemed to be uninhabited, like one of those cities seen in a nightmare, the reflex of a world of death. To Jeanne it certainly appeared anything but pretty. She was now idly dreaming of those she had loved since her birth. Her oldest sweetheart, the one of her early days at Marseilles, had been a huge cat, which was very heavy. She would clasp it with her little arms and carry it from one chair to another without provoking its anger in the least. But it had disappeared, and that was the first misfortune she remembered. She had next had a sparrow, but it died. She had picked it up one morning from the bottom of its cage. That made 2. She never reckoned the toys which got broken just to grieve her, all kinds of wrongs which had caused her much suffering because she was so sensitive. One doll in particular, no higher than one's hand, had driven her to despair by getting its head smashed. She had cherished it to such a degree that she had buried it by stealth in a corner of the yard, and some time afterwards, overcome by a craving to look on it once more, she had disinterred it, and made herself sick with terror whilst gazing on its blackened and repulsive features. However, it was always the others who were the first to fail in their love. They got broken, they disappeared. The separation, at all events, was invariably their fault. Why was it? She herself never changed. When she loved anyone, her love lasted all her life. Her mind could not grasp the idea of neglect and desertion. Such things seemed to her monstrously wicked, and never occurred to her little heart without giving it a deadly pang. She shivered as a host of vague ideas slowly awoke within her. So people parted one day. Each went his own way, never to meet or love each other again. With her eyes fixed on the limitless and dreary expanse of Paris, she sat chilled by all that her childish passion could divine of life's hard blows. Meantime her breath was fast dimming the glass. With her hand she rubbed away the vapor that prevented her from looking out. Several monuments in the distance, wet with the rain, glistened like browny ice. There were lines of houses, regular and distinct, which, with their fronts standing out pale amidst the surrounding roofs, looked like outstretched linen, some tremendous washing spread to dry on fields of ruddy grass. And athwart the tail of the cloud, which still cloaked the city in gloom, the milky rays of the sun were beginning to stream. A brightness seemed to be hesitating over some of the districts. In certain places the sky would soon begin to smile. Jeanne gazed below, over the quay and the slopes of the Trocadero. The street traffic was about to begin afresh after that violent downpour. The cabs again passed by at a jolting crawl, while the omnibuses rattled along the still lonely streets with a louder noise than usual. Umbrellas were being shut up, and wayfarers who had taken shelter beneath the trees ventured from one foot pavement to another through muddy streams which were rushing into the gutters. Jeanne noticed with special interest a lady and a little girl, both of them fashionably dressed, who were standing beneath the awning of a toy shop near the bridge. Doubtless they'd been caught in the shower and had taken refuge there. The child would fain have carried away the whole shop, and had pestered her mother to buy her a hoop. Both were now leaving, however, and the child was running along full of glee, driving the hoop before her. At this, Jeanne's melancholy returned with intensified force. Her doll became hideous. She longed to have a hoop, and to be down yonder and run along, while her mother slowly walked behind her and cautioned her not to go too far. Then, however, everything became dim again. At each minute she had to rub the glass clear. She'd been enjoined never to open the window, but she was full of rebellious thoughts. She surely might gaze out of the window if she were not to be taken for a walk. So she opened it and leaned out like a grown-up person, in imitation of her mother when she ensconced herself there and lapsed into silence. The air was mild and moist in its mildness, which seemed to her delightful. A darkness slowly rising over the horizon induced her to lift her head. To her imagination it seemed as if some gigantic bird with outstretched wings were hovering on high. At first she saw nothing. The sky was clear. But at last, at the angle of the roof, a gloomy cloud made its appearance, sailing on and speedily enveloping the whole heaven. Another squall was rising before a roaring west wind. The daylight was quickly dying away, and the city grew dark amidst a livid shimmer, which imparted to the house fronts a rusty tinge. Almost immediately afterwards the rain fell. The streets were swept by it. The umbrellas were again opened, and the passers-by, fleeing in every direction, vanished like chaff. One old lady gripped her skirts with both hands, while the torrent beat down on her bonnet as though it were falling from a spout. And the rain travelled on. The cloud kept pace with the water ragefully falling upon Paris. The big drops enfiladed the avenues of the quays with a gallop like that of a runaway horse, raising a white dust which rolled along the ground at a prodigious speed. They also descended the Champs-Élysées, plunged into the long narrow streets of the Saint-Germain district, and at a bound filled up all the open spaces and deserted squares. In a few seconds, behind this veil which grew thicker and thicker, the city paled and seemed to melt away. It was as though a curtain were being drawn obliquely from heaven to earth. Masses of vapor arose too, and the vast splashing pit-a-pat was as deafening as any rattle of old iron. Jeanne, giddy with the noise, started back. A leaden wall seemed to have been built up before her. But she was fond of rain, so she returned, leaned out again, and stretched out her arms to feel the big cold raindrops splashing on her hands. This gave her some amusement, and she got wet to the sleeves. Her doll must, of course, like herself, have a headache, and she therefore hastened to put it astride the window rail, with its back against the side wall. She thought, as she saw the drops pelting down upon it, but they were doing it some good. Stiffly erect, its little teeth displayed in a never-fading smile, Vidal sat there, with one shoulder streaming with water, while every gust of wind lifted up its nightdress. Its poor body, which had lost some of its sawdust stuffing, seemed to be shivering. What was the reason that had prevented her mother from taking her with her, wondered Jeanne. The rain that beat down on her hands seemed a fresh inducement to be out. It must be very nice, she argued, in the street. Once more there flashed on her mind's eye the little girl driving her hoop along the pavement. Nobody could deny that she'd gone out with her mamma. Both of them had even seemed to be exceedingly well pleased. This was sufficient proof that little girls were taken out when it rained. But then, willingness on her mother's part was requisite. Why had she been unwilling? Then Jeanne again thought of her big cat which had gone away over the houses opposite with its tail in the air, and of the poor little sparrow which she had tempted with food when it was dead, and which had pretended that it did not understand. That kind of thing always happened to her. Nobody's love for her was enduring enough. Oh, she would have been ready in a couple of minutes. When she chose, she dressed quickly enough. It was only a question of her boots, which Rosalie buttoned, her jacket, her hat, and it was done. Her mother might easily have waited 2 minutes for her. When she left home to see her friends, she did not turn her things all topsy-turvy as she had done that afternoon. When she went to the Bois de Boulogne, she led her gently by the hand and stopped with her outside every shop in the Rue de Passy. Jeanne could not get to the bottom of it. Her black eyebrows frowned, and her delicate features put on a stern, jealous expression which made her resemble some wicked old maid. She felt in a vague way that her mother had gone to some place where children never go. She had not been taken out because something was to be hidden from her. This thought filled her with unutterable sadness, and her heart throbbed with pain. The rain was becoming finer, and through the curtain which veiled Paris, glimpses of buildings were occasionally afforded. The dome of the Invalides, airy and quivering, was the first to reappear through the glittering vibration of a downpour. Next, some of the districts emerged into sight as the torrent slackened. The city seemed to rise from a deluge that had overwhelmed it, its roofs all streaming, and every street filled with a river of water from which vapor still ascended. But suddenly there was a burst of light. A ray of sunshine fell athwart the shower. For a moment it was like a smile breaking through tears. The rain had now ceased to fall over the Champs-Élysées district, but it was sabring the left bank, the Cité, and the faraway suburbs. In the sunshine the drops could be seen flashing down like innumerable slender shafts of steel. On the right a rainbow gleamed forth. As the gush of light streamed across the sky, touches of pink and blue appeared on the horizon, a medley of color, suggestive of a childish attempt at watercolor painting. Then there was a sudden blaze, a fall of golden snow, as it were, over a city of crystal. But the light died away, a cloud rolled up, and the smile faded amidst tears. Paris dripped and dripped, with a prolonged sobbing noise, beneath the leaden-hued sky. Jeanne, with her sleeves soaked, was seized with a fit of coughing. But she was unconscious of a chill that was penetrating her. She was now absorbed in the thought that her mother had gone into Paris. She'd come at last to know 3 buildings, the Invalides, the Panthéon, and the Tower of Saint-Jacques. She now slowly went over their names, and pointed them out with her finger, without attempting to think what they might be like were she nearer to them. Without doubt, however, her mother was down there, and she settled in her mind that she was in the Panthéon, because it astonished her the most, huge as it was, towering up through the air like the city's headpiece. Then she began to question herself. Paris was still to her the place where children never go. She was never taken there. She would have liked to know it. However, that she might have quietly said to herself, "Mamma is there. She's doing such and such a thing." But it all seemed to her too immense. It was impossible to find anyone there. Then her glance traveled towards the other end of the plain. Might her mother not rather be in one of that cluster of houses on the hill to the left? Or nearer in, beneath those huge trees whose bare branches seemed as dead as firewood? Oh, if she could only have lifted up the roofs! What could that gloomy edifice be? What was that street along which something of enormous bulk seemed to be running? And what could that district be at sight of which she always felt frightened, convinced as she was that people fought one another there? She could not see it distinctly, but to tell the truth, its aspect stirred one. It was very ugly, and must not be looked at by little girls. A host of indefinable ideas and suppositions, which brought her to the verge of weeping, awoke trouble in Jeanne's ignorant, childish mind. From the unknown world of Paris, with its smoke, its endless noises, its powerful surging life, an odor of wretchedness, filth, and crime seemed to be wafted to her through the mild, humid atmosphere, and she was forced to avert her head, as though she'd been leaning over one of those pestilential pits which breathe forth suffocation from their unseen horrors. The Invalides, the Panthéon, the Tower of Saint-Jacques, these she named and counted, but she knew nothing of anything else, and she sat there, terrified and ashamed, with the all-absorbing thought that her mother was among those wicked places, at some spot which she was unable to identify in the depths yonder. Suddenly Jeanne turned round. She could have sworn that somebody had walked into the bedroom, that a light hand had even touched her shoulder. But the room was empty, still in the same disorder as when Helene had left. The dressing gown, flung across the pillow, still lay in the same mournful, weeping attitude. Then Jeanne, with pallid cheeks, cast a glance around, and her heart nearly burst within her. She was alone. She was alone. And, oh heaven, her mother, in forsaking her, had pushed her with such force that she might have fallen to the floor. The thought came back to her with anguish. She again seemed to find the pain of that outrage on her wrists and shoulders. Why had she been struck? She'd been good, and had nothing to reproach herself with. She was usually spoken to with such gentleness that the punishment she had received awoke feelings of indignation within her. She was thrilled by a sensation of childish fear, as in the old times when she was threatened with the approach of the wolf, and looked for it and saw it not. It was lingering in some shady corner, with many other things that were going to overwhelm her. However, she was full of suspicion. Her face paled and swelled with jealous fury. Of a sudden, she thought that her mother must love those whom she had gone to see far more than she loved her, came upon her with such crushing force that her little hands clutched her bosom. She knew it now. Yes, her mother was false to her. Over Paris a great sorrow seemed to be brooding, pending the arrival of a fresh squall. A murmur traveled through the darkened air, and heavy clouds were hovering overhead. Jeanne, still at the window, was convulsed by another fit of coughing. But in the chill she experienced, she felt herself revenged. She would willingly have had her illness return. With her hands pressed against her bosom, she grew conscious of some pain growing more intense within her. It was an agony to which her body abandoned itself. She trembled with fear, and did not again venture to turn round. She felt quite cold at the idea of glancing into the room any more. To be little means to be without strength. What could this new complaint be which filled her with mingled shame and bitter pleasure? With stiffened body she sat there as if waiting, every one of her pure and innocent limbs in an agony of revulsion. From the innermost recesses of her being, all her woman's feelings were aroused, and there darted through her a pang, as though she'd received a blow from a distance. Then, with failing heart, she cried out chokingly, "Mamma! Mamma!" No one could have known whether she called to her mother for aid, or whether she accused her of having inflicted on her the pain which seemed to be killing her. At that moment, the tempest burst. Through the deep and ominous stillness, the wind howled over the city, which was shrouded in darkness. And afterwards there came a long continued crashing, window shutters beating to and fro, slates flying, chimney tops and gutter pipes rattling onto the pavements. For a few seconds a calm ensued. Then there blew another gust, which swept along with such mighty strength that the ocean of roofs seemed convulsed, tossing about in waves, and then disappearing in a whirlpool. For a moment chaos reigned. Some enormous clouds, like huge blots of ink, swept through a host of smaller ones, which were scattered and floated like shreds of rag which the wind tore to pieces and carried off thread by thread. A second later, two clouds rushed upon one another and rent one another with crashing reports, which seemed to sprinkle the coppery expanse with wreckage. And every time the hurricane thus veered, blowing from every point of the compass, the thunder of opposing navies resounded in the atmosphere, and an awful rending and sinking followed, the hanging fragments of the clouds, jagged like huge bits of broken walls, threatening Paris with imminent destruction. The rain was not yet falling, but suddenly a cloud burst upon the central quarters, and a waterspout ascended the Seine. The river's green ribbon, riddled and stirred to its depths by the splashing drops, became transformed into a stream of mud, and one by one, behind the downpour, the bridges appeared to view again, slender and delicately outlined in the mist, while right and left, the trees edging the grey pavements of the deserted quays were shaken furiously by the wind. Away in the background, over Notre Dame, the cloud divided and poured down such a torrent of water that the island of La Cité seemed submerged. Far above the drenched houses, the cathedral towers alone rose up against a patch of clear sky, like floating waifs. On every side the water now rushed down from the heavens. 3 times in succession did the right bank appear to be engulfed. The first fall inundated the distant suburbs, gradually extending its area and beating on the turrets of Saint-Vincent de Paul and Saint-Jacques, which glistened in the rain. Then 2 other downpours, following in hot haste one upon the other, streamed over Montmartre and the Champs-Élysées. At times a glimpse could be obtained of the glass roof of the Palace of Industry, steaming as it were under the splashing water of Saint-Augustin, whose cupola swam in a kind of fog like a clouded moon, of the Madeleine, which spread out its flat roof, looking like some ancient court whose flagstones had been freshly scoured, while in the rear the huge mass of the Opera House made one think of a dismasted vehicle, which with its hull caught between 2 rocks was resisting the assaults of the tempest. On the left bank of the Seine, also hidden by a watery veil, you perceive the dome of the Invalides, the spires of Saint-Clotilde, and the towers of Saint-Sulpice, apparently melting away in the moist atmosphere. Another cloud spread out, and from the colonnade of the Panthéon sheets of water streamed down, threatening to inundate what lay below. And from that moment the rain fell upon the city in all directions. One might have imagined that the heavens were precipitating themselves on the earth. Streets vanished, sank into the depths, and men reappeared, drifting on the surface, amidst shocks whose violence seemed to foretell the end of the city. A prolonged roar ascended, the roar of all the water rushing along the gutters and falling into the drains. And at last, above muddy-looking Paris, which had assumed with the showers a dingy yellow hue, the livid clouds spread themselves out in uniform fashion, without stain or rift. The rain was becoming finer and was falling sharply and vertically, but whenever the wind again rose, the grey hatching was curved into mighty waves, and the raindrops, driven almost horizontally, could be heard lashing the walls with a hissing sound, till, with the fall of the wind, they again fell vertically, peppering the soil with a quiet obstinacy from the heights of Passy away to the level plain of Charenton. Then the vast city, as though overwhelmed and lifeless after some awful convulsion, seemed but an expanse of stony ruins under the invisible heavens. Jeanne, who had sunk down by the window, had wailed out once more, "Mama! Mama!" A terrible weariness deprived her limbs of their strength as she lingered there, face to face with the engulfing of Paris. Amidst her exhaustion, whilst the breeze played with her tresses and her face remained wet with rain, she preserved some taste of the bitter pleasure which had made her shiver, while within her heart there was a consciousness of some irretrievable woe. Everything seemed to her to have come to an end. She realized that she was getting very old. The hours might pass away, but now she did not even cast a glance into the room. It was all the same to her to be forgotten and alone. Such despair possessed the child's heart that all around her seemed black. If she were scolded as of old when she was ill, it would surely be very wrong. She was burning with fever. Something like a sick headache was weighing on her. Surely, too, but a moment ago something had snapped within her. She could not prevent it. She must inevitably submit to whatever might be her fate. Besides, weariness was prostrating her. She had joined her hands over the window bar on which she rested her head, and though at times she opened her eyes to gaze at the rain, drowsiness was stealing over her. And still and ever the rain kept beating down. The livid sky seemed dissolving in water. A final blast of wind had passed by. A monotonous roar could be heard. Amidst the solemn quiescence, the sovereign rain poured unceasingly upon the silent, deserted city it had conquered. And behind the sheet of streaked crystal, Paris showed like some phantom place, with quivering outlines which seemed to be melting away. To Jeanne, the scene now brought nothing beyond sleepiness and horrid dreams, as though all the mystery and unknown evil were rising up in vapor to pierce her through and make her cough. Every time she opened her eyes, she was seized with a fit of coughing, and would remain for a few seconds looking at the scene, which, as her head fell back once more, clung to her mind and seemed to spread over her and crush her. The rain was still falling. What hour might it be now? Jeanne could not have told. Perhaps the clock had ceased going. It seemed to her too great a fatigue to turn round. It was surely at least a week since her mother had quitted her. She had abandoned all expectation of her return. She was resigned to the prospect of never seeing her again. Then she became oblivious of everything. The wrongs which had been done her, the pain which she had just experienced, even the loneliness in which she was suffered to remain. A weight, chilly like stone, fell upon her. This only was certain. She was very unhappy. Ah, as unhappy as the poor little waifs to whom she gave alms as they huddled together in gateways. Ah, heaven, how coughing racked one, and how penetrating was the cold when there was nobody to love one. She closed her heavy eyelids, succumbing to a feverish stupor, and the last of her thoughts was a vague memory of childhood, of a visit to a mill full of yellow wheat, and of tiny grains slipping under millstones as huge as houses. Hours and hours passed away. Each minute was a century. The rain beat down without ceasing, with ever the same tranquil flow, as though all time and eternity were allowed to deluge the plain. Jeanne had fallen asleep. Close by, her doll still sat astride the iron window bar, and with its legs in the room and its head outside, its nightdress clinging to its rosy skin, its eyes glaring, and its hair streaming with water, it looked not unlike a drowned child, and so emaciated did it appear in its comical yet distressing posture of death, that it almost brought tears of pity to the eyes. Jeanne coughed in her sleep, but now she never once opened her eyes. Her head swayed to and fro on her crossed arms, and the cough spent itself in a wheeze without awakening her. Nothing more existed for her. She slept in the darkness. She did not even withdraw her hand, from whose cold red fingers bright raindrops were trickling, one by one, into the vast expanse which lay beneath the window. This went on for hours and hours. Paris was slowly waning on the horizon, like some phantom city. Heaven and earth mingled together in an indistinguishable jumble, and still and ever with unflagging persistency did the gray rain fall. This ends chapter 20. Chapter 21 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 21. Night had long gathered in when Helene returned. From her umbrella the water dripped on step after step, whilst clinging to the baluster she ascended the staircase. She stood for a few seconds outside her door to regain her breath. The deafening rush of the rain still sounded in her ears. She still seemed to feel the jostling of hurrying foot passengers, and to see the reflections from the street lamps dancing in the puddles. She was walking in a dream, filled with the surprise of the kisses that had been showered upon her, and as she fumbled for her key, she believed that her bosom felt neither remorse nor joy. Circumstances had compassed it all. She could have done naught to prevent it. But the key was not to be found. It was doubtless inside, in the pocket of her other gown. At this discovery, her vexation was intense. It seemed as though she were denied admission to her own home. It became necessary that she should ring the bell. "Oh, it's Madame!" exclaimed Rosalie as she opened the door. "I was beginning to feel uneasy." She took the umbrella, intending to place it in the kitchen sink, and then rattled on. "Good gracious, what torrents! Zéphirin, who has just come, was drenched to the skin. I took the liberty, Madame, of keeping him to dinner. He has leave till 10 o'clock. Helene followed her mechanically. She felt a desire to look once more on everything in her home before removing her bonnet. "You've done quite right, my girl," she answered. For a moment she lingered on the kitchen threshold, gazing at the bright fire. Then she instinctively opened the door of a cupboard and promptly shut it again. Everything was in its place, chairs and tables alike. She found them all again, and their presence gave her pleasure. Zéphirin had, in the meantime, struggled respectfully to his feet. She nodded to him, smiling. "I didn't know whether to put the roast on," began the maid. "Why, what time is it?" asked Helene. "Oh, it's close on 7 o'clock, Madame." "What? 7 o'clock?" Astonishment riveted her to the floor. She had lost all consciousness of time, and seemed to awaken from a dream. "And where's Jeanne?" she asked. "Oh, she has been very good, Madame. I even think she must have fallen asleep, for I haven't heard her for some time." "Haven't you given her a light?" Embarrassment closed Rosalie's lips. She was unwilling to relate that Zéphirin had brought her some pictures which had engrossed her attention. Mademoiselle had never made the least stir, so she could scarcely have wanted anything. Helene, however, paid no further heed to her, but ran into the room, where a dreadful chill fell upon her. "Jeanne! Jeanne!" she called. No answer broke the stillness. She stumbled against an armchair. From the dining room, the door of which she had left ajar, some light streamed across a corner of the carpet. She felt a shiver come over her, and she could have declared that the rain was falling in the room with its moist breath and continuous streaming. Then, on turning her head, she at once saw the pale square formed by the open window and the gloomy grey of the sky. "Who can have opened this window?" she cried. "Jeanne! Jeanne!" Still no answering word. A mortal terror fell on Helene's heart. She must look out of this window, but as she felt her way towards it, her hand lighted on a head of hair. It was Jeanne's. And then, as Rosalie entered with a lamp, the child appeared with blanched face, sleeping with her cheek upon her crossed arms, while the big raindrops from the roof splashed upon her. Her breathing was scarcely perceptible, so overcome she was with despair and fatigue. Among the lashes of her large bluey eyelids there were still 2 heavy tears. "The unhappy child," stammered Helene. "Oh, heavens, she's icy cold. To fall asleep there at such a time, when she had been expressly forbidden to touch the window. Jeanne, speak to me. Wake up, Jeanne." Rosalie had prudently vanished. The child, on being raised in her mother's embrace, let her head drop as though she were unable to shake off a leaden slumber that had seized upon her. At last, however, she raised her eyelids, but the glare of the lamp dazzled her, and she remained benumbed and stupid. "Jeanne, it's I. What's wrong with you?" "See, I've just come back," said Helene. But the child seemingly failed to understand her. In her stupefaction she could only murmur, "Oh, ah." She gazed inquiringly at her mother, as though she failed to recognize her. And suddenly she shivered, growing conscious of the cold air of the room. Her memory was awakening, and the tears rolled from her eyelids to her cheeks. Then she commenced to struggle in the evident desire to be left alone. "It's you! It's you! Oh, leave me! You hold me too tight. I was so comfortable." She slipped from her mother's arms with a fright in her face. Her uneasy looks wandered from Helene's hands to her shoulders. One of those hands was ungloved, and she started back from a touch of the moist palm and warm fingers with a fierce resentment, as though fleeing from some stranger's caress. The old perfumer Vervain had died away. Helene's fingers had surely become greatly attenuated, and her hand was unusually soft. This skin was no longer hers, and its touch exasperated Jeanne. "Come, I'm not angry with you," pleaded Helene. "But indeed, have you behaved well? Come and kiss me." Jeanne, however, still recoiled from her. She had no remembrance of having seen her mother dressed in that gown or cloak. Besides, she looked so wet and muddy. Where had she come from dressed in that dowdy style? "Kiss me, Jeanne," repeated Helene. But her voice also seemed strange. In Jeanne's ears it sounded louder. Her old heartache came upon her once more, as when an injury had been done her, and unnerved by the presence of what was unknown and horrible to her, divining, however, that she was breathing an atmosphere of falsehood, she burst into sobs. "No, no, I entreat you. You left me all alone, and oh, I've been so miserable. But I'm back again, my darling. Don't weep any more. I've come home. Oh, no, no, it's all over now. I don't wish for you any more. Oh, I waited and waited, and have been so wretched." Helene took hold of the child again, and gently sought to draw her to her bosom. But she resisted stubbornly, plaintively exclaiming, "No, no, it will never be the same. You are not the same." "What? What are you talking of, child?" "I don't know. You are not the same." "Do you mean to say that I don't love you any more?" "I don't know. You're no longer the same. Don't say no. You don't feel the same. It's all over, over, over. I wish to die." With blanching face, Helene again clasped her in her arms. Did her looks, then, reveal her secret? She kissed her, but a shudder ran through the child's frame, and an expression of such misery crept into her face that Helene forbore to print a second kiss upon her brow. She still kept hold of her, but neither of them uttered a word. Jeanne's sobbing fell to a whisper, the nervous revolt stiffening her limbs the while. Helene's first thought was that much notice ought not to be paid to a child's whims, but to her heart there stole a feeling of secret shame, and the weight of her daughter's body on her shoulder brought a blush to her cheeks. She hastened to put Jeanne down, and each felt relieved. "Now be good and wipe your eyes," said Helene. "We'll make everything all right." The child acquiesced in all gentleness, but seemed somewhat afraid and glanced covertly at her mother. All at once her frame was shaken by a fit of coughing. "Good heavens! Why, you've made yourself ill now! I cannot stay away from you a moment. Did you feel cold?" "Yes, Mamma, in the back." "See here, put on this shawl. The dining-room stove is lighted, and you'll soon feel warm. Are you hungry?" Jeanne hesitated. It was on the tip of her tongue to speak the truth and say no, but she darted a side glance at her mother, and, recoiling, answered in a whisper, "Yes, Mamma." "Ah, well, it will be all right," exclaimed Helene, desirous of tranquilizing herself. "Only I entreat you, you naughty child, don't frighten me like this again." On Rosalie re-entering the room to announce that dinner was ready, Helene severely scolded her. The little maid's head drooped. She stammered out that it was all very true, for she ought to have looked better after Mademoiselle. Then, hoping to mollify her mistress, she busied herself in helping her to change her clothes. "Good gracious! Madame was in a fine state," she remarked, as she assisted in removing each mud-stained garment, at which Jeanne glared suspiciously, still racked by torturing thoughts. "Madame ought to feel comfortable now," exclaimed Rosalie when it was all over. "It's awfully nice to get into dry clothes after a drenching." Helene, on finding herself once more in her blue dressing-gown, gave vent to a slight sigh, as though a new happiness had welled up within her. She again regained her old cheerfulness. She'd rid herself of a burden in throwing off those bedraggled garments. She washed her face and hands, and while she stood there, still glistening with moisture, her dressing-gown buttoned up to her chin, she was slowly approached by Jeanne, who took one of her hands and kissed it. At table, however, not a word passed between mother and daughter. The fire flared with a merry roar, and there was a look of happiness about the little dining-room, with its bright mahogany and gleaming china. But the old stupor which drove away all thought seemed to have again fallen on Helene. She ate mechanically, though with an appearance of appetite. Jeanne sat facing her, and quietly watched her over her glass, noting each of her movements. But all at once the child again coughed, and her mother, who had become unconscious of her presence, immediately displayed lively concern. "Why, you're coughing again! Aren't you getting warm?" "Oh, yes, Mamma, I'm very warm." Helene leaned towards her to feel her hand and ascertain whether she was speaking the truth. Only then did she perceive that her plate was still full. "Why, you said you were hungry. Don't you like what you have there?" "Oh, yes, Mamma. I'm eating away." With an effort, Jeanne swallowed a mouthful. Helene looked at her for a time, but soon again began dreaming of the fatal room which she had come from. It did not escape the child that her mother took little interest in her now. As the dinner came to an end, her poor wearied frame sank down on the chair, and she sat there like some bent, aged woman, with the dim eyes of one of those old maids for whom love is past and gone. "Won't Mademoiselle have any jam?" asked Rosalie. "If not, can I remove the cloth?" Helene still sat there with far-away looks. "Mamma, I'm sleepy," exclaimed Jeanne in a changed voice. "Will you let me go to bed? I shall feel better in bed." Once more her mother seemed to awake with a start to consciousness of her surroundings. "You're suffering, my darling. Where do you feel the pain? Tell me." No, I told you I'm all right. I'm sleepy, and it's already time for me to go to bed." She left her chair and stood up, as though to prove that there was no illness threatening her. But her benumbed feet tottered over the floor on her way to the bedroom. She leaned against the furniture, and her hardihood was such that not a tear came from her, despite the feverish fire darting through her frame. Her mother followed to assist her to bed, but the child had displayed such haste in undressing herself that she only arrived in time to tie up her hair for the night. Without need of any helping hand, Jane slipped between the sheets and quickly closed her eyes. "Are you comfortable?" asked Helene, as she drew up the bedclothes and carefully tucked her in. "Yes, quite comfortable. Leave me alone, and don't disturb me. Take away the lamp." Her only yearning was to be alone in the darkness, that she might reopen her eyes and chew the cud of her sorrows, with no one near to watch her. When the light had been carried away, her eyes opened quite wide. Nearby, in the meantime, Helene was pacing up and down her room. She was seized with a wondrous longing to be up and moving about. The idea of going to bed seemed to her insufferable. She glanced at the clock. 20 minutes to 9. What was she to do? She rummaged about in a drawer, but forgot what she was seeking for. Then she wandered to her bookshelves, glancing aimlessly over the books, but the very reading of the titles wearied her. A buzzing sprang up in her ears with the room's stillness. The loneliness, the heavy atmosphere were as an agony to her. She would fain have had some bustle going on around her, have had some one there to speak to, something, in short, to draw her from herself. She twice listened at the door of Jane's little room, from which, however, not even a sound of breathing came. Everything was quiet, so she turned back once more and amused herself by taking up and replacing whatever came to her hand. Then suddenly the thought flashed across her mind that Zéphirin must still be with Rosalie. It was a relief to her. She was delighted at the idea of not being alone, and stepped in her slippers towards the kitchen. She was already in the ante-room, and was opening the glass door of the inner passage, when she detected the re-echoing clap of a swinging box on the ears, and the next moment Rosalie could be heard exclaiming, "Ha ha! You think you'll nip me again, do you? Take your paws off." "Oh, that's nothing, my charmer," exclaimed Zéphirin in his husky, guttural voice. "That's to show you I love you. In this style, you know." But at that moment the door creaked, and Helene, entering, discovered the diminutive soldier and the servant-maid seated very quietly at table, with their noses bent over their plates. They had assumed an air of complete indifference. Their innocence was certain. Yet their faces were red with blushes, and their eyes aflame, and they wriggled restlessly on their straw-bottomed chairs. Rosalie started up and hurried forward. "Madame wants something?" Helene had no pretext ready to her tongue. She'd come to see them, to chat with them, and have their company. However, she felt a sudden shame, and dared not say that she required nothing. "Have you any hot water?" she asked, after a silence. "No, madame, and my fire is nearly out." "Oh, but it doesn't matter. I'll give you some in 5 minutes. It boils in no time." She threw on some charcoal and then set the kettle in place. But seeing that her mistress still lingered in the doorway, she said, "I'll bring the water to you in 5 minutes, madame." Helene responded with a wave of the hand. "I'm not in a hurry for it. I'll wait. Don't disturb yourself, my girl. Eat away. Eat away. There's a lad who'll have to go back to barracks." Rosalie thereupon sat down again. Zéphirin, who had also been standing, made a military salute, and returned to the cutting of his meat, with his elbows projecting as though to show that he knew how to conduct himself at table. Thus eating together, after Madame had finished dinner, they did not even draw the table into the middle of the kitchen, but contented themselves with sitting side by side with their noses turned towards the wall. A glorious prospect of stewpans was before them. A bunch of laurel and thyme hung near, and a spice-box exhaled a piquant perfume. Around them, the kitchen was not yet tidied, was all the litter of the things cleared away from the dining room. However, the spot seemed a charming one to these hungry sweethearts, and especially to Zéphirin, who here feasted on such things as were never seen within the walls of his barracks. The predominant odor was one of roast meat, seasoned with a dash of vinegar, the vinegar of the salad. In the copper pans and iron pots, the reflected light from the gas was dancing, and as the heat of the fire was beyond endurance, they had set the window ajar, and a cool breeze blew in from the garden, stirring the blue cotton curtain. "Must you be in by 10 o'clock exactly?" asked Helene. "I must, madame, with all deference to you," answered Zéphirin. "Well, it's a long way off. Do you take the bus?" "Oh, yes, madame, sometimes. But you see, a good swinging walk is much the best." She had taken a step into the kitchen, and leaning against the dresser, her arms dangling and her hands clasped over her dressing gown, she began gossiping away about the wretched weather they had had that day, about the food which was rationed out in barracks, and the high price of eggs. As soon, however, as she had asked the question and their answer had been given, the conversation abruptly fell. They experienced some discomfort with her standing thus behind their backs. They did not turn round, but spoke into their plates, their shoulders bent beneath her gaze, while, to conform to propriety, each mouthful they swallowed was as small as possible. On the other hand, Helene had now regained her tranquillity and felt quite happy there. "Don't fret, madame," said Rosalie. "The kettle is singing already. I wish the fire would only burn up a little better." She wanted to see to it, but Helene would not allow her to disturb herself. It would be all right by and by. An intense weariness now pervaded the young woman's limbs. Almost mechanically she crossed the kitchen and approached the window, where she observed the third chair, which was very high, and when turned over became a step-ladder. However, she did not sit down on it at once, for she caught sight of a number of pictures heaped up on a corner of a table. "Dear me!" she exclaimed, as she took them in her hand, inspired with the wish of gratifying Zéphirin. The little soldier gaped with a silent chuckle. His face beamed with smiles, and his eyes followed each picture, his head wagging whenever something especially lovely was being examined by Madame. "That one there," he suddenly remarked, "I found in the Rue du Temple. She's a beautiful woman with flowers in her basket." Helene sat down and inspected the beautiful woman who decorated the gilt and varnished lid of a box of lozenges, every stain on which had been carefully wiped off by Zéphirin. On the chair a dishcloth was hanging, and she could not well lean back. She flung it aside, however, and once more lapsed into her dreaming. Then the two sweethearts remarked Madame's good nature, and their restraint vanished. In the end, indeed, her very presence was forgotten by them. One by one the pictures had dropped from her hands onto her knees, and with a vague smile playing on her face, she examined the sweethearts and listened to their talk. "I say, my dear," whispered the girl, "won't you have some more mutton?" He answered neither yes nor no, but swung backwards and forwards on his chair as though he'd been tickled, then contentedly stretched himself, while she placed a thick slice on his plate. His red epaulettes moved up and down, and his bullet-shaped head, with its huge projecting ears, swayed to and fro over his yellow collar, as though it were the head of some Chinese idol. His laughter ran all over him, and he was almost bursting inside his tunic, which he did not unbutton, however, out of respect for Madame. "This is far better than old Rouvet's radishes," he exclaimed at last, with his mouth full. This was a reminiscence of their country home, and at thought of it they both burst into immoderate laughter. Rosalie even had to hold on to the table to prevent herself from falling. One day before their first communion, it seemed, Zéphirin had filched 3 black radishes from old Rouvet. They were very tough radishes indeed, tough enough to break one's teeth. But Rosalie all the same had crunched her share of the spoil at the back of the schoolhouse. Hence it was that every time they chanced to be taking a meal together, Zéphirin never omitted to ejaculate, "Yes, this is better than old Rouvet's radishes." And then Rosalie's laugh would become so violent that 9 times out of 10 her petticoat string would give way with an audible crack. "Hello, has it parted?" asked the little soldier, with triumph in his tone. But Rosalie responded with a good slap. "It's disgusting to make me break the string like this," said she. "I put a fresh one on every week." However, he came nearer to her, intent on some joke or other, by way of revenging the blow. But with a furious glance she reminded him that her mistress was looking on. This seemed to trouble him but little, for he replied with a rakish wink, as much as to say that no woman, not even a lady, disliked a little fun. To be sure, when folks are sweethearting, other people always like to be looking on. "You have still 5 years to serve, haven't you?" asked Helene, leaning back on the high wooden-seated chair, and yielding to a feeling of tenderness. "Yes, madame. Perhaps only 4 if they don't need me any longer." It occurred to Rosalie that her mistress was thinking of her marriage, and with assumed anger she broke in, "Oh, madame, he can stick in the army for another 10 years if he likes. I shan't trouble myself to ask the government for him. He's becoming too much of a rake. Yes, I believe he's going to the dogs." "Oh, it's useless for you to laugh. That won't take with me. When we go before the mayor to get married, we'll see on whose side the laugh is." At this he chuckled all the more, in order that he might show himself a lady-killer before madame, and the maid's annoyance then became real. "Oh," said she, "we know all about that. You know, madame, he's still a booby at heart. You've no idea how stupid that uniform makes them all. That's the way he goes on with his comrades, but if I turned him out, you would hear him sobbing on the stairs. Oh, I don't care a fig for you, my lad. Why, whenever I please, won't you always be there to do as I tell you?" She bent forward to observe him closely, but on seeing that his good-natured, freckled face was beginning to cloud over, she was suddenly moved and prattled on without any seeming transition. "Ah, I didn't tell you that I've received a letter from Auntie. The Grignard lot want to sell their house. Aye, and almost for nothing, too. We might perhaps be able to take it later on." "By Jove!" exclaimed Zéphirin, brightening. "We should be quite at home there. There's room enough for 2 cows." With this idea they lapsed into silence. They were now having some dessert. The little soldier licked the jam on his bread with a child's greedy satisfaction, while the servant girl carefully pared an apple with a maternal air. "Madame!" all at once exclaimed Rosalie. "There's the water boiling now." Helene, however, never stirred. She felt herself enveloped by an atmosphere of happiness. She gave a continuance to their dreams, and pictured them living in the country in the Grignards' house and possessed of 2 cows. A smile came to her face as she saw Zéphirin sitting there to all appearance so serious, though in reality he was patting Rosalie's knee under the table, whilst she remained very stiff, affecting an innocent demeanour. Then everything became blurred. Helene lost all definite sense of her surroundings, of the place where she was, and of what had brought her there. The copper pans were flashing on the walls. Feelings of tenderness riveted her to the spot. Her eyes had a far-away look. She was not affected in any way by the disorderly state of the kitchen. She had no consciousness of having demeaned herself by coming there. All she felt was a deep pleasure, as when a longing has been satisfied. Meantime, the heat from the fire was bedewing her pale brow with beads of perspiration, and behind her the wind, coming in through the half-open window, quivered delightfully on her neck. "Madame, your water is boiling again," said Rosalie. "There will be soon none left in the kettle." She held the kettle before her, and Helene, for the moment astonished, was forced to rise. "Oh, yes, thank you." She no longer had an excuse to remain, and went away slowly and regretfully. When she reached her room, she was at a loss what to do with the kettle. Then suddenly within her there came a burst of passionate love. The torpor which had held her in a state of semi-unconsciousness gave way to a wave of glowing feeling, the rush of which thrilled her as with fire. She quivered, and memories returned to her. Memories of her passion and of Henri. While she was taking off her dressing gown and gazing at her bare arms, a noise broke on her anxious ear. She thought she heard Jeanne coughing. Taking up the lamp, she went into the closet, but found the child with eyelids closed, seemingly fast asleep. However, the moment the mother, satisfied with her examination, had turned her back, Jeanne's eyes again opened widely to watch her as she returned to her room. There was indeed no sleep for Jeanne, nor had she any desire to sleep. A second fit of coughing racked her bosom, but she buried her head beneath the coverlet and stifled every sound. She might go away forever now. Her mother would never miss her. Her eyes were still wide open in the darkness. She knew everything as though knowledge had come with thought, and she was dying of it all, but dying without a murmur. This ends chapter 21. Chapter 22 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola. Translated by C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 22. Next day, all sorts of practical ideas took possession of Helene's mind. She awoke impressed by the necessity of keeping watch over her happiness, and shuddering with fear lest by some imprudent step she might lose Henri. At this chilly morning hour, when the room still seemed asleep, she felt that she idolized him, loved him with a transport which pervaded her whole being. Never had she experienced such an anxiety to be diplomatic. Her first thought was that she must go to see Juliette that very morning, and thus obviate the need of any tedious explanations or inquiries which might result in ruining everything. On calling upon Madame Deberle at about 9 o'clock, she found her already up, with pallid cheeks and red eyes like the heroine of a tragedy. As soon as the poor woman caught sight of her, she threw herself sobbing upon her neck, exclaiming that she was her good angel. She didn't love Malignon, not in the least. She swore it. Gracious heavens, what a foolish affair! It would have killed her. There was no doubt of that. She did not now feel herself to be in the least degree qualified for ruses, lies, and agonies, and the tyranny of a sentiment that never varied. Oh, how delightful did it seem to her to find herself free again! She laughed contentedly, but immediately afterwards there was another outburst of tears, as she besought her friend not to despise her. Beneath her feverish unrest, a fear lingered. She imagined that her husband knew everything. He'd come home the night before trembling with agitation. She overwhelmed Helene with questions, and Helene, with a hardihood and facility at which she herself was amazed, poured into her ears a story, every detail of which she invented offhand. She vowed to Juliette that her husband doubted her in nothing. It was she, Helene, who had become acquainted with everything, and, wishing to save her, had devised that plan of breaking in upon their meeting. Juliette listened to her, put instant credit in the fiction, and, beaming through her tears, grew sunny with joy. She threw herself once more on Helene's neck. Her caresses brought no embarrassment to the latter. She now experienced none of the honorable scruples that had at one time affected her. When she left her lover's wife, after extracting a promise from her that she would try to be calm, she laughed in her sleeve at her own cunning. She was in a transport of delight. Some days slipped away. Helene's whole existence had undergone a change, and in the thoughts of every hour she no longer lived in her own home, but with Henri. The only thing that existed for her was that next-door house in which her heart beat. Whenever she could find an excuse to do so, she ran thither, and forgot everything in the content of breathing the same air as her lover. In her first rapture, the sight of Juliet even flooded her with tenderness, for was not Juliet one of Henri's belongings? He had not, however, again been able to meet her alone. She appeared loth to give him a second assignation. One evening, when he was leading her into the hall, she even made him swear that he would never again visit the house in the Passage des Eaux, as such an act might compromise her. Meantime, Jeanne was shaken by a short dry cough that never ceased, but became severer towards evening every day. She would then be slightly feverish, and she grew weak with the perspiration that bathed her in her sleep. When her mother cross-questioned her, she answered that she wasn't ill, that she felt no pain. Doubtless her cold was coming to an end. Helene, tranquilized by the explanation, and having no adequate idea of what was going on around her, retained, however, in her bosom, amidst the rapture that made up her life, a vague feeling of sorrow, of some weight that made her heart bleed despite herself. At times, when she was plunged in one of those causeless transports which made her melt with tenderness, an anxious thought would come to her. She imagined that some misfortune was hovering behind her. She turned round, however, and then smiled. People are ever in a tremble when they are too happy. There was nothing there. Jeanne had coughed a moment before, but she had some tisane to drink. There would be no ill effects. However, one afternoon old Dr. Baudin, who visited them in the character of a family friend, prolonged his stay and stealthily but carefully examined Jeanne with his little blue eyes. He questioned her as though he were having some fun with her, and on this occasion uttered no warning word. 2 days later, however, he made his appearance again, and this time, not troubling to examine Jeanne, he talked away merrily in the fashion of a man who has seen many years in many things, and turned the conversation on traveling. He'd once served as a military surgeon. He knew every corner of Italy. It was a magnificent country, said he, which to be admired ought to be seen in spring. Why didn't Madame Grandjean take her daughter there? From this he proceeded by easy transitions to advising a trip to the land of the sun, as he styled it. Helene's eyes were bent on him fixedly. "No, no," he exclaimed, "neither of you is ill. Oh, no, certainly not. Still, a change of air would mean new strength." Her face had blanched. A mortal chill had come over her at the thought of leaving Paris. Gracious heavens! To go away so far, to lose Henri in a moment, their love to droop without a morrow. Such was the agony which the thought gave her that she bent her head towards Jeanne to hide her emotion. Did Jeanne wish to go away? The child, with its chilly gesture, had intertwined her little fingers. Oh yes, she would so like to go. She would so like to go away into the sunny land, quite alone, she and her mother, quite alone. And over her poor attenuated face, with its cheeks burning with fever, there swept the bright hope of a new life. But Helene would listen to no more. Indignation and distrust led her to imagine that all of them, the Abbé, Dr. Baudin, Jeanne herself, were plotting to separate her from Henri. When the old doctor noticed the pallor of her cheeks, he imagined that he had not spoken so cautiously as he might have done, and hastened to declare that there was no hurry. albeit he silently resolved to return to the subject at another time. It happened that Madame Deberle intended to stop at home that day. As soon as the doctor had gone, Helene hastened to put on her bonnet. Jeanne, however, refused to quit the house. She felt better beside the fire. She would be very good and would not open the window. For some time past she had not teased her mother to be allowed to go with her. Still she gazed after her as she went out with a longing look. Then, when she found herself alone, she shrunk into her chair and sat for hours motionless. "Mamma, is Italy far away?" she asked as Helene glided towards her to kiss her. "Oh, very far away, my pet." Jeanne clung round her neck, and not letting her eyes again at the moment, whispered, "Well, Rosalie could take care of everything here. We should have no need of her. A small travelling trunk would do for us, you know. Oh, it would be delightful, mother dear. Nobody but us two. I should come back quite plump. Like this." She puffed out her cheeks and pictured how stout her arms would be. Helene's answer was that she would see, and then she ran off with a final injunction to Rosalie to take good care of Mademoiselle. The child coiled herself up in the chimney corner, gazing at the ruddy fire and deep in reverie. From time to time she moved her hands forward mechanically to warm them. The glinting of the flames dazzled her large eyes. So absorbed was she in her dreaming that she did not hear Monsieur Rimbaud enter the room. His visits had now become very frequent. He came, he would say, in the interests of the poor paralytic woman for whom Dr. Deberle had not yet been able to secure admission into the hospital for incurables. Finding Jeanne alone, he took a seat on the other side of the fireplace and chatted with her as though she were a grown-up person. It was most regrettable. The poor woman had been waiting a week. However, he would go down presently to see the doctor, who might perhaps give him an answer. Meanwhile he did not stir. "Why hasn't your mother taken you with her?" he asked. Jeanne shrugged her shoulders with a gesture of weariness. It disturbed her to go about visiting other people. Nothing gave her any pleasure now. "I am getting old," she added, "and I can't be always amusing myself. Mamma finds entertainment out of doors, and I within, so we are not together." Silence ensued. The child shivered and held her hands out towards the fire, which burnt steadily with a pinky glare, and indeed, muffled as she was in a huge shawl, with a silk handkerchief round her neck and another encircling her head, she did look like some old dame. Shrouded in all these wraps, it struck one that she was no larger than an ailing bird, panting amidst its ruffled plumage. Monsieur Rimbaud, with hands clasped over his knees, was gazing at the fire. Then, turning towards Jeanne, he inquired if her mother had gone out the evening before. She answered with a nod, yes. And did she go out the evening before that, and the previous day? The answer was always yes, given with a nod of the head. Her mother quitted her every day. At this the child and Monsieur Rimbaud gazed at one another for a long time, their faces pale and serious, as though they shared some great sorrow. They made no reference to it. A chit like her and an old man could not talk of such a thing together, but they were well aware why they were so sad, and why it was a pleasure to them to sit like this on either side of the fireplace when they were alone in the house. It was a comfort beyond telling. They loved to be near one another, that their forlornness might pain them less. A wave of tenderness poured into their hearts. They would fain have embraced and wept together. "You're cold, my dear old friend, I'm certain of it," said Jeanne. "Come nearer the fire." No, my darling, I'm not cold." "Oh, you're telling a fib. Your hands are like ice. Come nearer, or I shall get vexed." It was now his turn to display his anxious care. I could lay a wager they haven't left you any drink. I'll run and make some for you. Would you like it? Oh, I'm a good hand at making it. You would see if I were your nurse, you wouldn't be without anything you wanted." He did not allow himself any more explicit hint. Jeanne somewhat sharply declared she was disgusted with tisane. She was compelled to drink too much of it. However, now and then she would allow Monsieur Rimbaud to flutter round her like a mother. He would slip a pillow under her shoulders, give her the medicine she had almost forgotten, or carry her into the bedroom in his arms. These little acts of devotion thrilled both with tenderness. As Jeanne eloquently declared with her sombre eyes, whose flashes disturbed the old man so sorely, they were playing the parts of the father and the little girl while her mother was absent. Then, however, sadness would all at once fall upon them. Their talk died away, and they glanced at one another stealthily with pitying looks. That afternoon, after a lengthy silence, the child asked the question which she had already put to her mother. "Is Italy far away?" "Oh, I should think so," replied Monsieur Rimbaud. "It's away over yonder, on the other side of Marseille, a deuce of a distance." "Why do you ask me such a question?"
"Oh, because—"
she began gravely, but she burst into loud complaints at her ignorance. She was always ill, and she'd never been sent to school. Then they both became silent again, lulled into forgetfulness by the intense heat of the fire. In the meantime, Helene had found Madame Deberle and her sister Pauline in the Japanese pavilion, where they so frequently whiled away the afternoon. Inside it was very warm. A heating apparatus filled it with a stifling atmosphere. The large windows were shut, and a full view could be had of a little garden, which, in its winter guise, looked like some large sepia drawing, finished with exquisite delicacy, the little black branches of a tree showing clear against the brown earth. The two sisters were carrying on a sharp controversy. "Now, be quiet, do!" exclaimed Juliet. "It's evidently our interest to support Turkey." "Oh, I've had a talk about it with a Russian," replied Pauline, who was equally excited. "We are much liked at St. Petersburg, and it's only there that we can find our proper allies." Juliet's face assumed a serious look, and crossing her arms, she exclaimed, "Well, and what will you do with the balance of power in Europe?" The Eastern crisis was the absorbing topic in Paris at that moment. Footnote. It was the stock object of conversation, and no woman who pretended to any position could speak with propriety of anything else. Thus, for 2 days past, Madame Deberle had with passionate fervor devoted herself to foreign politics. Her ideas were very pronounced on the various eventualities which might arise, and Pauline greatly annoyed her by her eccentricity in advocating Russia's cause in opposition to the clear interests of France. Juliet's first desire was to convince her of her folly, but she soon lost her temper. Footnote. The reader may be reminded that the period of the story is that of the Crimean War. "Pooh! Hold your tongue! You're talking foolishly. Now, if you had only studied the matter carefully with me—" But she broke off to greet Helene, who entered at this moment. "Good day, my dear. It's very kind of you to call. I don't suppose you have any news. This morning's paper talked of an ultimatum. There's been a very exciting debate in the English House of Commons." "No, I don't know anything," answered Helene, who was astounded by the question. "I go out so little." However, Juliet had not waited for her reply, but was busy explaining to Pauline why it was necessary to neutralize the Black Sea, and her talk bristled with references to English and Russian generals, whose names she mentioned in a familiar way and with faultless pronunciation. However, Henri now made his appearance with several newspapers in his hand. Helene at once realized that he had come there for her sake, for their eyes had sought one another and exchanged a long, meaning glance. And when their hands met, it was in a prolonged and silent clasp that told how the personality of each was lost in the other.
"Is there anything in the papers?"
asked Juliette feverishly.
"In the papers, my dear?" repeated the doctor. "No, there's never anything."
For a time the Eastern question dropped into the background. There were frequent allusions to someone whom they were expecting, but who did not make his appearance. Pauline remarked that it would soon be 3:00.
"Oh, he would come," declared Madame Deberle. "He'd given such a definite promise."
But she never hinted at any name. Helene listened without understanding. Things which had no connection with Henri did not in the least interest her. She no longer brought her work when she now came down into the garden, and though her visits would last a couple of hours, she would take no part in the conversation, for her mind was ever filled with the same childish dream, wherein all others miraculously vanished, and she was left alone with him. However, she managed to reply to Juliette's questions, while Henri's eyes, riveted on her own, thrilled her with a delicious languor. At last he stepped behind her with the intention of pulling up one of the blinds, and she fully divined that he'd come to ask another meeting, for she noticed the tremor that seized him when he brushed against her hair.
"There's a ring at the bell! That must be he!" suddenly exclaimed Pauline.
Then the faces of the two sisters assumed an air of indifference. It was Malignon who made his appearance, dressed with greater care than ever, and having a somewhat serious look. He shook hands, but eschewed his customary jocularity, thus returning in a ceremonious manner to this house where for some time he had not shown his face. While the doctor and Pauline were expostulating with him on the rarity of his visits, Juliette bent down and whispered to Helene, who, despite her supreme indifference, was overcome with astonishment.
"Ah, you are surprised? Dear me, I am not angry with him at all. He's such a good fellow at heart that nobody could long be angry with him. Just fancy, he has unearthed a husband for Pauline. It's splendid, isn't it?"
"Oh, no doubt," answered Helene complacently.
"Yes, one of his friends, immensely rich, who did not think of getting married, but whom he has sworn to bring here. We were waiting for him today to have some definite reply. So as you will understand, I had to pass over a lot of things." "Oh, there's no danger now. We know one another thoroughly."
Her face beamed with a pretty smile, and she blushed slightly at the memories she conjured up. But she soon turned round and took possession of Malignon. Helene likewise smiled. These accommodating circumstances in life seemed to her sufficient excuse for her own delinquencies. It was absurd to think of tragic melodramas. No, everything wound up with universal happiness. However, while she had thus been indulging in the cowardly but pleasing thought that nothing was absolutely indefensible, Juliette and Pauline had opened the door of the pavilion and were now dragging Malignon in their train into the garden. And all at once Helene heard Henri speaking to her in a low and passionate voice. "I beseech you, Helene. Oh, I beseech you." She started to her feet and gazed around her with sudden anxiety. They were quite alone. She could see the three others walking slowly along one of the walks. Henri was bold enough to lay his hand on her shoulder, and she trembled as she felt its pressure. "As you wish," she stammered, knowing full well what question it was that he desired to ask. Then hurriedly they exchanged a few words. "At the house in the Passage des Eaux," said he. "No, it is impossible. I have explained to you, and you swore to me." "Well, wherever you like, so that I may see you. In your own house, this evening. Shall I call?" The idea was repellent to her, but she could only refuse with a sign, for fear again came upon her as she observed the two ladies and Malignon returning. Madame Deberle had taken the young man away under pretext of showing him some clumps of violets which were in full blossom notwithstanding the cold weather. Hastening her steps, she entered the pavilion before the others, her face illumined by a smile. "It's all arranged," she exclaimed. "What's all arranged?" asked Helene, who was still trembling with excitement and had forgotten everything.
"Oh, that marriage! What a riddance! Pauline was getting a bit of a nuisance. However, the young man has seen her and thinks her charming. Tomorrow we're all going to dine with Papa. I could have embraced Malignon for his good news."
With the utmost self-possession, Henri had contrived to put some distance between Helene and himself. He also expressed his sense of Malignon's favour, and seemed to share his wife's delight at the prospect of seeing their little sister settled at last. Then he turned to Helene and informed her that she was dropping one of her gloves. She thanked him. They could hear Pauline laughing and joking in the garden. She was leaning towards Malignon, murmuring broken sentences in his ear, and bursting into loud laughter as he gave her whispered answers. No doubt he was chatting to her confidentially about her future husband. Standing near the open door of the pavilion, Helene meanwhile inhaled the cold air with delight. It was at this moment that in the bedroom above a silence fell on Jeanne and Monsieur Rimbaud, whom the intense heat of the fire filled with languor. The child woke up from a long-continued pause with a sudden suggestion which seemed to be the outcome of her dreamy fit. "Would you like to go into the kitchen? We'll see if we can get a glimpse of Mamma." "Very well, let us go," replied Monsieur Rimbaud. Jeanne felt stronger that day, and reaching the kitchen without any assistance, pressed her face against the window-pane. Monsieur Rimbaud also gazed into the garden. The trees were bare of foliage, and through the large transparent windows of a Japanese pavilion they could make out every detail inside. Rosalie, who was busy attending to the soup, reproached Mademoiselle with being inquisitive. But the child had caught sight of her mother's dress and pointed her out, whilst flattening her face against the glass to obtain a better view. Pauline meanwhile looked up and nodded vigorously. Then Helene also made her appearance and signed to the child to come down. "They've seen you, mademoiselle," said the servant girl. "They want you to go down." Monsieur Rimbaud opened the window, and everyone called to him to carry Jeanne downstairs. Jeanne, however, vanished into her room and vehemently refused to go, accusing her worthy friend of having purposely tapped on the window. It was a great pleasure to her to look at her mother, but she stubbornly declared she would not go near that house, and to all Monsieur Rimbaud's questions and entreaties she would only return a stern "because," which was meant to explain everything. "It is not you who ought to force me," she said at last, with a gloomy look. But he told her that she would grieve her mother very much, and that it was not right to insult other people. He would muffle her up well, she would not catch cold, and so saying he wound the shawl round her body, and taking the silk handkerchief from her head, set a knitted hood in its place. Even when she was ready, however, she still protested her unwillingness, and when in the end she allowed him to carry her down, it was with the express proviso that he would take her up again the moment she might feel poorly. The porter opened the door by which the two houses communicated, and when they entered the garden they were hailed with exclamations of joy. Madame Deberle in particular displayed a vast amount of affection for Jeanne. She ensconced her in a chair near the stove and desired that the windows might be closed, for the air, she declared, was rather sharp for the dear child. Malignon had now left. As Helene began smoothing the child's dishevelled hair, somewhat ashamed to see her in company muffled up in a shawl and a hood, Juliet burst out in protest.
"Leave her alone! Aren't we all at home here? Poor Jeanne, we're glad to have her."
She rang the bell and asked if Miss Smithson and Lucien had returned from their daily walk. No, they had not yet returned. It was just as well, she declared. Lucien was getting beyond control, and only the night before had made the 5 Levasseur girls sob with grief. "Would you like to play at pigeon vol?" asked Pauline, who seemed to have lost her head with the thought of her impending marriage. "That wouldn't tire you." But Jeanne shook her head in refusal. Beneath their drooping lids her eyes wandered over the persons who surrounded her. The doctor had just informed Monsieur Rimbaud that admission to the hospital for incurables had been secured for his protégé, and in a burst of emotion the worthy man clasped his hands as though some great personal favor had been conferred on him. They were all lounging on their chairs, and the conversation became delightfully friendly. Less effort was shown in following up remarks, and there were at times intervals of silence. While Madame Deberle and her sister were busily engaged in discussion, Helene said to the two men, "Dr. Baudin has advised us to go to Italy." "Ah, that is why Jeanne was questioning me," exclaimed Monsieur Rimbaud. "Would it give you any pleasure to go away there?" Without vouchsafing any answer, the child clasped her little hands upon her bosom, while her pale face flushed with joy. Then, stealthily, and with some fear, she looked towards the doctor. It was he, she understood it, whom her mother was consulting. He started slightly, but retained all his composure. Suddenly, however, Juliette joined in the conversation, wishing, as usual, to have her finger in every pie.
"What's that? Are you talking about Italy? Didn't you say you had an idea of going to Italy? Well, it's a droll coincidence. Why, this very morning I was teasing Henri to take me to Naples. Just fancy, for 10 years now I've been dreaming of seeing Naples. Every spring he promises to take me there, but he never keeps his word."
"I didn't tell you that I would not go," murmured the doctor.
"What? You didn't tell me? Why, you refused flatly, with the excuse that you could not leave your patients."
Jeanne was listening eagerly. A deep wrinkle now furrowed her pale brow, and she began twisting her fingers mechanically one after the other. "Oh, I could entrust my patients for a few weeks to the care of a brother physician," explained the doctor. "That's to say, if I thought it would give you so much pleasure." "Doctor," interrupted Helene, "are you also of opinion that such a journey would benefit Jeanne?" "It would be the very thing. It would thoroughly restore her to health. Children are always the better for a change."
"Oh, then," exclaimed Juliette, "we can take Lucien, and we can all go together. That will be pleasant, won't it?"
"Yes, indeed. I'll do whatever you wish," he answered, smiling. Jeanne lowered her face, wiped 2 big tears of passionate anger and grief from her eyes, and fell back in her chair as though she would fain hear and see no more, while Madame Deberle, filled with ecstasy with the idea of such unexpected pleasure, began chattering noisily. Oh, how kind her husband was! She kissed him for his self-sacrifice. Then, without the loss of a moment, she busied herself with sketching the necessary preparations. They would start the very next week. Goodness gracious! She would never have time to get everything ready. Next, she wanted to draw out a plan of their tour. They would need to visit this and that town, certainly. They could stay a week at Rome. They must stop at a little country place that Madame de Querouaille had mentioned to her. And she wound up by engaging in a lively discussion with Pauline, who was eager that they should postpone their departure till such time as she could accompany them with her husband.
"Not a bit of it," exclaimed Juliette. "The wedding can take place when we come back."
Jane's presence had been wholly forgotten. Her eyes were riveted on her mother and the doctor. The proposed journey indeed now offered inducements to Helene, as it must necessarily keep Henri near her. In fact, a keen delight filled her heart at the thought of journeying together through the land of the sun, living side by side and profiting by the hours of freedom. Round her lips wreathed a smile of happy relief. She had so greatly feared that she might lose him, and deemed herself fortunate in the thought that she would carry her love along with her. While Juliette was discoursing of the scenes they would travel through, both Helene and Henri, indeed, indulged in the dream that they were already strolling through a fairyland of perennial spring, and each told the other with a look that their passion would reign there, aye, wheresoever they might breathe the same air. In the meantime, Monsieur Rimbaud, who with unconscious sadness had slowly lapsed into silence, observed Jeanne's evident discomfort. "Aren't you well, my darling?" he asked in a whisper. "No, I'm quite ill. Carry me up again, I implore you." "But we must tell your mamma." "Oh, no, no, Mamma is busy. She hasn't any time to give to us. Carry me up. Oh, carry me up again." He took her in his arms and told Helene that the child felt tired. In answer, she requested him to wait for her in her rooms. She would hasten after them. The little one, though light as a feather, seemed to slip from his grasp, and he was forced to come to a standstill on the second landing. She leaned her head against his shoulder, and each gazed into the other's face with a look of grievous pain. Not a sound broke upon the chill silence of the staircase. Then, in a low whisper, he asked her, "You are pleased, aren't you, to go to Italy?" But she thereupon burst into sobs, declaring in broken words that she no longer had any craving to go, and would rather die in her own room. Oh, she would not go. She would fall ill. She knew it well. She would go nowhere, nowhere. They could give her little shoes to the poor. Then amidst tears she whispered to him, "Do you remember what you asked me one night?" "What was it, my pet?" "To stay with Mamma always, always, always." "Well, if you wish so still, I wish so too." The tears welled into Monsieur Rimbaud's eyes. He kissed her lovingly, while she added in a still lower tone, "You are perhaps vexed by my getting so angry over it. I didn't understand, you know. But it's you whom I want. Oh, say that it will be soon. Won't you say that it will be soon? I love you more than the other one." Below in the pavilion, Helene had begun to dream once more. The proposed journey was still the topic of conversation, and she now experienced an unconquerable yearning to relieve her overflowing heart and acquaint Henri with all the happiness which was stifling her. So, while Juliet and Pauline were wrangling over the number of dresses that ought to be taken, she leaned towards him and gave him the assignation which she had refused but an hour before. "Come tonight. I shall expect you." But as she at last ascended to her own rooms, she met Rosalie flying terror-stricken down the stairs. The moment she saw her mistress, the girl shrieked out, "Madame! Madame! Oh, make haste, do! Mademoiselle is very ill. She's spitting blood." This ends chapter 22. Chapter 23 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 23. On rising from the dinner table, the doctor spoke to his wife of a confinement case, the close attendance on which he would doubtless have to spend the night. He quitted the house at 9 o'clock, walked down to the riverside, and paced along the deserted quays in the dense nocturnal darkness. A slight moist wind was blowing, and the swollen Seine rolled on in inky waves. As soon as 11 o'clock chimed, he walked up the slopes of the Trocadero and began to prowl round the house, the huge square pile of which seemed but a deepening of the gloom. Lights could still be seen streaming through the dining-room windows of Helene's lodging. Walking round, he noted that the kitchen was also brilliantly lighted up, and at this sight he stopped short in astonishment, which slowly developed into uneasiness. Shadows traversed the blinds. There seemed to be considerable bustle and stir up there. Perhaps Monsieur Rimbaud had stayed to dine? But the worthy man never left later than 10 o'clock. He, Henri, dared not go up, for what would he say should Rosalie open the door? At last it was nearing midnight. Mad with impatience, and throwing prudence to the winds, he rang the bell and walked swiftly past the porter's room without giving his name. At the top of the stairs, Rosalie received him. "It's you, sir. Come in. I will go and announce you. Madame must be expecting you." She gave no sign of surprise on seeing him at this hour. As he entered the dining room without uttering a word, she resumed distractedly, "Oh, mademoiselle is very ill, sir. What a night! My legs are sinking under me." Thereupon she left the room, and the doctor mechanically took a seat. He was oblivious of the fact that he was a medical man. Pacing along the quay, he had conjured up a vision of a very different reception. And now he was there, as though he were paying a visit, waiting with his hat on his knees. A grievous coughing in the next room alone broke upon the intense silence. At last Rosalie made her appearance once more, and hurrying across the dining room, with a basin in her hand, merely remarked, "Madame says you are not to go in." He sat on, powerless to depart. Was their meeting to be postponed till another day, then? He was dazed, as though such a thing had seemed to him impossible. Then the thought came to him that poor Jeanne had very bad health. Children only brought on sorrow and vexation. The door, however, opened once more, and Dr. Baudin entered, with 1,000 apologies falling from his lips. For some time he chattered away. He'd been sent for, but he would always be exceedingly pleased to enter into consultation with his renowned fellow practitioner. "Oh, no doubt, no doubt," stammered Dr. Deberle, whose ears were buzzing. The elder man, his mind set at rest with regard to all questions of professional etiquette, then began to affect a puzzled manner and expressed his doubts of the meaning of the symptoms. He spoke in a whisper and described them in technical phraseology, frequently pausing and winking significantly. There was coughing without expectoration, very pronounced weakness, and intense fever. Perhaps it might prove a case of typhoid fever. But in the meantime he gave no decided opinion, as the anemic nervous affection for which the patient had been treated so long made him fear unforeseen complications. "What do you think?" he asked, after delivering himself of each remark. Dr. Deberle answered with evasive questions. While the other was speaking, he felt ashamed at finding himself in that room. Why had he come up? "I have applied 2 blisters," continued the old doctor. "I'm waiting for the result, but of course you'll see her. You will then give me your opinion." So saying, he led him into the bedroom. Henri entered it with a shudder creeping through his frame. It was but faintly lighted by a lamp. There thronged into his mind the memories of other nights when there had been the same warm perfume, the same close, calm atmosphere, the same deepening shadows shrouding the furniture and hangings. But there was no one now to come to him with outstretched hands as in those olden days. Monsieur Rimbaud lay back in an armchair, exhausted, seemingly asleep. Helene was standing in front of the bed, robed in a white dressing-gown, but did not turn her head, and her figure, in its death-like pallor, appeared to him extremely tall. Then for a moment's space he gazed on Jeanne. Her weakness was so great that she could not open her eyes without fatigue. Bathed in sweat, she lay in a stupor, her face ghastly, save that a burning flush colored each cheek. "It's galloping consumption," he exclaimed at last, speaking aloud in spite of himself, and giving no sign of astonishment, as though he had long foreseen what would happen. Helene heard him and looked at him. She seemed to be of ice. Her eyes were dry, and she was terribly calm. "You think so, do you?" rejoined Dr. Baudin, giving an approving nod in the style of a man who had not cared to be the first to express this opinion. He sounded the child once more. Jeanne, her limbs quite lifeless, yielded to the examination without seemingly knowing why she was being disturbed. A few rapid sentences were exchanged between the 2 physicians. The old doctor murmured some words about amphoric breathing, and a sound such as a cracked jar might give out. Nevertheless, he still affected some hesitation and spoke suggestively of capillary bronchitis. Dr. Deberle hastened to explain that an accidental cause had brought on the illness. Doubtless it was due to a cold. However, he'd already noticed several times that an anemical tendency would produce chest diseases. Helene stood waiting behind him. "Listen to her breathing yourself," said Dr. Baudin, giving way to Henri. He leaned over the child and seemed about to take hold of her. She had not raised her eyelids, but lay there in self-abandonment, consumed by fever. Her open nightdress displayed her childish breast, where as yet there were but slight signs of coming womanhood, and nothing could be more chaste or yet more harrowing than the sight of this dawning maturity on which the angel of death had already laid his hand. She had displayed no aversion when the old doctor had touched her. But the moment Henri's fingers glanced against her body, she started as if she had received a shock. In a transport of shame, she awoke from the coma in which she had been plunged, and, like a maiden in alarm, clasped her poor, puny little arms over her bosom, exclaiming the while in quavering tones, "Mamma! Mamma!" Then she opened her eyes, and on recognizing the man who was bending over her, she was seized with terror. Sobbing with shame, she drew the bed cover over her bosom. It seemed as though she'd grown older by 10 years during her short agony, and on the brink of death had attained sufficient womanhood to understand that this man above all others must not lay hands on her. She wailed out again in piteous entreaty, "Mamma, Mamma, I beseech you!" Helene, who had hitherto not opened her lips, came close to Henri. Her eyes were bent on him fixedly. Her face was of marble. She touched him and merely said in a husky voice, "Go away." Dr. Baudin strove to appease Jeanne, who now shook with a fresh fit of coughing. He assured her that nobody would annoy her again, that everyone would go away to prevent her being disturbed. "Go away," repeated Helene, in a deep whisper in her lover's ear. "You see very well that we have killed her." Then, unable to find a word in reply, Henri withdrew. He lingered for a moment longer in the dining room, awaiting he knew not what, something that might possibly take place. But seeing that Dr. Baudin did not come out, he groped his way down the stairs without even Rosalie to light him. He thought of the awful speed with which galloping consumption, a disease to which he had devoted earnest study, carried off his victims. The miliary tubercles would rapidly multiply, the stifling sensation would become more and more pronounced. Jeanne would certainly not last another 3 weeks. The first of these passed by. In the mighty expanse of heaven before the window, the sun rose and set above Paris, without Helene being more than vaguely conscious of the pitiless, steady advance of time. She grasped the fact that her daughter was doomed. She lived plunged in a stupor, alive only to the terrible anguish that filled her heart. It was but waiting on in hopelessness, in certainty that death would prove merciless. She could not weep, but paced gently to and fro, tending the sufferer with slow, regulated movements. At times, yielding to fatigue, she would fall upon a chair, when she gazed at her for hours. Jeanne grew weaker and weaker. Painful vomiting was followed by exhaustion. The fever never quitted her. When Dr. Baudin called, he examined her for a little while and left some prescription. But his drooping shoulders, as he left the room, were eloquent of such powerlessness that the mother forbore to accompany him, to ask even a question. On the morning after the illness had declared itself, Abbé Jouve had made all haste to call. He and his brother now again came every evening, exchanging a mute clasp of the hand with Helene, and never venturing to ask any news. They had offered to watch by the bedside in succession, but she sent them away when 10 o'clock struck. She would have no one in the bedroom during the night. One evening the abbé, who had seemed absorbed by some idea since the previous day, took her aside.
"There's one thing I've thought of," he whispered. "Her health has put obstacles in the darling child's way, but her first communion might take place here."
His meaning at first did not seem to dawn on Helene. The thought that, despite all his indulgence, he should now allow his priestly character the ascendant and evince no concern but in spiritual matters came on her with surprise and even wounded her somewhat. With a careless gesture she exclaimed, No, I would rather she wasn't worried. If there be a heaven, she will have no difficulty in entering its gates." That evening, however, Jeanne experienced one of those deceptive improvements in health which fill the dying with illusions as to their condition. Her hearing, rendered more acute by illness, had enabled her to catch the abbé's words.
"It's you, dear old friend," said she. "You spoke about the first communion. It will be soon, won't it?" "No doubt, my darling," he answered. Then she wanted him to come near to speak to her. Her mother had propped her up with the pillow, and she reclined there looking very little, with a smile on her fever-burnt lips and the shadow of death already passing over her brilliant eyes. "Oh, I'm getting on very well," she began. "I could get up if I wanted. But tell me, should I have a white gown and flowers? Will the church be as beautiful as it was in the month of Mary?" "More beautiful, my pet." "Really? Will there be as many flowers, and will there be such sweet chants?" "It will be soon, soon. You promise me, won't you?"
She was wrapped in joy. She gazed on the curtains of the bed and murmured in her transport that she was very fond of the good God and had seen him while she was listening to the canticles. Even now she could hear organs pealing, see lights that circled round, and flowers in great vases hovering like butterflies before her eyes. Then another fit of coughing threw her back on the pillow. However, her face was still flushed with a smile. She seemed to be unconscious of her cough, but continued, "I shall get up tomorrow. I shall learn my catechism without a mistake, and we'll be all very happy." A sob came from Helene as she stood at the foot of the bed. She'd been powerless to weep, but a storm of tears rushed up from her bosom as Jane's laughter fell on her ear. Then, almost stifling, she fled into the dining room that she might hide her despair. The abbé followed her. Michel Rambaud had at once started up to engage the child's attention.
"Oh dear, Mamma cried out. Has she hurt herself?" she asked.
"Your mamma?" he answered. "No, she didn't cry out. She was laughing because you're feeling so well." In the dining room, her head bowed dejectedly on the table, Helene strove to stifle her sobs with her clasped hands. The abbé hung over her and prayed her to restrain her emotion. But she raised her face, streaming with tears, and bitterly accused herself. She declared to him that she herself had killed her daughter, and a full confession escaped from her lips in a torrent of broken words. She would never have succumbed to that man had Jeanne remained beside her. It had been fated that she should meet him in that chamber of mystery. God in heaven, she ought to die with her child. She could live no longer. The priest, terrified, sought to calm her with the promise of absolution. But there was a ring at the bell, and a sound of voices came from the lobby. Helene dried her tears as Rosalie made her appearance.
"Madame, it's Dr. Deberle who—"
"I don't wish him to come in."
"He is asking after mademoiselle."
"Tell him she's dying." The door had been left open, and Henri had heard everything. Without awaiting the return of the servant girl, he walked down the stairs. He came up every day, received the same answer, and then went away. The visits which Helene received quite unnerved her. The few ladies whose acquaintance she had made at the Deberles' house seemed it their duty to tender her their sympathy. Madame de Charmette, Madame Levasseur, Madame de Guillereau, and others also presented themselves. They made no request to enter, but catechized Rosalie in such loud voices that they could be heard through the thin partitions. Giving way to impatience, Helene would then receive them in the dining room, where, without sitting down, she spoke with them very briefly. She went about all day in her dressing gown, careless of her attire, with her lovely hair merely gathered up and twisted into a knot. Her eyes often closed with weariness. Her face was flushed, she had a bitter taste in her mouth, her lips were clammy, and she could scarcely articulate. When Juliette called, she could not exclude her from the bedroom, but allowed her to stay for a little while beside the bed. "My dear," Madame Deberle said to her one day in friendly tones, "you give way too much. Keep up your spirits." Helene was about to reply when Juliette, wishing to turn her thoughts from her grief, began to chat about the things which were occupying the gossips of Paris. "We're certainly going to have a war. I'm in a nice state about it, as I have 2 cousins who will have to serve." In this style she would drop in upon them on returning from her rambles through Paris, her brain bursting with all the tittle-tattle collected in the course of the afternoon, and her long skirts whirling and rustling as she sailed through the stillness of the sick-room. It was altogether futile for her to lower her voice and assume a pitiful air. Her indifference peeped through all disguise. It could be seen that she was happy, quite joyous indeed, in the possession of perfect health. Helene was very downcast in her company, her heart rent by jealous anguish. "Madame," said Jeanne one evening, "why doesn't Lucien come to play with me?" Juliette was embarrassed for a moment, and merely answered with a smile. "Is he ill too?" continued the child. "No, my darling, he isn't ill. He's gone to school." Then, as Helene accompanied her into the anteroom, she wished to apologize for her prevarication. "Oh, I would gladly bring him. I know that there's no infection. But children get frightened with the least thing, and Lucien is such a stupid. He would just burst out sobbing when he saw your poor angel." "Yes, indeed, you're quite right," interrupted Helene, her heart ready to break with the thought of this woman's gaiety, and her happiness in possessing a child who enjoyed robust health. A second week had passed away. The disease was following its usual course, robbing Jeanne every hour of some of her vitality. Fearfully rapid though it was, however, it evinced no haste. But in accomplishing the destruction of that delicate, lovable flesh, passed in turn through each foreseen phase without skipping a single one of them. Thus the spitting of blood had ceased, and at intervals the cough disappeared. But such was the oppressive feeling which stifled the child that you could detect the ravages of the disease by the difficulty she experienced in breathing. Such weakness could not withstand so violent an attack, and the eyes of the Abbé and Monsieur Rimbaud constantly moistened with tears as they heard her. Day and night, under the shelter of the curtains, the sound of oppressed breathing arose. The poor darling, whom the slightest shock seemed likely to kill, was yet unable to die, but lived on and on through the agony which bathed her in sweat. Her mother, whose strength was exhausted, and who could no longer bear to hear that rattle, went into the adjoining room and leaned her head against the wall. Jane was slowly becoming oblivious to her surroundings. She no longer saw people, and her face bore an unconscious and forlorn expression, as though she'd already lived all alone in some unknown sphere. When they who hovered round her wished to attract her attention, they named themselves that she might recognize them. But she would gaze at them fixedly, without a smile, then turn herself round towards the wall with a weary look. A gloominess was settling over her. She was passing away amidst the same vexation and sulkiness as she had displayed in past days of jealous outbursts. Still, at times the whims characteristic of sickness would awaken her to some consciousness. One morning she asked her mother, "Today is Sunday, isn't it?" "No, my child," answered Helene. "This is only Friday. Why do you wish to know?" Jeanne seemed to have already forgotten the question she had asked. But 2 days later, while Rosalie was in the room, she said to her in a whisper,
"This is Sunday. Zéphirin is here. Ask him to come and see me."
The maid hesitated, but Helene, who had heard, nodded to her in token of consent. The child spoke again.
"Bring him. Come, both of you. I shall be so pleased."
When Rosalie entered the sick room with Zéphirin, she raised herself on her pillow. The little soldier, with bare head and hands spread out, swayed about to hide his intense emotion. He had a great love for Mademoiselle, and it grieved him unutterably to see her shouldering arms on the left, as he expressed it in the kitchen. So, in spite of the previous injunctions of Rosalie, who had instructed him to put on a bright expression, he stood speechless with downcast face, on seeing her so pale and wasted to a skeleton. He was still as tender-hearted as ever, despite his conquering airs. He could not even think of one of those fine phrases which nowadays he usually concocted so easily. The maid behind him gave him a pinch to make him laugh. But he could only stammer out, "I beg pardon, Mademoiselle and everyone here." Jeanne was still raising herself with the help of her tiny arms. She widely opened her large vacant eyes. She seemed to be looking for something. Her head shook with a nervous trembling. Doubtless the stream of light was blinding her as the shadows of death gathered around. "Come closer, my friend," said Helene to the soldier. "It was Mademoiselle who asked to see you." The sunshine entered through the window in a slanting ray of golden light, in which the dust rising from the carpet could be seen circling. March had come, and the springtide was already budding out of doors. Zéphirin took one step forward and appeared in the sunshine. His little round, freckled face had a golden hue, as of ripe corn, while the buttons on his tunic glittered, and his red trousers looked as sanguineous as a field of poppies. At last Jeanne became aware of his presence there, but her eye again betrayed uneasiness, and she glanced restlessly from one corner to another. "What do you want, my child?" asked her mother. "We are all here." She understood, however, in a moment. "Rosalie, come nearer. Mademoiselle wishes to see you." Then Rosalie, in her turn, stepped into the sunlight. She wore a cap whose strings, carelessly tossed over her shoulders, flapped round her head like the wings of a butterfly. A golden powder seemed to fall on her bristly black hair and her kindly face, with its flat nose and thick lips. And for Jeanne, there were only these two in the room, the little soldier and the servant girl, standing elbow to elbow under the ray of sunshine. She gazed at them. "Well, my darling," began Helene again, "you do not say anything to them. Here they are together." Jeanne's eyes were still fixed on them, and her head shook with the tremor of a very aged woman. They stood there like man and wife, ready to take each other's arm and return to their countryside. The spring sun threw its warmth on them, and eager to brighten Mademoiselle, they ended by smiling into each other's face with a look of mingled embarrassment and tenderness. The very odor of health was exhaled from their plump, round figures. Had they been alone, Zéphirin without doubt would have caught hold of Rosalie, and would have received for his pains a hearty slap. Their eyes showed it. "Well, my darling, have you nothing to say to them?" Jeanne gazed at them, her breath growing yet more oppressed. And still she said not a word, but suddenly burst into tears. Séverin and Rosalie had at once to quit the room. "I beg pardon, mademoiselle and everyone," stammered the little soldier, as he went away in bewilderment. This was one of Jeanne's last whims. She lapsed into a dull stupor from which nothing could rouse her. She lay there in utter loneliness, unconscious even of her mother's presence. When Helene hung over the bed seeking her eyes, the child preserved a stolid expression, as though only the shadow of the curtain had passed before her. Her lips were dumb. She showed the gloomy resignation of the outcast who knows that she is dying. Sometimes she would long remain with her eyelids half closed, and nobody could divine what stubborn thought was thus absorbing her. Nothing now had any existence for her save her big doll, which lay beside her. They had given it to her one night to divert her during her insufferable anguish, and she refused to give it back, defending it with fierce gestures the moment they attempted to take it from her. With its pasteboard head resting on the bolster, the doll was stretched out like an invalid, covered up to the shoulders by the counterpane. There was little doubt the child was nursing it, for her burning hands would from time to time feel its disjointed limbs of flesh-tinted leather, whence all the sawdust had exuded. For hours her eyes would never stray from those enamel ones, which were always fixed, or from those white teeth wreathed in an everlasting smile. She would suddenly grow affectionate, clasp the doll's hands against her bosom, and press her cheek against its little head of hair, the caressing contact of which seemed to give her some relief. Thus she sought comfort in her affection for her big doll, always assuring herself of its presence when she awoke from a doze, seeing nothing else, chatting with it, and at times summoning to her face the shadow of a smile, as though she had heard it whispering something in her ear. The 3rd week was dragging to an end. One morning the old doctor came and remained. Helene understood him. The child would not live through the day. Since the previous evening she'd been in a stupor that deprived her of the consciousness even of her own actions. There was no longer any struggle with death. It was but a question of hours. As the dying child was consumed by an awful thirst, the doctor had merely recommended that she should be given some opiate beverage, which would render her passing less painful, and the relinquishing of all attempts at cure reduced Helene to a state of imbecility. So long as the medicines had littered the night table, she still had entertained hopes of a miraculous recovery. But now bottles and boxes had vanished, and her last trust was gone. One instinct only inspired her now, to be near Jeanne, never leave her, gaze at her unceasingly. The doctor, wishing to distract her attention from the terrible sight, strove by assigning some little duties to her to keep her at a distance. But she ever and ever returned, drawn to the bedside by the physical craving to see. She waited, standing erect, her arms hanging beside her, and her face swollen by despair. About 1 o'clock, Abbé Jouve and Monsieur Rimbaud arrived. The doctor went to meet them and muttered a few words. Both grew pale and stood stock still in consternation, while their hands began to tremble. Helene had not turned round. The weather was lovely that day. It was one of those sunny afternoons typical of early April. Jeanne was tossing in her bed. Her lips moved painfully at times with the intolerable thirst which consumed her. She'd brought her poor transparent hands from under the coverlet and waved them gently to and fro. The hidden working of the disease was accomplished. She coughed no more, and her dying voice came like a faint breath. For a moment she turned her head, and her eyes sought the light. Dr. Baudin threw the window wide open, And then Jeanne at once became tranquil, with her cheek resting on the pillow and her looks roving over Paris, while her heavy breathing grew fainter and slower. During the 3 weeks of her illness, she had thus many times turned towards the city that stretched away to the horizon. Her face grew grave. She was musing. At this last hour, Paris was smiling under the glittering April sunshine. Warm breezes entered from without, with bursts of urchins' laughter and the chirping of sparrows. On the brink of the grave, the child exerted her last strength to gaze again on the scene and follow the flying smoke which soared from the distant suburbs. She recognized her 3 friends, the Invalides, the Panthéon, and the Tower of Saint-Jacques. Then the unknown began, and her weary eyelids half closed at sight of the vast ocean of roofs. Perhaps she was dreaming that she was growing much lighter and lighter, and was fleeting away like a bird. Now, at last, she would soon know all. She would perch herself on the domes and steeples. 7 or 8 flaps of her wings would suffice, and she would be able to gaze on the forbidden mysteries that were hidden from children. But a fresh uneasiness fell upon her, and her hands groped about. She only grew calm again when she held her large doll in her little arms against her bosom. It was evidently her wish to take it with her. Her glances wandered far away amongst the chimneys glinting with the sun's ruddy light. 4 o'clock struck, and the bluish shadows of evening were already gathering. The end was at hand. There was a stifling, a slow and passive agony. The dear angel no longer had strength to offer resistance. Monsieur Rimbaud, overcome, threw himself on his knees, convulsed with silent sobbing, and dragged himself behind a curtain to hide his grief. The abbé was kneeling at the bedside with clasped hands, repeating the prayers for the dying. Jeanne, Jeanne, murmured Helene, chilled to the heart with a horror which sent an icy thrill through her very hair. She had repulsed the doctor and thrown herself on the ground, leaning against the bed to gaze into her daughter's face. Jeanne opened her eyes, but did not look at her mother. She drew her doll, her last love, still closer. Her bosom heaved with a big sigh, followed by 2 fainter ones. Then her eyes paled, and her face for a moment gave signs of a fearful anguish. But speedily there came relief. Her mouth remained open. She breathed no more. "It is over," said the doctor as he took her hand. Jeanne's big, vacant eyes were fixed on Paris. The long, thin, lamb-like face was still further elongated. There was a sternness on its features, a grey shadow falling from its contracted brows. Thus, even in death, she retained the livid expression of a jealous woman. The doll, with its head flung back and its hair disheveled, seemed to lie dead beside her. "It is over," again said the doctor, as he allowed the little cold hand to drop. Helene, with a strained expression on her face, pressed her hands to her brow as if she felt her head splitting open. No tears came to her eyes. She gazed wildly in front of her. Then a rattling noise mounted in her throat. She had just espied at the foot of the bed a pair of shoes that lay forgotten there. It was all over. Jeanne would never put them on again. The little shoes could be given to the poor. And at the sight, Helene's tears gushed forth. She still knelt on the floor, her face pressed against the dead child's hand, which had slipped down. Monsieur Rimbaud was sobbing. The abbé had raised his voice, and Rosalie, standing at the door of a dining room, was biting her handkerchief to check the noise of her grief. At this very moment, Dr. Deberle rang the bell. He was unable to refrain from making inquiries. "How is she now?" he asked. "Oh, sir," wailed Rosalie, "she's dead." He stood motionless, stupefied by the announcement of the end which he'd been expecting daily. At last he muttered, "Oh, God, the poor child, what a calamity!" He could only give utterance to those commonplace but heart-rending words. The door shut once more, and he went down the stairs. This ends chapter 23. Chapter 24 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 24. When Madame Deberle was apprised of Jeanne's death, she wept, and gave way to one of those outbursts of emotion that kept her in a flutter for 48 hours. Hers was a noisy and immoderate grief. She came and threw herself into Helene's arms. Then a phrase dropped in her hearing inspired her with the idea of imparting some affecting surroundings to the child's funeral, and soon wholly absorbed her. She offered her services and declared her willingness to undertake every detail. The mother, worn out with weeping, sat overwhelmed in her chair. Monsieur Rimbaud, who was acting in her name, was losing his head, so he accepted the offer with profuse expression of gratitude. Helene merely roused herself for a moment to express the wish that there should be some flowers, an abundance of flowers. Without losing a minute, Madame Deberle set about her task. She spent the whole of the next day in running from one lady friend to another, bearing the woeful tidings. It was her idea to have a following of little girls, all dressed in white. She needed at least 30, and did not return till she had secured the full number. She'd gone in person to the funeral administration, discussed the various styles, and chosen the necessary drapery. She would have the garden railings hung with white, and the body might be laid out under the lilac trees, whose twigs were already tipped with green. It would be charming. "If only it's a fine day tomorrow," she giddily remarked in the evening, when her scurrying to and fro had come to an end. The morning proved lovely. There was a blue sky and a flood of sunshine. The air was pure and invigorating as only the air of spring can be. The funeral was to take place at 10 o'clock. By 9, the drapery had been hung up. Juliette ran down to give the workmen her ideas of what should be done. She did not wish the trees to be altogether covered. The white cloth, fringed with silver, formed a kind of porch at the garden gate, which was thrown back against the lilac trees. However, Juliette soon returned to her drawing-room to receive her lady guests. They were to assemble there to prevent Madame Grandjean's 2 rooms from being filled to overflowing. Still, she was greatly annoyed at her husband, having had to go that morning to Versailles. For some consultation or other, he explained, which he could not well neglect. Thus she was left alone, and felt she would never be able to get through with it all. Madame Berthier was the first arrival, bringing her 2 daughters with her. "What do you think?" exclaimed Madame Deberle. "Henri has deserted me." "Well, Lucien, why don't you say good day?" Lucien was already dressed for the funeral, with his hands in black gloves. He seemed astonished to see Sophie and Blanche dressed as though they were about to take part in some church procession. A silk sash encircled the muslin gown of each, and their veils, which swept down to the floor, hid their little caps of transparent tulle. While the 2 mothers were busy chatting, the 3 children gazed at one another, bearing themselves somewhat stiffly in their new attire. At last Lucien broke the silence by saying, "Jeanne is dead." His heart was full, and yet his face wore a smile. a smile born of amazement. He had been very quiet since the evening before, dwelling on the thought that Jeanne was dead. As his mother was up to her ears in business and took no notice of him, he plied the servants with questions. Was it a fact, he wanted to know, that it was impossible to move when one was dead? "She's dead, she's dead," echoed the two sisters, who looked like rosebuds under their white veils. "Are we going to see her?" Lucien pondered for a time, and then, with dreamy eyes and opened mouth, seemingly striving to divine the nature of this problem which lay beyond his ken, he answered in a low tone, "We shall never see her again." However, several other little girls now entered the room. On a sign from his mother, Lucien advanced to meet them. Marguerite Tissot, her muslin dress enveloping her like a cloud, seemed the child virgin. Her fair hair, escaping from underneath her little cap, looked, through the snowy veil, like a tippet figured with gold. A quiet smile crept into every face when the 5 Levasseurs made their appearance. They were all dressed alike, and trooped along in boarding-school fashion, the eldest first, the youngest last, and their skirts stood out to such an extent that they quite filled one corner of the room. But on little Mademoiselle Guiraud's entrance, the whispering voices rose to a higher key. The others laughed and crowded round to see her and kiss her. She was like some white turtle-dove with its downy feathers ruffled. Wrapped in rustling gauze, she looked as round as a barrel, but still no heavier than a bird. Her mother even could not find her hands. By degrees the drawing-room seemed to be filling with a cloud of snowballs. Several boys, in their black coats, were like dark spots amidst the universal white. Lucien, now that his little wife was dead, desired to choose another. However, he displayed the greatest hesitation. He would have preferred a wife like Jeanne, taller than himself. But at last he settled on Marguerite, whose hair fascinated him, and to whom he attached himself for the day. "The corpse hasn't been brought down yet," Pauline muttered at this moment in Juliet's ear. Pauline was as flurried as though the preliminaries of a ball were in hand. It was with the greatest difficulty that her sister had prevented her from donning a white dress for the ceremony. "Good gracious!" exclaimed Juliet. "What are they dreaming about? I must run up. Stay with these ladies." She hastily left the room, where the mothers in their mourning attire sat chatting in whispers, while the children dared not make the least movement lest they should rumple their dresses. When she'd reached the top of the staircase and entered the chamber where the body lay, Juliet's blood was chilled by the intense cold. Jeanne still lay on the bed with clasped hands, and, like Marguerite and the Levasseur girls, she was arrayed in a white dress, white cap, and white shoes. A wreath of white roses crowned the cap, as though she were a little queen about to be honored by the crowd of guests who were waiting below. In front of the window, on 2 chairs, was the oak coffin lined with satin, looking like some huge jewel casket. The furniture was all in order. A wax taper was burning. The room seemed close and gloomy, with the damp smell and stillness of a vault which has been walled up for years. Thus Juliet, fresh from the sunshine and smiling life of the outer world, came to a sudden halt, stricken dumb, without the courage to explain that they must needs hurry. "A great many people have come," she stammered at last. And then, as no answer was forthcoming, she added, just for the sake of saying something, "Henri has been forced to attend a consultation at Versailles. You will excuse him." Helene, who sat in front of the bed, gazed at her with vacant eyes. They were wholly unable to drag her from that room. For 36 hours she lingered there, despite the prayers of Monsieur Rimbaud and the Abbé Jouffre, who kept watch with her. During the last 2 nights she had been weighed to the earth by immeasurable agony. Besides, She had accomplished the grievous task of dressing her daughter for the last time, of putting on those white silk shoes, for she would allow no other to touch the feet of the little angel who lay dead. And now she sat motionless, as though her strength were spent, and the intensity of her grief had lulled her into forgetfulness. "Have you got some flowers?" she exclaimed, after an effort, her eyes still fixed on Madame Deberle. "Yes, yes, my dear," answered the latter. "Don't trouble yourself about that." Since her daughter had breathed her last, Helene had been consumed with one idea. There must be flowers, flowers, an overwhelming profusion of flowers. Each time she saw anybody, she grew uneasy, seemingly afraid that sufficient flowers would never be obtained. "Are there any roses?" she began again after a pause. "Yes, I assure you that you will be well pleased." She shook her head and once more fell back into her stupor. In the meantime, the undertaker's men were waiting on the landing. It must be got over now without delay. Monsieur Rimbaud, who was himself affected to such a degree that he staggered like a drunken man, signed to Juliette to assist him in leading the poor woman from the room. Each slipped an arm gently beneath hers, and they raised her up and led her towards the dining room. But the moment she divined their intention, she shook them from her in a last despairing outburst. The scene was heart-rending. She threw herself on her knees at the bedside and clung passionately to the sheets, while the room re-echoed with her piteous shrieks. But still Jeanne lay there with her face of stone, stiff and icy cold, wrapped round by the silence of eternity. She seemed to be frowning. There was a sour pursing of her lips, eloquent of a revengeful nature. And it was this gloomy, pitiless look, springing from jealousy and transforming her face, which drove Helene so frantic. During the preceding 36 hours she had not failed to notice how the old spiteful expression had grown more and more intense upon her daughter's face, how more and more sullen she looked the nearer she approached the grave. Oh, what a comfort it would have been if Jeanne could only have smiled on her for the last time. "No, no," she shrieked. "I pray you, leave her for a moment. You cannot take her from me. I want to embrace her. Oh, only a moment, only a moment." With trembling arms she clasped her child to her bosom, eager to dispute possession with the men who stood in the anteroom, with their backs turned towards her and impatient frowns on their faces. But her lips were powerless to breathe any warmth on the cold countenance. She became conscious that Jeanne's obstinacy was not to be overcome, that she refused forgiveness. And then she allowed herself to be dragged away, and fell upon a chair in the dining room, with the one mournful cry again and again repeated, "My God! My God!" Monsieur Rimbaud and Madame Deberle were overcome by emotion. There was an interval of silence, but when the latter opened the door halfway, it was all over. There had been no noise, scarcely a stir. The screws, oiled beforehand, now closed the lid forever. The chamber was left empty, and a white sheet was thrown over the coffin. The bedroom door remained open, and no further restraint was put upon Helene. On re-entering the room, she cast a dazed look on the furniture and round the walls. The men had borne away the corpse. Rosalie had drawn the coverlet over the bed to efface the slight hollow made by the form of the little one whom they had lost. Then, opening her arms with a distracted gesture and stretching out her hands, Helene rushed towards the staircase. She wanted to go down, but Monsieur Rimbaud held her back, while Madame Deberle explained to her that it was not the thing to do. But she vowed she would behave rationally, that she would not follow the funeral procession. Surely they could allow her to look on. She would remain quiet in the garden pavilion. Both wept as they heard her pleading. However, she had to be dressed. Juliette threw a black shawl round her to conceal her mourning wrap. There was no bonnet to be found, but at last they came across one from which they tore a bunch of red vervain flowers. Monsieur Rimbaud, who was chief mourner, took hold of Helene's arm. "Do not leave her," whispered Madame Deberle as they reached the garden. "I have so many things to look after." And thereupon she hastened away. Helene meanwhile walked with difficulty, her eyes ever seeking something. As soon as she found herself out of doors, she drew a long sigh. Ah, what a lovely morning! Then she looked towards the iron gate and caught sight of a little coffin under the white drapery. Monsieur Rimbaud allowed her to take but 2 or 3 steps forward. "Now, be brave," he said to her, while a shudder ran through his own frame. They gazed on the scene. The narrow coffin was bathed in sunshine. At the foot of it, on a lace cushion, was a silver crucifix. To the left, the holy water sprinkler lay in its font. The tall wax tapers were burning with almost invisible flames. Beneath the hangings, the branches of the trees with their purple shoots formed a kind of bower. It was a nook full of the beauty of spring, and over it streamed the golden sunshine irradiating the blossoms with which the coffin was covered. It seemed as if flowers had been raining down. There were clusters of white roses, white camellias, white lilac, white carnations, heaped in a snowy mass of petals. The coffin was hidden from sight, and from the pole some of the white blossoms were falling, the ground being strewn with periwinkles and hyacinths. The few persons passing along the Rue Vienneuse paused with a smile of tender emotion before this sunny garden, where the little body lay at peace amongst the flowers. There seemed to be a music stealing up from the snowy surroundings. In the glare of light, the purity of the blossoms grew dazzling, and the sun flushed hangings, nosegays, and wreaths of flowers with the very semblance of life. Over the roses a bee flew humming. "Oh, the flowers," murmured Helene, powerless to say another word. She pressed her handkerchief to her lips, and her eyes filled with tears. Jeanne must be warm, she thought, and with this idea a wave of emotions rose in her bosom. She felt very grateful to those who had enveloped her child in flowers. She wished to go forward, and Monsieur Rimbaud made no effort to hold her back. How sweet was the scene beneath the cloud of drapery! Perfumes were wafted upwards. The air was warm and still. Helene stooped down and chose 1 rose only, that she might place it in her bosom. But suddenly she commenced to tremble, and Monsieur Rimbaud became uneasy. "Don't stay here," he said, as he drew her away. "You promise not to make yourself unwell." He was attempting to lead her into the pavilion when the door of a drawing-room was thrown open. Pauline was the first to appear. She had undertaken the duty of arranging the funeral procession. One by one, the little girls stepped into the garden. Their coming seemed like some sudden outburst of bloom, a miraculous flowering of May. In the open air, the white skirts expanded, streaked moire-like by the sunshine with shades of the utmost delicacy. An apple tree above was raining down its blossoms. Gossamer threads were floating to and fro. Their dresses were instinct with all the purity of spring, and their numbers still increased. They already surrounded the lawn. They yet lightly descended the steps, sailing on like downy balls suddenly expanding beneath the open sky. The garden was now a snowy mass, and as Helene gazed on the crowd of little girls, a memory awoke within her. She remembered another joyous season, with its ball and the gay twinkling of tiny feet. She once more saw Marguerite in her milk-girl costume, with her can hanging from her waist, and Sophie dressed as a waiting-maid, and revolving on the arm of her sister Blanche, whose trappings as folly gave out a merry tinkle of bells. She thought too of the 5 Levasseur girls, and of the Red Riding Hoods, whose number had seemed endless, with their ever-recurring cloaks of poppy-colored satin edged with black velvet, while little Mademoiselle Guiraud, with her Alsatian butterfly bow in her hair, danced as if demented opposite a harlequin twice as tall as herself. Today they were all arrayed in white. Jeanne, too, was in white, her head laid amongst white flowers on the white satin pillow. The delicate-faced Japanese maiden, with hair transfixed by long pins and purple tunic embroidered with birds, was leaving them forever in a gown of snowy white. "How tall they've all grown!" exclaimed Helene, as she burst into tears. They were all there but her daughter. She alone was missing. Monsieur Rimbaud led her to the pavilion, but she remained on the threshold, anxious to see the funeral procession start. Several of the ladies bowed to her quietly. The children looked at her with some astonishment in their blue eyes. Meanwhile, Pauline was hovering round, giving orders. She lowered her voice for the occasion, but at times forgot herself. "Now, be good, children. Look, you little stupid, you're dirty already. I'll come for you in a minute. Don't stir." The hearse drove up. It was time to start, but Madame Deberle appeared, exclaiming, "The bouquets have been forgotten! Quick, Pauline, the bouquets!" Some little confusion ensued. A bouquet of white roses had been prepared for each little girl, and these bouquets now had to be distributed. The children, in an ecstasy of delight, held the great clusters of flowers in front of them as though they had been wax tapers. Lucien, still at Marguerite's side, daintily inhaled the perfume of her blossoms as she held them to his face. All these little maidens, their hands filled with flowers, looked radiant with happiness in the golden light. But suddenly their faces grew grave as they perceived the men placing the coffin on the hearse. "Is she inside that thing?" asked Sophie in a whisper. Her sister Blanche nodded assent. Then in her turn she said, "For men, it's as big as this." She was referring to the coffin, and stretched out her arms to their widest extent. However, little Marguerite, whose nose was buried amongst her roses, was seized with a fit of laughter. It was the flowers, said she, which tickled her. Then the others in turn buried their noses in their bouquets to find out if it were so, but they were remonstrated with, and they all became grave once more. The funeral procession was now filing into the street. At the corner of the Rue Vineuse, a woman without a cap and with tattered shoes on her feet wept and wiped her cheeks with the corner of her apron. People stood at many windows, and exclamations of pity ascended through the stillness of the street. Hung with white silver-fringed drapery, the hearse rolled on without a sound. Nothing fell on the ear save the measured tread of the two white horses, deadened by the solid earthen roadway. The bouquets and wreaths borne on the funeral car formed a very harvest of flowers. The coffin was hidden by them. Every jolt tossed the heaped-up mass, and the hearse slowly sprinkled the street with lilac blossoms. From each of the four corners streamed a long ribbon of white watered silk, held by four little girls, Sophie and Marguerite, one of the Levasseur family, and little Mademoiselle Guiraud, who was so small and so uncertain on her legs that her mother walked beside her. The others in a close body surrounded the hearse, each bearing her bouquet of roses. They walked slowly, their veils waved, and the wheels rolled on amidst all this muslin, as though borne along on a cloud from which smiled the tender faces of cherubs. Then behind, following Monsieur Rimbaud, who bowed his pale face, came several ladies and little boys, Rosalie, Zéphirin, and the servants of Madame Deberle. To these succeeded 5 empty mourning carriages. And as the hearse passed along the sunny street, like a car symbolical of springtide, a number of white pigeons wheeled over the mourners' heads. "Good heavens! How annoying!" exclaimed Madame Deberle, when she saw the procession start off. "If only Henri had postponed that consultation. I told him how it would be." She did not know what to do with Helene, who remained prostrate on a seat in the pavilion. Henri might have stayed with her and afforded her some consolation. His absence was a horrible nuisance. Luckily, Mademoiselle Aurélie was glad to offer her services. She had no liking for such solemn scenes, and while watching over Helene would be able to attend to the luncheon which had to be prepared ere the children's return. So Juliette hastened after the funeral, which was proceeding towards the church by way of the Rue de Passy. The garden was now deserted. A few workmen only were folding up the hangings. All that remained on the gravelled path over which Jeanne had been carried were the scattered petals of a camellia. And Helene, suddenly lapsing into loneliness and stillness, was thrilled once more with the anguish of this eternal separation. Once again, only once again, to be at her darling's side. The never-fading thought that Jeanne was leaving her in anger, with a face that spoke solely of gloomy hatred, seared her heart like a red-hot iron. She well divined that Mademoiselle Aurélie was there to watch her, and cast about for some opportunity to escape and hasten to the cemetery. "Yes, it's a dreadful loss," began the old maid, comfortably seated in an easy chair. "I myself should have worshipped children, and little girls in particular." "Ah, well. When I think of it, I'm pleased that I never married. It saves a lot of grief." It was thus that she thought to divert the mother. She had it away about one of her friends who had had 6 children. They were now all dead. Another lady had been left a widow with a big lad who struck her. He might die, and there would be no difficulty in comforting her. Helene appeared to be listening to all this. She did not stir, but her whole frame quivered with impatience. "You are calmer now," said Mademoiselle Aurélie after a time. "Well, in the end we always have to get the better of our feelings." The dining room communicated with the Japanese pavilion, and rising up, the old maid opened the door and peered into the room. The table, she saw, was covered with pastry and cakes. Meantime, in an instant, Helene sped through the garden. The gate was still open. The workmen were just carrying away their ladder. On the left, the Rue Vineuse turns into the Rue des Réservoirs, from which the cemetery of Passy can be entered. On the Boulevard de la Muette, a huge retaining wall had been reared, and the cemetery stretches like an immense terrace commanding the heights, the Trocadero, the avenues, and the whole expanse of Paris. In 20 steps Helene had reached the yawning gateway and saw before her the lonely expanse of white gravestones and black crosses. She entered. At the corners of the first walk, 2 large lilac trees were budding. There were but few burials here. Weeds grew thickly, and a few cypress trees threw solemn shadows across the green. Helene hurried straight on. A troop of frightened sparrows flew off, and a gravedigger raised his head towards her after flinging aside a shovel full of earth. The procession had probably not yet arrived from the church. The cemetery seemed empty to her. She turned to the right and advanced almost to the edge of a terrace parapet. But on looking round, she saw behind a cluster of acacias the little girls in white upon their knees before the temporary vault into which Jeanne's remains had a moment before been lowered. Abbé Jouve, with outstretched hand, was giving the farewell benediction. She heard nothing but the dull thud with which the stone slab of the vault fell back into its place. All was over. Meanwhile, however, Pauline had observed her and pointed her out to Madame Deberle, who almost gave way to anger. "What!" she exclaimed. "She's come! But it isn't at all proper. It's a very bad taste." Footnote. In France, among the aristocracy and the upper bourgeoisie, to which Madame Deberle belonged, mothers seldom, if ever, attend the funerals of their children, or widows those of the husbands they have lost. They're supposed to be so prostrated by grief as to be unable to appear in public. This explanation was necessary, as otherwise the reader might not understand the force of Madame Deberle's remarks. So saying, she stepped forward, showing Helene by the expression of her face that she disapproved of her presence. Some other ladies also followed with inquisitive looks. Monsieur Rimbaud, however, had already rejoined the bereaved mother and stood silent by her side. She was leaning against one of the acacias, feeling faint and weary with the sight of all those mourners. She nodded her head in recognition of their sympathetic words, but all the while she was stifling with the thought that she'd come too late, for she had heard the noise of a stone falling back into its place. Her eyes ever turned towards the vault, the step of which a cemetery keeper was sweeping. "Pauline, see to the children," said Madame Deberle. The little girls rose from their knees, looking like a flock of white sparrows. A few of the tinier ones, lost among their petticoats, had seated themselves on the ground and had to be picked up. While Jeanne was being lowered down, the older girls had leaned forward to see the bottom of the cavity. It was so dark that they had shuddered and turned pale. Sophie assured her companions in a whisper that one remained there for years and years. "At night time, too?" asked one of the little Levasseur girls. "Of course. At night, too, always." "Oh, the night!" Blanche was nearly dead with the idea, and they all looked at one another with dilated eyes, as if they had just heard some story about robbers. However, when they had regained their feet and stood grouped around the vault, released from their morning duties, their cheeks became pink again. It must all be untrue. Those stories could only have been told for fun. The spot seemed pleasant, so pretty with its long grass. What capital games they might have had at hide-and-seek behind all the tombstones. Their little feet were already itching to dance away, and their white dresses fluttered like wings. Amidst the graveyard stillness, the warm sunshine lazily streamed down, flushing their faces. Lucien had thrust his hand beneath Marguerite's veil and was feeling her hair and asking if she put anything on it to make it so yellow. The little one drew herself up, and he told her that they would marry each other some day. To this Marguerite had no objection, but she was afraid that he might pull her hair. His hands were still wandering over it. It seemed to him as soft as highly glazed letter paper. "Don't go so far away," called Pauline. "Well, we'll leave now," said Madame Deberle. "There's nothing more to be done, and the children must be hungry." The little girls, who'd scattered like some boarding school at play, had to be marshaled together once more. They were counted, and baby Guiraud was missing, but she was at last seen in the distance, gravely toddling along a path with her mother's parasol. The ladies then turned towards the gateway, driving the stream of white dresses before them. Madame Berthier congratulated Pauline on her marriage, which was to take place during the following month. Madame Deberle informed them that she was setting out in 3 days' time for Naples with her husband and Lucien. The crowd now quickly disappeared. Zéphirin and Rosalie were the last to remain. Then in their turn they went off, linked together arm in arm, delighted with their outing, all together, although their hearts were heavy with grief. Their pace was slow, and for a moment longer they could be seen at the end of the path, with the sunshine dancing over them. "Come," murmured Monsieur Rimbaud to Helene. With a gesture she entreated him to wait. She was alone, and to her it seemed as though a page had been torn from the book of her life. As soon as the last of the mourners had disappeared, she knelt before the tomb with a painful effort. Abbé Jouve, robed in his surplice, had not yet risen to his feet. Both prayed for a long time. Then, without speaking, but with a glowing glance of loving kindness and pardon, the priest assisted her to rise. "Give her your arm," he said to Monsieur Rimbaud. Towards the horizon stretched Paris, all golden in the radiance of that spring morning. In the cemetery, a chaffinch was singing. This ends chapter 24. Chapter 25 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 25. 2 years were past and gone. One morning in December, the little cemetery lay slumbering in the intense cold. Since the evening before, snow had been falling, a fine snow, which a north wind blew before it. From the paling sky, the flakes now fell at rarer intervals, light and buoyant, like feathers. The snow was already hardening, and a thick trimming of seeming swan's down edged the parapet of the terrace. Beyond this white line lay Paris against the gloomy grey on the horizon. Madame Rambaud was still praying on her knees in the snow before the grave of Jeanne. Her husband had but a moment before risen silently to his feet. Helene and her old lover had been married in November at Marseille. Monsieur Rambaud had disposed of his business near the central markets and had come to Paris for 3 days in order to conclude the transaction. The carriage now awaiting them in the Rue de Récifroid was to take them back to their hotel, and thence, with their travelling trunks, to the railway station. Helene had made the journey with the one thought of kneeling there. She remained motionless, with drooping head, as if dreaming and unconscious of the cold ground that chilled her knees. Meanwhile, the wind was falling. Monsieur Rambaud had stepped to the terrace, leaving her to the mute anguish which memory evoked. A haze was stealing over the outlying districts of Paris, whose immensity faded away in this pale, vague mist. Round the Trocadero, the city was of a leaden hue and lifeless, while the last snowflakes slowly fluttered down in pale specks against the gloomy background. Beyond the chimneys of the army bakehouse, the brick towers of which had a coppery tint, these white dots descended more thickly. A gauze seemed to be floating in the air, falling to earth thread by thread. Not a breath stirred as the dreamlike showers sleepily and rhythmically descended from the atmosphere. As they neared the roofs, the flakes seemed to falter in their flight. In myriads they ceaselessly pillowed themselves on one another, in such intense silence that even blossoms shedding their petals make more noise. And from this moving mass, whose descent through space was inaudible, there sprang a sense of such intense peacefulness that earth and life were forgotten. A milky whiteness spread more and more over the whole heavens, though they were still darkened here and there by wreaths of smoke. Little by little, bright clusters of houses became plainly visible. A bird's-eye view was obtained of the whole city, intersected by streets and squares, which with their shadowy depths described the framework of the several districts. Helene had slowly risen. On the snow remained the imprint of her knees. Wrapped in a large dark mantle trimmed with fur, she seemed amidst the surrounding white very tall and broad-shouldered. The border of her bonnet, a twisted band of black velvet, looked like a diadem throwing a shadow on her forehead. She had regained her beautiful, placid face with grey eyes and pearly teeth. Her chin was full and rounded as in the olden days, giving her an air of sturdy sense and determination. As she turned her head, her profile once more assumed statuesque severity and purity. Beneath the untroubled paleness of her cheeks, her blood coursed calmly. Everything showed that honor was again ruling her life. 2 tears had rolled from under her eyelids. Her present tranquillity came from her past sorrow. And she stood before the grave on which was reared a simple pillar, inscribed with Jeanne's name and 2 dates, within which the dead child's brief existence was compassed. Around Helene stretched the cemetery, enveloped in its snowy pall, through which rose rusty monuments and iron crosses, like arms thrown up in agony. There was only one path visible in this lonely corner, and that had been made by the footmarks of Helene and Monsieur Rimbaud. It was a spotless solitude where the dead lay sleeping. The walks were outlined by the shadowy, phantom-like trees. Ever and anon some snow fell noiselessly from a branch that had been too heavily burdened, but nothing else stirred. At the far end, some little while ago, a black tramping had passed by. Someone was being buried beneath this snowy winding sheet. And now another funeral train appeared on the left. Hearses and mourners went their way in silence, like shadows thrown upon a spotless linen cloth. Helene was awaking from her dream when she observed a beggar woman crawling along near her. It was Mother Feytaux, the snow deadening the sound of her huge man's boots, which were burst and bound round with bits of string. Never had Helene seen her weighed down by such intense misery, or covered with filthier rags, though she was fatter than ever and wore a stupid look. In the foulest weather, despite hard frosts or drenching rain, the old woman now followed funerals in order to speculate on the pity of the charitable. She well knew that amongst the gravestones the fear of death makes people generous, and so she prowled from tomb to tomb, approaching the kneeling mourners at the moment they burst into tears, for she understood that they were then powerless to refuse her. She had entered with the last funeral train, and a moment previously had espied Helene. But she had not recognized her benefactress, and with gasps and sobs began to relate how she had 2 children at home who were dying of hunger. Helene listened to her, struck dumb by this apparition. The children were without fire to warm them. The elder was going off in a decline. But all at once Mother Feytaux's words came to an end. Her brain was evidently working beneath the myriad wrinkles of her face, and her little eyes began to blink. Good gracious, it was her benefactress. Heaven then had hearkened to her prayers. And without seeking to explain the story about the children, she plunged into a whining tale with a ceaseless rush of words. Several of her teeth were missing, and she could be understood with difficulty. The gracious God had sent every affliction on her head, she declared. The gentleman lodger had gone away, and she'd only just been enabled to rise after lying for 3 months in bed. Yes, the old pain still remained. It now gripped her everywhere. A neighbor had told her that a spider must have got in through her mouth while she was asleep. If she had only had a little fire, she could have warmed her stomach. That was the only thing that could relieve her now. But nothing could be had for nothing, not even a match. Perhaps she was right in thinking that Madame had been traveling. That was her own concern, of course. At all events, she looked very well and fresh and beautiful. God would requite her for all her kindness. Then, as Helene began to draw out her purse, Mother Feytaux drew breath, leaning against the railing that encircled Jeanne's grave. The funeral processions had vanished from sight. Somewhere in a grave close at hand, a digger, whom they could not see, was wielding his pickaxe with regular strokes. Meanwhile, the old woman had regained her breath, and her eyes were riveted on the purse. Then, anxious to extort as large a sum as possible, she displayed considerable cunning, and spoke of the other lady. Nobody could say that she was not a charitable lady, still she did not know what to do with her money. It never did one much good. Warily did she glance at Helene as she spoke. And next she ventured to mention the doctor's name. Oh, he was good. Last summer he had again gone on a journey with his wife. Their boy was thriving. He was a fine child. But just then Helene's fingers, as she opened the purse, began to tremble, and Mother Feydeau immediately changed her tone. In her stupidity and bewilderment, she had only now realized that the good lady was standing beside her daughter's grave. She stammered, gasped, and tried to bring tears to her eyes. Jeanne, said she, had been so dainty a darling, with such loves of little hands, she could still see her giving her silver in charity. What long hair she had, and how her large eyes filled with tears when she gazed on the poor. Ah, there was no replacing such an angel. There were no more to be found like her, were they even to search the whole of Passy. And when the fine days came, said Mother Feydeau, she would gather some daisies in the moat of the fortifications and place them on her tomb. Then, however, she lapsed into silence, frightened by the gesture with which Helene cut her short. Was it possible, she thought, that she could no longer find the right thing to say? Her good lady did not weep, and only gave her a 20-sou piece. Monsieur Rimbaud, meanwhile, had walked towards them from the parapet of the terrace. Helene hastened to rejoin him. At the sight of the gentleman, Mother Feydeau's eyes began to sparkle. He was unknown to her. He must be a newcomer. Dragging her feet along, she followed Helene, invoking every blessing of heaven on her head. And when she had crept close to Monsieur Rimbaud, she again spoke of a doctor. His would be a magnificent funeral when he died, with the poor people whom he had attended for nothing to follow his corpse. He was rather fickle in his loves, nobody could deny that. There were ladies in Passy who knew him well. But all that didn't prevent him from worshipping his wife. Such a pretty lady who, had she wished, might have easily gone wrong, but had given up such ideas long ago. Their home was quite a turtle-dove's nest now. Hadn't Madame paid them a visit yet? They were certain to be at home. She had but a few minutes previously observed that the shutters were open in the Rue Vineuse. They had formerly had such regard for Madame that surely they would be delighted to receive her with open arms. The old hag glared at Monsieur Rimbaud as she thus mumbled away. He listened to her with the composure of a brave man. The memories that were being called up before him brought no shadow to his unruffled face. Only it occurred to him that the pertinacity of the old beggar was annoying Helene, and so he hastened to fumble in his pocket, in his turn giving her some alms, and at the same time waving her away. The moment her eyes rested on another silver coin, Mother Feydeau burst into loud thanks. She would buy some wood at once. She would be able to warm her afflicted body. That was the only thing now to give her stomach any relief. Yes, the doctor's home was quite a nest of turtle-doves, and the proof was that the lady had only last winter given birth to a second child, a beautiful little daughter, rosy-cheeked and fat, who must now be nearly 14 months old. On the day of the baptism, the doctor had put 100 sous into her hand at the door of a church. Ah, good hearts came together. Madame had brought her good luck. Pray God that Madame might never have a sorrow, but every good fortune. Yes, might that come to pass, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Helene stood upright, gazing on Paris, while Mother Feydeau vanished among the tombs, muttering 3 paters and 3 aves. The snow had ceased falling. The last of the flakes had fluttered slowly and wearily onto the roofs, and through the dissolving mist the golden sun could be seen tinging the pearly-gray expanse of heaven with a pink glow. Over Montmartre a belt of blue fringed the horizon, but it was so faint and delicate that it seemed but a shadow such as white satin might throw. Paris was gradually detaching itself from amidst the smoke, spreading out more broadly with its snowy expanses the frigid cloak which held it in death-like quiescence. There were now no longer any fleeting specks of white making the city shudder and quivering in pale waves over the dull brown house-fronts. Amidst the masses of snow that girt them round, the dwellings stood out black and gloomy, as though mouldy with centuries of damp. Entire streets appeared to be in ruins, as if undermined by some gunpowder explosion, with roofs ready to give way and windows already driven in. But gradually, as the belt of blue broadened in the direction of Montmartre, there came a stream of light, pure and cool as the waters of a spring, and Paris once more shone out as under a glass, which lent even to the outlying districts the distinctness of a Japanese picture. Wrapped in her fur mantle, with her hands clinging idly to the cuffs of the sleeves, Helene was musing. With the persistency of an echo, one thought unceasingly pursued her. A child, a fat, rosy daughter, had been born to them. In her imagination she could picture her at the love-compelling age when Jeanne had commenced to prattle. Baby girls are such darlings when 14 months old. She counted the months. 14. That made 2 years when she took the remaining period into consideration. Exactly the time within a fortnight. Then her brain conjured up a sunny picture of Italy, a realm of dreamland, with golden fruits where lovers wandered through the perfumed nights with arms round one another's waists. Henri and Juliette were pacing before her eyes beneath the light of the moon. They loved as husband and wife do when passion is once more awakened within them. To think of it! A tiny girl, rosy and fat, its bare body flushed by the warm sunshine, while it strives to stammer words which its mother arrests with kisses. And Helene thought of all this without any anger. Her heart was mute. It seemingly derived yet greater quietude from the sadness of her spirit. The land of the sun had vanished from her vision. Her eyes wandered slowly over Paris, on whose huge frame winter had laid his freezing hand. Above the Panthéon, another patch of blue was now spreading in the heavens. Meanwhile, memory was recalling the past to life. At Marseille, she'd spent her days in a state of coma. One morning as she went along the Rue des Petits Maris, she had burst out sobbing in front of the home of her childhood. That was the last occasion on which she had wept. Monsieur Rimbaud was her frequent visitor. She felt his presence near her to be a protection. Towards autumn she had one evening seen him enter, with red eyes and in the agony of a great sorrow. His brother, Abbé Jouve, was dead. In her turn, she comforted him. What followed she could not recall with any exactitude of detail. The abbé ever seemed to stand behind them, and influenced by thought of him, she succumbed resignedly. When Monsieur Rimbaud once more hinted at his wish, she had nothing to say in refusal. It seemed to her that what he asked was but sensible. Of her own accord, as her period of mourning was drawing to an end, she calmly arranged all the details with him. His hands trembled in a transport of tenderness. It should be as she pleased. He had waited for months. A sign sufficed him. They were married in mourning garb. On the wedding night he, like her first husband, kissed her bare feet fair as though fashioned out of marble. And thus life began once more. While the belt of blue was broadening on the horizon, this awakening of memory came with an astounding effect on Helene. Had she lived through a year of madness then? Today, as she pictured the woman who had lived for nearly 3 years in that room in the Rue Vineuse, she imagined that she was passing judgment on some stranger whose conduct revolted and surprised her. How fearfully foolish had been her act, how abominably wicked. Yet she had not sought it. She had been living peacefully, hidden in her nook, absorbed in the love of her daughter. Untroubled by any curious thoughts, by any desire, she'd seen the road of life lying before her. But a breath had swept by, and she'd fallen. Even at this moment she was unable to explain it. She had evidently ceased to be herself. Another mind and heart had controlled her actions. Was it possible? She had done those things? Then an icy chill ran through her. She saw Jeanne borne away beneath roses. But in the torpor begotten of her grief, she grew very calm again, once more without a longing or curiosity, once more proceeding along the path of duty that lay so straight before her. Life had again begun for her, fraught with austere peacefulness and pride of honesty. Monsieur Rimbaud now moved near her to lead her from this place of sadness. But Helene silently signed to him her wish to linger a little longer. Approaching the parapet, she gazed below into the Avenue de la Muette, where a long line of old cabs in the last stage of decay stretched beside the footpath. The hoods and wheels looked blanched. The rusty horses seemed to have been rotting there since the Dark Ages. Some cabmen sat motionless, freezing within their frozen cloaks. Over the snow, other vehicles were crawling along, one after the other, with the utmost difficulty. The animals were losing their foothold and stretching out their necks, while their drivers with many oaths descended from their seats and held them by the bridle, and through the windows you could see the faces of the patient fares, reclining against the cushions and resigning themselves to the stern necessity of taking 3/4 of an hour to cover a distance which in other weather would have been accomplished in 10 minutes. The rumbling of the wheels was deadened by the snow. Only the voices vibrated upward, sounding shrill and distinct amidst the silence of the streets. There were loud calls, the laughing exclamations of people slipping on the icy paths, the angry whip-cracking of carters, and the snorting of terrified horses. In the distance, to the right, the lofty trees on the quay seemed to be spun of glass, like huge Venetian chandeliers, whose flower-decked arms the designer had whimsically twisted. The icy north wind had transformed the trunks into columns, over which waved downy boughs and feathery tufts, an exquisite tracery of black twigs edged with white trimmings. It was freezing, and not a breath stirred in the pure air. Then Helene told her heart that she'd known nothing of Henri. For a year she'd seen him almost every day. He'd lingered for hours and hours near her, to speak to her and gaze into her eyes. Yet she knew nothing of him. Whence had he come? How had he crept into her intimacy? What manner of man was he that she'd yielded to him, she who would rather have perished than yield to another? She knew nothing of him. It had all sprung from some sudden tottering of her reason. He had been a stranger to her on the last as on the first day. In vain did she patch together little scattered things and circumstances. His words, his acts, everything that her memory recalled concerning him. He loved his wife and his child. He smiled with delicate grace. He outwardly appeared a well-bred man. Then she saw him again with inflamed visage and trembling with passion. But weeks passed, and he vanished from her sight. At this moment she could not have said where she'd spoken to him for the last time. He had passed away, and his shadow had gone with him. Their story had no other ending. She knew him not. Over the city the sky had now become blue, and every cloud had vanished. Wearied with her memories, and rejoicing in the purity before her, Helene raised her head. The blue of the heavens was exquisitely clear, but still very pale in the light of the sun, which hung low on the horizon, and glittered like a silver lamp. In that icy temperature, its rays shed no heat on the glittering snow. Below stretched the expanses of roofs, the tiles of the army bakehouse and the slates of the houses on the quay, like sheets of white cloth fringed with black. On the other bank of the river, the square stretch of the Champ de Mars seemed a steppe, the black dots of the straggling vehicles making one think of sledges skimming along with tinkling bells, while the elms on the Quai d'Orsay, dwarfed by the distance, looked like crystal flowers bristling with sharp points. Through all the snow-white sea, the Seine rolled its muddy waters, edged by the ermine of its banks. Since the evening before, ice had been floating down, and you could clearly see the masses crushing against the piers of the Pont des Invalides and vanishing swiftly beneath the arches. The bridges, growing more and more delicate with the distance, seemed like the steps of a ladder of white lace reaching as far as the sparkling walls of the Cité, above which the towers of Notre Dame reared their snow-white crests. On the left, the level plain was broken up by other peaks. The church of Saint Augustin, the Opera House, the Tower of Saint Jacques, looked like mountains clad with eternal snow. Nearer at hand, the pavilions of the Tuileries and the Louvre, joined together by newly erected buildings, resembled a ridge of hills with spotless summits. On the right, too, were the white tops of the Invalides, of Saint-Sulpice and the Panthéon, the last in the dim distance, outlining against the sky a palace of fairyland with dressings of bluish marble. Not a sound broke the stillness. Gray-looking hollows revealed the presence of the streets. The public squares were like yawning crevasses. Whole lines of houses had vanished. The fronts of the neighboring dwellings alone showed distinctly with the thousand streaks of light reflected from their windows. Beyond, the expanse of snow intermingled and merged into a seeming lake, whose blue shadows blended with the blue of the sky. Huge and clear in the bright frosty atmosphere, Paris glittered in the light of the silver sun. Then Helene, for the last time, let her glance sweep over the unpitying city, which also remained unknown to her. She saw it once more, tranquil and with immortal beauty amidst the snow, the same as when she had left it, the same as it had been every day for 3 long years. Paris to her was full of her past life. In its present she had loved. In its present Jeanne had died. But this companion of her everyday existence retained on its mighty face a wondrous serenity, unruffled by any emotion, as though it were but a mute witness of the laughter and the tears which the Seine seemed to roll in its flood. She had, according to her mood, endowed it with monstrous cruelty or almighty goodness. Today she felt that she would be ever ignorant of it, in its indifference and immensity. It spread before her. It was life. However, Monsieur Rimbaud now laid a light hand on her arm to lead her away. His kindly face was troubled, and he whispered, "Do not give yourself pain." He divined her every thought, and this was all he could say. Madame Rimbaud looked at him, and her sorrow became appeased. Her cheeks were flushed by the cold. Her eyes sparkled. Her memories were already far away. Life was beginning again. "I am not quite certain whether I shut the big trunk properly," she exclaimed. Monsieur Rimbaud promised that he would make sure. Their train started at noon, and they had plenty of time. Some gravel was being scattered on the streets. Their cab would not take an hour. But all at once he raised his voice. "I believe you've forgotten the fishing rods," said he. "Oh, yes, quite," she answered, surprised and vexed at her forgetfulness. "We ought to have bought them yesterday." The rods in question were very handy ones, the likes of which could not be purchased at Marseilles. They there owned near the sea a small country house, where they purposed spending the summer. Monsieur Rimbaud looked at his watch. On their way to the railway station they would still be able to buy the rods, and could tie them up with the umbrellas. Then he led her from the place, tramping along and taking short cuts between the graves. The cemetery was empty. Only the imprint of their feet now remained on the snow. Jeanne, dead, lay alone, facing Paris for ever and forever. This ends chapter 25. This ends A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. The Afterword to A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This is a LibriVox recording, read by Mark Leader. Afterword. There can be no doubt in the mind of the judicial critic that in the pages of A Love Episode, the reader finds more of the poetical, more of the delicately artistic, more of the subtle emanation of creative and analytical genius than in any other work of Zola's works, with perhaps one exception. The masterly series of which this book is a part furnishes a well-stocked gallery of pictures by which posterity will receive vivid and adequate impressions of life in France during a certain period. There was a strain of Greek blood in Zola's veins. It would almost seem that down through the ages with this blood there had come to him a touch of that old Greek fatalism, or belief in destiny or necessity. The Greek tragedies are pervaded and permeated, steeped and dyed with this idea of relentless fate. It is called heredity in these modern days. Heredity plus environment. In these we find the keynote of the great productions of the leader of the naturalistic school of fiction. It has been said that art in itself should have no moral. It has been further charged that the tendencies of some of Zola's works are hurtful. But in the books of this master, the aberrations of vice are nowhere made attractive or insidiously alluring. The shadow of expiation, remorse, punishment, retribution is ever present, like a death's head at a feast. The day of reckoning comes, and bitterly do the culprits realize that the tortuous game of vice is not worth the candle. Casuistical theologians may attempt to explain away the notions of punishment in the life to come, of retribution beyond the grave. But the shallowest thinker will not deny the realities of remorse. To how many confessions, to how many suicides has it led? Of how many reformed lives has it been the mainspring? The great lecturer, John B. Goff, used to tell a story of a railway employee whose mind was overthrown by his disastrous error in misplacing a switch, and who spent his days in the madhouse repeating the phrase, "If I only had, if I only had." His was not an intentional or willful dereliction, but in the hearts of how many repentant sinners does there not echo through life a similar mournful refrain? This lesson has been taught by Zola in more than one of his romances. In A Love Episode, how poignant is this expiation. In all literature there's nothing like the portrayal of the punishment of Helene Grandjean. Helene and little Jeanne are reversions of type. The old neurosis, seen in earlier branches of the family, reappears in these characters. Readers of the series will know where it began. Poor little Jeanne, most pathetic of creations, is a study in abnormal jealousy. A jealousy which seems to be clairvoyant, full of supernatural intuitions, turning everything to suspicion, a jealousy which blights and kills. Could the memory of those weeks of anguish fade from Helene's soul? This dying of a broken heart is not merely the figment of a poet's fancy. It has happened in real life. The coming of death, save in the case of the very aged, seems nearly always brutally cruel, at least to those friends who survive. Parents know what it is to sit with bated breath and despairing heart beside the bed of a sinking child. Seconds seem hours, and hours weeks. The impotency to succor, the powerlessness to save, the dumb despair, the overwhelming grief, all these are sorrowful realities. How vividly are they pictured by Zola. And added to this keenness of grief in the case of Helene Grandjean was the sense that her fault had contributed to the illness of her daughter. Each sigh of pain was a reproach. The pallid and ever-paling cheek was a whip of scorpions, lashing the mother's naked soul. Will ethical teachers say that there is no salutary moral lesson in this vivid picture? To many it seems better than a cartload of dull tracts or somnolent homilies. Poor, pathetic little Jeanne, lying there in the cemetery of Passy, where later was erected the real tomb of Marie Bashkirtseff. Though deaf, she yet spoke a lesson of contrition to her mother. And though the second marriage of Helene had been styled an anticlimax, yet it is true enough to life. It does not remove the logical and artistic inference that the memory of Jeanne's sufferings lingered with ever-recurring poignancy in the mother's heart. In a few bold lines, Zola sketches a living character. Take the picture of old Mère Fétou. One really feels her disagreeable presence and is annoyed with her whining, leering, fawning sycophancy. One almost resents her introduction into the pages of the book. There is something palpably odious about her personality. A pleasing contrast is formed by the pendant portraits of the awkward little soldier and his kitchen sweetheart. This homely and wholesome couple one may meet any afternoon in Paris on leave of absence days. Their portraits and the delicious descriptions of a children's party are evidently studies from life. With such vivid verisimilitude is the latter presented that one imagines, the day after reading the book, that he has been present at the pleasant function and has admired the fluffy darlings in their dainty costumes with their chubby cavaliers. It's barely fair to an author to give them the credit of knowing something about the proper relative proportions of his characters. And so, although Dr. Deberle is somewhat shadowy, he certainly serves the author's purpose and, well, Dr. Deberle is not the hero of an episode of love. Rimbaud and the good Abbé Jouve are certainly strong enough. There seems to be a touch of Dickens about them. Cities sometimes seem to be great organisms. Each has an individuality, a specific identity so marked and peculiarity so especially characteristic of itself that one might almost allow it a soul. Down through the centuries has fair Lutetia come, glowing in the artistic graces, until now she stands the playground of princes and the capital of the world, even as mighty Rome among the ancients. And shall we object because a few pages of a love episode are devoted to descriptions of Paris? Rather, let us be thankful for them. These descriptions of the wonderful old city form a glorious pentateuch. They are invaluable to two classes of readers, those who have visited Paris and those who have not. To the former they recall the days in which the spirit of the French metropolis seemed to possess their being and to take them under its wondrous spell. To the latter they supply hints of the majesty and attractiveness of Paris, and give some inkling of its power to please. And Zola loved his Paris as a sailor loved the sea. C. C. Starkweather. This ends the Afterword.